It was a rather strange feeling to be falling into something at the same time as gaining knowledge of a completely different person from another world. The knowledge was strangely intertwined, combined in the mind, giving rise to a different personality. And this new personality had quite interesting personal characteristics, inspired, among other things, by the fact that the rules for him were different. And the basic rule was that you had to die not by your own hand and as quickly as possible. The emperor of his own reality doesn't sound appealing, and how can there be a problem with running into death? Thinking about his future greatness in his own world, the boy did not notice how a man approached him. The information about this world, supplemented by the knowledge of the historical editor, came to mind. The era was not easy. The weakness of the central government concentrated in the imperial hands led to a significant strengthening of local princes. And in fact, it did not matter who sat on the imperial throne. Even a genius or a talentless imperial power was not enough. From generation to generation, through servants and blackmail, local princely families gradually gnawed away power and land in the empire. Moreover, they were helped in this by mystical immortals who were already pursuing their own goals and desires. And today was the next part of this state drama, where the emperor had to lose another piece of land and power. As usual, high words were used to hide banal blackmail based on the military weakness of the empire. The young Emperor Ju clearly disagreed with this state of affairs, although he was unable to resist it. In response to this rhetorical question, the man looked at the emperor with cold contempt in his eyes. The emperor had not yet refused, but he was already explaining why the proposal was a bad idea that would only lead to suffering. The man repeated the emperor's words with surprise and contempt, as neither people nor ministers mattered to him. And to the chorus of his people, he hypocritically declared that his will is the will of the people and ministers. The boy watched this in sympathy with the emperor, who wanted to try but could not do anything himself. The situation for the emperor was strange. Being a good bloc was ethically correct, but would have led to a quick demise. The outraged emperor took out a scroll with reports on the behavior and customs of the immortals, and they were not in their favor. It turns out that the emperor really thought about the people and their prosperity, while the Li family only thought about their own pockets and comfort. The official standing next to the boy was clearly filled with justified anger. But what is justice in a world of power? The guy had already thought that he could achieve his goal beautifully and was also covered with a heroic glow. A stout man with a stern look took a few steps forward and began to draw his sword, richly decorated with gold. As he approached the emperor, he swung his sword, which began to burn with a strange magical fire, and struck the table on which the scroll was lying. He looked at the emperor with a fierce gaze and a wild smile, clearly boasting of his power and enjoying the imperial helplessness. The emperor did not expect such insolent behavior right in his throne room, and he did not even find the words to besiege Meng. And as if mocking, the man ceremoniously folded his arms and asked him to confirm his title, but his tone was reminiscent of a highwayman. And as if to continue his mockery, he handed the emperor a scroll in a gilded case, which obviously contained the order for his appointment. And as if the matter had already been resolved, Meng called the seal-bearer to approve this brazen document. The young man's voice, full of righteous anger, sounded in the throne room like a bolt from the blue. The young man shouted at Manga, at his officials, and everyone else standing around, accusing them of rebelling against the emperor. And he was right. No one expected such behavior from such an insignificant official who actually had no power or strength. Even those who were on the emperor's side, and the emperor himself, who had not expected this, looked on in amazement as the young man reprimanded the officials like boys. The emperor, with his eyes wide open and his mouth equally wide open, could not believe his eyes that this was all that was possible in his rotten empire. There were tears in the emperor's eyes from a sense of gratitude that there was a man who was faithful to the ideals of the empire. But the officials quickly recovered from the shock and began to attack the guy, accusing him of unworthy behavior. A venerable gray-haired man approached the boy with a threatening and unperturbed look. The gray-haired Shang, the Minister of Finance, looked as if he were forced to talk to a nasty, slimy reptile. When answering the young man's question, the old man expected him to stare at him and realize how wrong he was. But instead, the young man attacked him with a bunch of suspicions about the old man's intellectual abilities and great doubt about their existence. The young man wrapped up his accusations and insults in such a cool way that the old man was speechless, and all he could do now was blink his eyes. And the guy seemed to only get more and more agitated, saying all kinds of insults to the Minister of Finance. It was scary to look at my grandfather. He had never in his life listened to such a pile of dirt against him, and the worst part was that the boy's words were true. Finally, the old man, unable to withstand such pressure, fainted and fell into the arms of his supporters, and the boy exhaled, preparing for the next round. Indeed, this was far from the end of today's showdown, and the familiar gilded sword left its sheath with a familiar shuffle. Meng stood in front of him with a sword, angry as hell, and began to threaten the boy's life. The guy was not afraid of anything, remembering his true mission, and therefore spoke the truth boldly and loudly. He was not afraid of death in the slightest, and stood between Meng and the emperor calmly and unmoved, and this made an impression. The guy was literally asking to be stabbed with a sword, provoking him with every word he said. It was a really exciting feeling to stand alone against a whole crowd defending justice and the law. Those of the junior officials who watched this felt ashamed and wanted to imitate the bold, desperate behavior. This behavior was indeed suicidal, as telling the truth in a court rife with intrigue and backroom games was a one-way ticket. He was the personification of the law, and seeing a man so desperately defending those very ideals made me feel both ashamed and inspired. The emperor panicked and tried to think of a way to save the desperate young man from being killed right in front of the throne. Meng's sword was already pointed at the boy's face, and the angry man had to make only one move to take the boy's life. But the boy was not afraid. He just smiled at the danger as if it were the highest reward for him. Although this was the case, no one knew about it, and therefore his behavior was shocking because everyone values their life as the highest value. I didn't understand what was wrong with him, but he stood there without making a move and continued to watch the guy's unmoving face. He didn't understand this behavior and tried to convey to the boy that his bravado would lead to nothing anyway. But the man's words had no effect. He just kept smiling and then decided to remind him of something important in his opinion. Full of inner strength, the words sounded in the throne room, forcing everyone present to think about them. After finishing his short speech, the guy contemplated the effect of his words with a satisfied face. But a strange thing happened. His words seemed to still sound in the hall, although in fact there was a deathly silence. In some strange, seemingly magical way, these words echoed on and on like distant thunder. Spoken once by a teacher and heard at this critical moment, they acquired a mystical power and seemed to resonate with every grain of sand in the empire. Amazed people heard this voice, not understanding where it came from, but feeling the power of these magical words. And in the most remote corners of the empire, scribes were overwhelmed by an unexpected sense of strength and harmony, and an understanding of how the world works and where to look for justice and order in it. The people in the throne room began to discuss what they had heard, words that each of them knew but were afraid to say, in order not to provoke the wrath of the immortals. Due to their own fears and ambitions, everyone has forgotten what loyalty to justice and the law are and why they are needed. One of the men in the audience watched the reaction of the officials, clearly fearing what the revived teachings of Confucius might entail. Meanwhile, the boy was waiting for Meng to strike a fatal blow with his sword to be reborn into an omnipotent entity. But instead, the man began to laugh and praise the boy for his good words and brave behavior, and it was obvious that there would be no blow. After saying this pompous phrase, Meng abruptly sheathed his sword, upsetting the boy who was already hoping for a heroic ending. Paying tribute to the boy's courage, the man bowed and offered to join him. It was really tempting. The emperor could give the official almost nothing, and Meng could shower him with gold and honor. But the emperor had no idea what was going on in the boy's mind. He did not understand how such a powerful man could calmly withstand such insults. He decided not to stop on the way to his goal and tried to shout disrespectfully at Meng again, hoping to make him angry. But he didn't seem to notice the disrespectful attitude, and just answered the guy's words as if he wasn't shouting at him like a boy. One way or another, the boy continued to declare his loyalty to the emperor despite the promises of the mini-king. He explains his behavior by his gratitude for the fact that the emperor's mercy allowed him to become who he is despite who he was born. The poetry of the boy's words again filled the emperor's heart with hope and courage. But at the same time, the emperor realized that such devotion could not be one-sided and promised himself to do everything he could for the boy. Meng, meanwhile, had lost all interest in the boy, in the emperor, and in the demand that had brought him to the throne room today. The guy did not understand how it was possible, why he was still alive, and why these ambitious people who put themselves above the law did nothing to him. Meanwhile, another man came closer and began threatening Jan with death for his insolence, and the boy's hopes for imminent death were revived. This man was certainly not joking when he ordered him to immediately hand over the imperial seal under threat of death. He didn't pull out his sword or dagger, just swung a soft brush in the boy's direction and managed to cut off a strand of his hair and wound his cheek. The officials who were on Jan's side turned away to avoid seeing the tragedy of his inevitable death because the immortal did not throw words to the wind. Trying to stop the violence, the emperor shouted at the immortal not to touch the boy. And Jan, not paying attention to the scratch or the words of the impudent man, just continued to provoke him, looking boldly into his face. He came up to the immortal close to him and began to insult him in the most disrespectful and insolent way possible. He continued to tell the truth in the most offensive way possible, hoping that the immortal would lose his temper and kill him right there. The voices of the officials who sided with the boy sounded louder and bolder as they echoed through the hall. The man could no longer stand such insolence and mockery of his authority and power. His eyes flashed with rage, and gathering his strength in his hand, he began a movement that was to end the life of the insolent man by showing everyone who really has power in this world. The guy was smiling. He had finally achieved his goal and would die heroically to be blocked by an omnipotent being. The thought flashed through his mind that from the force that the immortal puts into a blow, he would die without feeling pain. As if in slow motion, the boy watched the immortal's energy-filled fingers bring him closer to death. But at the last moment, a spherical barrier formed around Jan and repelled the deadly attack. Neither the boy nor the immortal could understand what had happened, and both looked puzzled, though for different reasons. The emperor, holding a strange-looking shining bowl in his hand, began to protest against such behavior against his subordinates. There were surprised exclamations from people who recognized the magic of the imperial artifact Jew in the barrier. It was the last breath of magic of this magical object, and now it has turned into an ordinary golden bowl. Wasting such wealth as the power of Jew's ancestors' artifact on an unknown petty official seemed like blasphemy. But the emperor looked resolute and obviously did not regret his decision. In fact, Jan had a low opinion of the empire and the emperor as such, so he was extremely surprised by the lord's words. An emperor willing to sacrifice himself for a subordinate was already a strong symbol that left a mark on the hearts of officials. But Jan did not need this. He wanted to die as soon as possible and as brightly as possible, and the emperor's actions only hindered him. In his mind, the whole scene began to take on the qualities of some strange black humor that was not part of his plans. He wanted to argue with the emperor, but the latter's determination to defend his subordinate was beyond him. This was out of the question. Jan was getting further and further away from incarnation and bringing more and more suffering that he did not want. The immortal, meanwhile, was also bored with this comedy, and since he was not in any way inclined to kill the emperor, he retreated, although he left the conditions. And with a final not-so-camouflaged threat, the immortal turned his back on the emperor and left. This behavior was brazen and unthreatening, and the emperor even stepped forward to protest. Suddenly he stopped talking in mid-sentence and went limp like a balloon that had been deflated, and he began to fall backwards into the arms of Jan, who was shocked by this surprise. A second later, the emperor opened his eyes and seemed to the boy too cute and attractive. Jan froze, not understanding the feelings that suddenly took over his entire being. But a second later he realized, and abruptly pulled away from the emperor, causing him surprise and bewilderment. He looked at his hands, shocked by his realization that his body's preferences did not match his own. He was afraid to even think about this possibility, and now looked at this completely different world with fear. He began to look closely at the male officials standing in the hall, trying to understand what he was feeling by looking at them. But in reality, there were no changes, and he was relieved to realize that he still preferred women as he had before. With all these worries about orientation, he completely forgot why he started all these performances, and he rushed to attack the immortal. Brazenly pointing a finger in his face and explaining that his life is worthless compared to such an important issue. It seemed that his own ideas were forming in his head as if inspired by an invisible spirit. He went on as if he were obsessed with these ominous but beautiful words. Suddenly I felt and saw something strange, or rather a shining, coming right out of him. Despite the drama that was taking place in the throne room of the imperial palace, everything looked calm from the outside. But the next moment, two giant pillars of light stretched up to the sky from the roof above the throne room. Pillars of light attracted people's attention for a gigantic distance around the palace. People began to discuss what they had seen and came to the unequivocal conclusion that this was a sign of the beginning of a new era of Confucianism. Everyone was curious about what happened in the emperor's palace and who caused these amazing pillars of light. Who personified the spirits of the two wisest prime ministers of this era? And again, the words full of wisdom resounded in the hearts of the people who saw this strange light resonate with each of them. Meanwhile, Ian stood at the pillars of light that blinded everyone around him, and he did not understand how this could happen to him. He stared at his shining palm in shock, feeling the strange power that had appeared in him, and realized that the immortal would not kill him today. In his last attempt, he attacked him like a madman, asking him directly to end his life. But he just stood back in shock, frightened by what he saw. The guy seemed to become a giant with an immortal mountain hanging over him. But the man got over his feelings and, realizing the danger such a person could pose to his clan, prepared to make a decisive strike. Gathering all the strength he could muster in one point, he directed deadly energy at the boy. I was a little confused by the sudden changes that the immortal was demonstrating and only noticed the blow at the last moment. A bright flash blinded everyone in the throne room. The immortal's blow caused a real explosion that threw him back with a terrible force. On the way to the flight, the man's back met one of the massive columns of the hall. The encounter with this column was not in vain. The immortal lost consciousness and quietly fell to the floor. It came as a shock to everyone present because no one had ever seen an immortal defeat before, and there was no doubt that it was a defeat. Not yet realizing what had happened, John asked the man to get up and kill him, but he showed no signs of life. The man finally came to his senses and looked at the boy with horror, not even trying to show aggression. Suddenly, he let out a whole fountain of blood from his mouth, which scared the guy, who could not believe that it was his handiwork. The man fell dead, and there was no doubt about it. And there was talk of what this death might bring in the future. Meng came up to Yang and ritually bowed before him, although the boy did not even seem to notice. Meng thought about the other people who had been watching everything that had happened here and wondered what they would tell their masters. And he hurried to turn away from John, putting a timeless expression on his face. Under the astonished eyes of the emperor and other courtiers, the applicants for the new title hurried to the exit of the throne room. The emperor returned to Yang and hastened to assure him that the supreme clan would not harm him, not understanding his true motivations. However, he bowed low to the emperor anyway, assuring him that it was of no importance to him and not worthy of the imperial attention. Finally, this strange meeting in the throne room was over, and all those present hurried to tell their friends and colleagues about what they had seen. An official approached the upset boy and brought him here with a cheerful voice, drawing his attention to himself. Ignoring John's gloomy appearance, the official began to praise his behavior, and he was happy for this wonderful turn of events that brought the guy to a career height that was unattainable in the morning. He kept saying this, but I needed only one thing now, a quiet place to think. Having finally brought his consciousness to relative calm, he was able to understand the nature of his new power, which other officials called scientific. A strange mystical energy protected him, making it even more difficult for him to die as soon as possible. This fact depressed him because in the morning his plan, which had seemed so simple to execute, turned out to be completely different in practice. Outside, the same official was waiting for him, and he found a corner for him in the side halls. Ian was surprised at this man's dedication, also remembering other people's knowledge of officials. But he was sincerely happy to help the guy, not least because of the way he showed himself today. John felt very skeptical when he heard the man call him a hero, because he did not consider himself one. He wondered how it could all come back to the future as they approached the huge gate. It was strange. He didn't feel like a hero for a minute, but he understood why his interlocutor had such an impression of me. But when he opened the gate, he lost all thought and was shocked by what he saw behind it. And there was a whole crowd of people waiting for him, who began to shout his name as soon as he appeared in their sight. They shouted words of admiration at him without daring to approach him, as if he were some kind of pop star. John was confused by this reception, although he could not help but admit that this meeting made him happy. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the conversation was becoming much more cynical and practical. The emperor wanted to protect the boy who had so bravely rushed to his defense today. The interlocutor agreed with the emperor, but perceived today's events as a sign to take action. The cherished dream of reviving the power of the Imperial Zhou dynasty was becoming more and more real. Chancellor Li, who was peacefully drinking tea with the Emperor, saw this young man as playing an important role in this revival. The situation was indeed difficult. It seemed impossible to save John's life, but the Chancellor saw two ways to do so. The Emperor did not see any practical sense in the first option, because the boy seemed too clean for that. However, there was still a second option for the Chancellor, which was that no one dared to attack the boy. Chancellor Li looked carefully at the Emperor, and with his question pushed his mind to the obvious answer. The Emperor did not disappoint the old man's expectations by instantly finding the answer in the Garden of the Sages. While sipping tea, Li described several problems with the garden, but it seems he already had a plan to overcome them. The sage's words miraculously coincided with the behavior that John demonstrated in the throne room, so precisely that it was even scary. The Emperor opened his mouth from the sudden realization that such a strange coincidence was not accidental. The Chancellor confirmed the Emperor's thoughts in his own words and was as full of joyful expectations as he was. Nevertheless, the Garden of the Sages was a really dangerous place, and the Emperor did not want to do John a disservice by sending him there. However, one way or another, the Chancellor saw no other way to ensure the boy's safety from the attacks of the immortal sect. The old man saw the Emperor's concern on his face and hastened to calm his fears about the boy's fate. Nevertheless, the concern was real and not in vain, and old Li thought about how to ensure security. Only a few tests will be able to tell at least approximately whether Yan will be ready for the trials of the garden. The Emperor idealized the boy in many ways, but the wisdom of the old Chancellor gently guided the ruler's thoughts in a safe direction. The Chancellor has lived long enough to know how fluid and changeable people are, and how quickly their ideals can change under the influence of temptation. He knew that imperfect people lived in a far from perfect world, but there were no other options, so he had to act based on reality, not fantasy. Therefore, Chancellor Li proposed a difficult and tough test for the young man, namely the test of a woman. The Emperor pondered the words of the old advisor as he walked to his chambers. Finally, the day was over, and he could let the servants go and throw off the burden of the imperial crown. Left alone, the Emperor carefully examined his reflection in a huge mirror. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard behind him, belonging to a person whose identity was hidden by a mask. The woman was obviously aware of both the events and the Emperor's negotiations, and was obviously close to him since she allowed herself to doubt his conclusions. When the woman took off the Emperor's jade pendant, his figure was enveloped in radiance and lightning of magical energy. In this strange energy glow, the figure of the Emperor began to change, taking on completely different forms. Or to be more precise, female forms that were hidden by the magic of the talisman. For Yan, the morning was full of reflections and worries about his plans and the people he wanted to influence. He lazily lounged in the garden, thinking about how he had imagined this world completely wrong when he first entered it. I also reflected on the desires, hopes, and fears of the people I met here. At first, he perceived them as an entourage, not thinking about their lives or their fates. But he also did not like the events of yesterday, which made him a hero, because he felt like a passerby. John grabbed onto this thought like a life preserver. He had a clear purpose in this world, and the fates of passers-by were just the fates of passers-by. And he reminded himself once again what he had to do, namely die by someone else's hand as soon as possible. With these thoughts in mind, he opened the gates of his home, hoping to find enough dangerous adventures outside. But despite the early hour, his fans, whom he had not expected to see, had already gathered outside, and he resolutely went back home to avoid seeing this crowd of people who had placed their hopes in him. His servant reported that people had gathered there at dawn and had been waiting for him all this time. He also pointed to a whole basket of letters that had arrived in one day, and their origin was also easy to trace. Meanwhile, outside, servants in identical uniforms were pushing back the crowd so that their master could pass without obstacles. The man was looking at the gate of John's residence, drawing conclusions about his identity in advance. John watched this action through a crack in the wall until an official voice announced the identity of the detainee. However, the guy did not want to meet anyone, regardless of rank or position. But his servant, who had heard the master talking to himself, shared with him information about the terrible gossip that was circulating around the guest. For John, this was more than enough to invite such a distinguished guest inside. Full of joyful expectations, the boy opened the gate and cheerfully invited the son of the leftist chancellor to visit. They sat down in the living room, where Ian poured tea for his guest and inquired about the purpose of his visit. Luis took his time with the answer, evaluating the tea and the dishes it was poured into, as this could say a lot about the host. After a short pause, the guest decided to get straight to the point and did so in the most direct and relaxed way possible. Any reaction would have been appropriate concern and fear of denial, but instead, Jan expressed joy, which surprised the man. Realizing the inappropriateness of his reaction, he tried to change the subject while Luis was wiping up the tea he had choked on when he saw the young man's reaction. Ian carefully brought more hot tea when the guest finished sharing the information he had. The news caused the young man to experience a rather painful excitement associated with a great danger to his own life. Having interpreted what he saw in his own way, Luis was imbued with respect for the courage demonstrated by the young man. The next news should have pleased John, as he would have safe time to prepare for the attack anyway. But the guy seemed upset instead, and his guest could not understand what was driving this strange behavior. Meanwhile, Ian thought that if his existing enemies were in no hurry, it was never too late to make new ones. For Luis, the conversation finally went down a familiar path. The guy obviously wanted to find powerful allies to defend himself. He understood that. He suggested not to delay these actions and to go right now to one of the places where you can meet such people. As they walked, Ian had a great opportunity to see the city with his own eyes and not in someone else's memories. The place they came to did not look like a dangerous place full of strong and desperate potential killers of Jan. Indeed, in fact, it was a natural brothel with a bunch of girls and their guests who were not in a murderous mood. Ian did not understand how a brothel could help him fulfill his dream and was beginning to regret the time he had lost in this walk. But what Luis whispered in his ear revived his hope, and if he didn't dare to speak up, maybe Jan had a chance. Still, it was only a brothel, and the guy did not really believe what his companion was saying. Inside, there were people everywhere, accompanied by courtesans, against the backdrop of richly decorated walls, partitions, carpets, and everything around them was buried in luxury. One of the women approached them and politely greeted Lord Lewis, who immediately asked for a room and a table. 8 beautiful courtesans who dazzled everyone with their beauty ended their performance to the cheers of the crowd. These were the very 8 courtesans Luis had told Luis about, and Grace's beauty really impressed even the 21st century's spoiled Jan. The boys watched the show from a private room, and Luis's story suggests that this place was indeed an important center of social life. But Jan still had his own goal, and his attention was focused on other things, so he asked about the top floor in this place. And the guy confirmed his guesses, saying that it was there that the person from whom we could expect danger was there. He talked about the most influential woman in the place in a dreamy tone. He himself was clearly interested in the attention of such an unusual and influential courtesan. Still, Jan did not form a picture in his mind, because a courtesan who did not behave like a courtesan sounded very strange to him. This was the source of the danger that Luis was talking about, and he went on to this deadly part of his story with a somewhat grim face. The connections with the imperial palace and with some high-ranking person from it could really become a protection for such a woman from almost anything. A jealous high-ranking official infatuated with a courtesan with a lot of connections and power could indeed be a way for Jan to commit suicide. Meanwhile, the subject of their conversation had plans for the boy herself, or rather for arranging his exam. This woman was indeed beautiful in her own right, but her clothes and precious surroundings miraculously emphasized her beauty even more. On stage, 8 beautiful courtesans basked in the glory of their own glory after their performance. The men went out to the hall, and on the way, Luis told Jan about ways to attract the attention of the 8 oirons. Meanwhile, one of the brothel workers loudly asked everyone to calm down and listen to the announcement from her owner. The crowd was clearly animated by this, and began to discuss who could have been the person who had attracted the attention of the hostess. Meanwhile, the girl looked at the letter in her hands and said the name of the lucky man, who turned out to be John. The guy was shocked by this turn of events, and he was not used to such attention to his personality from people around him. But one way or another, this is exactly why he came here, so despite the talk behind his back, he celebrated his good fortune. His thoughts were interrupted by a man in an ivory-colored robe, who managed to praise and insult Jan at the same time. This man clearly challenged Jan to a duel, Even though the duel was already poetic, this one knew his worth and was sure that there was no better poet in modern times than him. So he looked at the guy defiantly. With a slow step, he approached him, savoring the tension in the air around them. But to his surprise, Ian didn't express any concern about the challenge and calmly accepted it, which was not surprising since the guy had aces up his sleeve. Contestants of different levels and talents wrote their works at tables set up in a spacious hall under the close supervision of the jury. Kai and Yang sat at their desks thinking about each of their works, with blank sheets of paper in front of them to write them down on. The judges were evaluating the poems of other contestants out loud, which did not add to the atmosphere of calm necessary for creativity. It was too boring, too poor a style, too many repetitions were constantly heard in the hall, and the dying was in full swing. Occasionally, however, praise was heard, but it was still the exception. Kai was the best poet in the exams and did not want to lose this title. This ambition helped the man to reach new levels of his skills in many ways. When he finally began to write, his figure lit up with the energy of a scholarly scribe. He was calm and confident. Already by the level of energy he radiated, one could tell that the new poem was beautiful and worthy of being a legacy. But he wanted more and continued with even more enthusiasm, claiming a higher level. The judge was fascinated by the work of a true poet and could not take his eyes off it. However, when he finally finished, he had the disappointed look of a man who was almost at his goal, but did not reach it. He quietly put down the brush, realizing that he still hadn't reached the level he hoped to conquer today. He exhaled heavily, thinking about how much more he had to learn and hone himself to get the desired result. But eventually he was distracted from his thoughts by paying attention to the enemy, who was drinking tea with a distracted look. The guy laughed and apologized for the delay, looking as if it was not a poetry exam but a dart-throwing contest in a bar. And he rolled up his sleeves and approached a blank sheet of paper, preparing to show what he could do. The woman watched him closely through the inner window, hoping that he would not hit his face in the dirt. However, from the very first second that Jan's brush touched the paper, it became clear that these worries were in vain. The level at which he wrote was unattainable, even for the local public to understand. His own style in these places was a challenge in itself, and the ease with which he painted his work was simply amazing. But really, your own style in calligraphy is great, but it was the poetry that was judged, not the calligraphy. Meanwhile, the energy from which the boy was glowing had already reached a remarkable level, and it was far from over. The lines flew out from under his brush, one after another, more and more fascinating to everyone who saw them. And Jan, with a calm smile, wrote this majestic poem as if nothing had happened, paying no attention to what was happening around him. Even from the outside, it was already clear that the guy had reached the provincial level by surpassing his opponent. It really was a miracle, and to be present at the creation of such a wonderful work was happiness in itself. The poem clearly touched the most delicate strings in the souls of girls, even those who seemed to have seen everything in this world. There was not much left to write, but she realized that this poem had even more potential than it seemed. And the guy, passionate about creativity, plunged somewhere deep inside himself, producing line after line of pure genius. It was already painful to look at the guy, as he and the sheet he was writing on shone with such a bright light. So it was a near miss. John simply wrote a world-famous poem and passed it off as his own. While writing, he did not notice what was around him. But when he finished, he realized how deathly silent the room was. The silence was short-lived, however, and the crowd burst into enthusiastic cheers and shouts. It scared the guy so much that he forgot that he wanted to die and was seriously afraid that he was going to be torn to pieces. His opponent quietly approached him, looking as if the life had been drained from him. He was still impressed by Jan's poem and did not hide it, not knowing its true origin. Nevertheless, Yang showed his best side and expressed his admiration for Kai's literary talent despite everything. His attention was diverted by the judge, who suddenly addressed him with a request. He asked for this poem, and the guy seemed not to fully understand the value of what he had just done, and easily agreed. But the exam was not for the sake of attention or literature, and so the person who would bring the real reward began to approach. A girl came up to him to read the letter, and handed him an invitation from her mistress. Under the surreptitious gaze of the brothel's visitors, Jan, accompanied by a girl, went up to the upper rooms. People shouted congratulations on his victory in the poetry contest and showered him with praise for his skill in this field. Smiling sincerely, The boy responded with gratitude to such exclamations, but not for a second did he forget about his real purpose for visiting this place. The girl opened the door of the chamber for him, which in itself was a great honor and recognition. Behind the barely transparent curtain, only the silhouette of a woman politely greeting the boy was visible. The assistant pointed to a chair and asked John to sit down, and although it was phrased as a request, it was actually a peremptory condition. A woman from behind a thin curtain asked Jan to evaluate the melody. The mysterious atmosphere of this place was strangely calming. The woman's voice in the room was deep, calm, and very expressive, which made him think about her skill in her field. Meanwhile, the judge of the poetry competition clutched Jan's poem to his chest like a baby, trying to quietly leave the brothel, but failing. Having barely fought off other connoisseurs of high poetry, he was already at the exit when a gentle female voice sounded behind him. In the usual manner for this place, Lady Lu asked politely, but in fact it was an order that had to be obeyed. The judge tried to protest, but the girl resolutely suggested not to resolve this issue with her with the same polite smile. The man was reluctant to give away the poem he was holding close to his chest, but he realized that he had no choice now. Meanwhile, in the upper room, the hostess began to play the guqin, producing a complex melody filled with overtones. Listening attentively, John watched the silhouette of a woman skillfully playing a rather complicated 7-stringed instrument. Meanwhile, Miss Lu returned to the room holding the scroll with the boy's poem and gave him a piercing look. Coming closer, she asked Jan about his impressions of the melody her hostess was playing. In response, the guy grimaced as if he had eaten a lemon and stated in a direct and somewhat rude way that he did not like the melody at all. The women clearly did not expect such a reaction, and there was a pause filled with indignant looks and extreme surprise. Miss Lisa broke the silence by loudly criticizing the boy's taste and accusing him of being ignorant of music. In response to the accusation, Ian ironically asked what he had to say, implying that it was stupid to invite him here to avoid hearing his opinion. Without adding irony, Lisa began to explain to the guy that he should have applauded her mistress's skillful playing and not otherwise. Hearing this, the guy really thought about it, because from a technical point of view, the woman's performance was at a very high level. But despite this, the music was not catchy. It lacked something important that makes people's hearts beat faster and stop. The hostess's hands froze over the instrument. Her husband's words clearly intrigued her, though they also angered her. And really, what is the soul of music? Because it can be simple and complex, cheerful and sad, and these qualities can be set technically, but how do you give music a soul? The guy answered this question philosophically because there was no other way to describe such a purely intuitive thing. He praised the woman's technical skills, but the composition she performed was not good, and it was this disharmony that was the problem. When she asked for an assessment of the composition, her tone and face, although not visible behind the fabric, became stern and cold. Unlike her mistress, Lisa was not concerned with philosophical questions and immediately referred to the authority of the composer of this music. But in a normal discussion, a reference to authority could not be an acceptable argument, so the guy simply rejected it. The hostess had almost ceased to hide her anger and invited the guest to demonstrate what he meant by practice. I didn't realize that he was almost there because he managed to make the woman angry, which meant his life was in danger. The guy easily agreed to demonstrate his skills, but at the same time he set a condition that can only be described as insolent. The woman's tone grew colder and colder, but she agreed to the terms, but rather because it was a challenge. The guy sat down at the instrument, and after a modest remark about his level of playing, decided to repeat the same trick he used in the poetry competition. But as soon as he started playing, all thoughts of his goal to die and the woman's intention to kill him flew out of his head. He loved music, listening and playing it, loved the pleasure it gave him in moments of sadness and joy. It was a genuine feeling that was instantly transmitted to everyone who had even a drop of musical ear. And so, having gotten used to the unfamiliar instrument, John's soul dissolved into the air around him with soft, gentle sounds. Music was transformed into images and moods that penetrated the minds of other people, conquering their emotions with its amazing power. As the guy said, it didn't matter how skillfully the person played, it didn't matter how complicated the composition was. In music, the emotions invested in the game and their harmony with the emotions invested in the composition were important. Yes, music is a flexible art. Sometimes the same composition can be played in thousands of ways, but only a few of them can have true harmony. And it was this harmony that John demonstrated with his playing. Although his skills may not have been as well honed as the woman's, but he had a knack for understanding balance. The guy continued to play with more and more heat and accelerating the pace of the game. And suddenly, putting his palm on the strings, he muffled them, abruptly cutting off the melody without finishing it. The hostess looked up at him and asked him in surprise why he had stopped playing because she wanted to prolong this pleasure. The guy just smiled at the silhouette of a woman who had completely forgotten that he was playing to prove his point and win the bet. For a few seconds she expected him to continue playing, but gradually she realized that her shout had confirmed his victory. She bowed low to admit defeat, even though she didn't like losing, and now had to fulfill the terms of their agreement. Meanwhile, Yang stood up from the table with the instrument with a pleased face, combining this movement with a bow in return. He was even more impudent when he asked me to open the curtains, but he felt it was the right decision. Although Lisa was outraged by this behavior, she obeyed her mistress's order and opened the eyes of the impudent woman to her mistress's Ford. She really was extremely beautiful, with beautiful skin and a slender frame with an extremely sweet smile. John remembered the essence of his mission and triumphed because such a wonderful girl could not be alone. And she was thinking in a completely different direction. This man was really starting to like her both internally and externally. And while the girl was thinking about conquering this handsome man, he was thinking about being killed by her suitor. Evening had fallen in the brothel of the Breath of Spring, but no one was going to leave. The girl was asking John about the music he was playing, and he had to come up with a good excuse for his little fraud. They were sitting at a table full of various delicacies surrounded by beautiful paintings, but the atmosphere was really relaxed. When she asked him to show her the sheet music, she leaned so close to him that he lost the ability to think and blurted out the first thing that came to mind. He offered her a drink to somehow get rid of the unpleasant residue of his lie. Meanwhile, she was thinking about the Emperor's task. It was time to get started, and she decided to resort to a time-honored and generationally proven method of seduction. And faking a loss of consciousness caused by an unknown illness, she began to fall right into the arms of the shocked boyfriend. She literally knocked him off his feet, but she did it so elegantly and gently, and most importantly, naturally, that he didn't even think it was her game. She looked at his face and noted with satisfaction that her plan had worked completely. Ian flushed, and whether he knew or not that it was a game, was ready to act like never before. And he reached for her with the intention of kissing her, although he must admit that he looked rather stupid while doing so. But she continued to play with him, getting him more and more excited, and right now she wanted to hear a few compliments. He did not wait long and immediately told her that she was the most beautiful woman in the world, albeit in a rather poetic way. And immediately remembering his plan, he began to push the girl's thoughts in the direction he wanted. She didn't even realize what they were talking about at first, but then thought that the guy might be afraid of the consequences. And she hastened to dispel his doubts, explaining that all this was just gossip with no real basis. Hearing this, the guy's face changed, and she did not understand why he had such a reaction to her words. His plan was bursting at the seams again, and now he was unlucky enough to be killed. He lightly pushed the girl away, moving away from her. Then, with a straight face, he stood up and explaining that it was time for him to leave, prepared to leave the woman sitting on the floor alone. At this point, the girl thought that her task was going to hell and decided to try a different approach. She started talking nonsense about distant countries and spy games. She told him why Yan should also go into the service of her mysterious master, explaining that it was a weakness in the Empire. But he pushed the girl and all her arguments away in one motion, not wanting to listen any further. He didn't rush to help her when she pretended to fall to the floor, but rather scolded her like a girl. The girl was really impressed by this turn of events, and at that moment her respect for the guy grew immensely. But she didn't like to lose, so she decided to make one more attempt to seduce John. Her words seemed to envelop the room like a thick, sticky smoke from which it was impossible to hide or escape. Her suggestions became more and more tempting, painting a beautiful world of the future in which the boy would find everything he wanted and needed. And next to him will be the most beautiful woman he has ever seen and is unlikely to see again. Hoping that her words had worked, she approached him and almost whispered the last phrase. It seemed that the guys were developing from within, so much so that he was immersed in a struggle with himself. But gathering his strength, he shouted out a refusal, and his figure was illuminated by the light of a scientific aura. It seemed that this shout took the last of his strength and he was unable to even get to his feet. The woman, meanwhile, could not believe that her spell did not work. He really refused and fought a real battle with himself on his knees in her room. But she had not yet shown all she was capable of and was not going to stop until she had a chance to break his will. The pressure Jan felt from the woman was really enormous. His head was splitting and his thoughts were dizzy. But she continued to press, only increasing in strength, and despite this, the guy still managed to get to his feet. Suddenly, she quickly approached him with a dangerously aggressive gesture and a determined face. It seemed that her fingers could pierce the thick oak boards, but she suddenly stopped moving when she was only centimeters away from the boy's throat. She looked him resolutely in the eye with a sly smile, and her fingertips literally flowed with deadly energy. Although this was a rather unexpected turn of events, it was a chance to die no worse than the one the guy had planned. Trying to imitate the mannerisms of the most melodramatic actors he had seen in his life, Jan cranked the drama and pathos to the max. The woman tried to talk to him as an intelligent, experienced person who was saving his own life, but obviously this approach failed in this case. The approaches and techniques that worked well for many other people simply did not work on these strange guys. His willingness to die was completely at odds with her fairly stable picture of the world. She had never really met anyone like him in her life. Paying no attention to the mortal danger to himself, instead of worrying about his life, he began to philosophize about it. I also decided to give her some advice, continuing to talk about honor, dignity, and the meaninglessness of the path of betrayal. And he continued to say that the Empire is much stronger than it seems, and that the current difficulties will only make it more majestic. The guy's dramatic approach and pretentious quotes broke the girl's will, and she just froze looking at him. But the pause dragged on and something had to be said, so she looked down in thought, looking for a way to end this conversation. And when she explained her decision to publicly refuse to kill the guy right now, she looked devastated. But still, at the last moment, she decided that one last little attempt to subdue him would not hurt and told him about the poison. With these words, she made a strange movement that made Jan feel as if he were standing in front of a storm. A strange wind pushed him out of the room and slammed the door in his face. The guy aptly noted that the girl was clearly not suitable for a spy because she made a number of key mistakes and did not understand which had not yet been exposed. But with a smile, he started walking away, not wanting to take part in spy games on one side or the other. He had a really satisfied face when he came downstairs, which was interpreted by the crowd in their own way. Meanwhile, alone, the girl read the poem written by Jan once again, shedding tears of sadness and happiness from the emotions these beautiful words evoked. The guy walked home in a great mood along the sun-drenched streets, while the woman thought about him and his role in this world. And the comparisons of the boy's fate and her own came naturally, comparing what he could do and what she was capable of. And that's when she decided that she would defend this person who had shown her high ideals and loyalty to them. Later, in the Imperial Palace, she showed Yang's poem to the Emperor before reporting on the exam. She spoke laconically, but without trying to hide the details, about her attempts to seduce, threaten, and bribe the boy. And with great pleasure, she told us in more detail about how he bravely resisted all her attempts. When she finished her story, the woman bowed low before the Emperor to give weight to her next request. She believed that Jan was not suitable for their plans precisely because of his unscrupulousness and unshakability. She understood what the Emperor wanted, but she also understood that the boy could be born into great danger if he became part of his plans. And the Emperor was determined and promised to protect the boy's life at any cost. Meanwhile, the subject of their conversation was celebrating his impending death by drinking and dancing in his garden. But 3 days passed, and there was no effect of the poison. Devastated and angry, the boy came back to the house of the spring wind. He burst into the hostess's room demanding explanations and outraged that he was still alive. The woman was sitting quietly at the table with an instrument, playing a light melody, and without taking her eyes off the table, she quietly answered, reminding the boy of his own words. And after finishing the melody, she began to explain, or rather invent, what she had done after their meeting with an innocent look. Spy games and his wife's relationship with the Empire were the last thing on his mind. The first question for him was why he was still alive. With a sly smile and hands to the side, the woman simply replied that there had never been any poison. It turned out that all these 3 days he had been hoping in vain for a death that would bring him rebirth in another world. Nothing drives a person into depression like dashed hopes, and to say that he was disappointed is an understatement. And his disappointment was especially with the woman who had deceived him so easily and showed no remorse for it. Therefore, the only thing he was capable of doing at the moment was walking around like a zombie and muttering curses in the direction of the brothel. The master's behavior confused the servant John. At first he walked around sad, then he was cheerful for 3 days, then sad again, and it was not good. And he answered his questions only by continuing to mutter about some lying lady. The servant even thought that his master might have been the victim of some mystical fox, as they said that such things often happened in the past. And the woman who insulted the poor guy by not poisoning him continued to go about her usual business. But now, every time she sat down to a kikshiaking, she would involuntarily think of the strange man who had not succumbed to her charms. She recalled the face of the master composer when she showed him the sheet music in which she tried to write down the melody that John played from memory. She really admired the plays he played and the poems he wrote, but it was something else that really fascinated her about him. Obviously, his heart was far from the fine arts, but his dedication and ideals were truly amazing and unique. Finally, the woman finished playing, and distracted from her philosophical reflections, decided to get down to business. Yet it was not kixiang and poetry that were the real passion of this amazing woman, but espionage and covert operations. Meanwhile, the imperial palace gave its amazing life full of hidden secrets and false gloss. John could not understand how his strange luck worked, how his follies turned into heroic deeds, and how his words made spies surrender to the authorities. He was distracted from these thoughts by George, who was waving happily at him from the crowd of bureaucrats. Ian greeted him politely, noting that the man was now wearing a different uniform and in the imperial palace that had to mean something. Indeed, George immediately told us that his position had changed, and apparently it was good news for him. The guy hurried to be happy for the man and warmly greeted him, although in his own somewhat inappropriate way. George liked the fact that the young official did not turn up his nose and ignore the fact that he was a grandson, as almost all other bureaucrats did. In the palace, eunuchs had their advantages, although they were disliked by other people, and although Jan did not know it, he had enlisted the support of one of them today. A strange, sudden chill ran down the boy's spine as he went on about his business. The suspicious feeling of some kind of approaching disaster did not let go of John's consciousness, but this was actually for the best for him. Meanwhile, bureaucratic work continued in the throne room, with officials of all stripes standing before the emperor. The next official stood on a special spot from which to address the emperor and began a speech about a flood in one of the provinces. The emperor, looking extremely tired and bored, habitually refused to fund the project for a really banal reason. The next official began to talk about the unworthy behavior of one of the highborn. The emperor, who was about to fall asleep in his seat, habitually began to talk about the lack of money, but caught himself in time. Still, the case was trivial enough that the emperor issued another standard dictum almost automatically. When Jan heard about the incident with the Marquis's son, he could not help but say some unpleasant things in his voice, and George immediately began to shout at him. The emperor looked at Jan and thought about all these cases that had been considered today in a very pessimistic way. But the emperor-empress could not act otherwise. Everything was according to a plan in which everything had to be played out like a musical note. Meanwhile, the official who was reading out the imperial decrees suddenly said his name to the boy's surprise. Not knowing what to expect from this new assignment, the guy froze in place like a frightened rabbit. Meanwhile, the details of his appointment were explained, where exactly he would serve and in what capacity, sounding quite formidable. I had no idea what this appointment was really about, because it was according to the Emperor's secret plan. After receiving the papers, Ian turned around and saw a bunch of angry and dissatisfied looks from his colleagues. George decided to explain to the guy why other officials were treating his new appointment so differently. It was all about corruption. It was essentially the Ministry of Anti-Corruption, but at the moment it was acting in a haphazard manner, and many people were happy with that. In addition, this position was one of those of interest to immortal clans, which meant even more danger for the guy. Hearing about the danger, Jan's face became joyful as it brought his plan closer to fruition. He has already had some thoughts about his next steps in his new position, and judging by the twinkle in his eye, corrupt officials will have a fun life. However, the reality is somewhat disappointing. When John got to his new job, he found it devastated and deserted. Indeed, no one was there. The empty, cold rooms echoed, and piles of cobwebs explained that it had been like this for a long time. The guy couldn't figure out where everyone had gone, what was going on, and why the Yuan control was empty. He stood in front of the control gate and did not know what to do next. There was no one inside, and it would be strange to go home. The old man who helped me was a passerby, and from his short answer it appeared that the control itself would have been worthwhile. Yang did not expect that the Yuan control would be such an organization and did not understand why he was sent here. All this was a clear problem, because the essence of the plan was to work too well, otherwise there would be no danger. It started snowing, and he felt a rather strange sensation, or rather the absence of it. He was not cold. This chi energy was a really strange thing that seemed to protect him from almost all dangers, including illness and sudden attacks. As he was walking home, he saw one of his neighbors trying to get a vagrant into his house. The neighbors explained where the girl came from and were quite right to fear for her life as it was getting colder outside every minute. The neighbor decided to shift the responsibility to John, and did so quite persistently and convincingly. However, there were some aspects of this society that did not allow a normal, decent man to have maidservants. So Ian decided to do the smart thing and ask the girl herself first, but there were some difficulties. A mute, vagrant girl freezes in the middle of the street, while his neighbor keeps talking about his own, seeing only benefits. But still, something had to be done with the girl, otherwise she was sure to die before morning. The alternative was obvious and came to mind almost immediately. If she can't speak, maybe she can write. That's how he learned her name, and she also wrote that she was not against it, or rather, very much in favor of going to serve with him. When I got inside, I didn't want to find out the girl's story first. She described her sad story in some detail. The guy once again thought how cruel the world around him was, full of such sad, tragic stories. After carefully weighing everything, he decided that the girl would never freeze to death outside his house, but he would never make her a slave either. She feels grateful to him for bowing, which he was actually uncomfortable with because it enhanced human dignity, but instead sent her to eat and wash. It was the right decision to take the girl into the house as the snowstorm was getting worse and worse. I couldn't decide what to do with my new job, whether to file a complaint or try to figure it out on my own. His difficult reflections were interrupted by the arrival of a servant who brought Julia, who had had time to wash, eat, and rest. An unfamiliar girl stood in the doorway of the house and smiled sweetly, obviously happy, calm, and grateful. They were two completely different girls, completely different from each other. This pretty young woman was completely different from the vagrant who had left the room an hour earlier. And then the guy was surprised by a servant who for some reason decided that he could now rest and not pay attention to anything. And without waiting for an answer, he ran away as fast as he could, as if he were being chased by devils. Obviously, he still misunderstood the guy's intentions towards this girl. And the girl was still standing in the doorway, not knowing what to do and just blinking her huge eyes. In any case, he decided not to deal with the question of the girl's status today, so he suggested that she rest. She approached the only bed in the room uncertainly and stood looking at it for a moment. Then, cautiously and uncertainly, he clearly felt out of place. She blushed because she realized that she would not like one of the possible scenarios. Ian came over and looked at the girl for a second, who was lying there with her eyes squeezed shut. Then he took one of the pillows and wished her good night and went to sleep somewhere else. The girl stayed up all night thinking about today and its events, as well as about John's behavior. It seemed that this man was really who he was. He showed himself from the best side. Her owners were not mistaken, and she was indeed a person for whom one could give their life without a doubt. And she decided for herself that she would do so if necessary. No matter how powerful the imperial official was, he slept like an ordinary person, snoring and drooling. He was distracted from this important work by yesterday's tramp, and today he is no longer asked to work by Julia, the maid. She handed him a wet towel through the window so he could wash himself without getting out of bed. However, she was quite persistent and did not seem to respond to the boy's weak protests at all. Today he was planning to go back to his new workplace and try to restore some order there himself. There was nothing for the girl to do there, and in fact she would only get in the way, so he decided to leave her at home. When he told her that he was not going to take her with him, she was visibly sad, stopped smiling and looked down. John did not have any plan for what to do with this ministry, nor did he understand what to do with its other officials. But it was critical because it would have taken too long to follow their example and hope to die of excess alcohol with his new chai. A man in ministerial clothes was standing at the gate of the Yuan control, which was clearly a good sign, and the boy hurried over to him. The official turned out to be Alan Tsai, who was looking at the control gate with almost the same eyes as John's yesterday. John was glad to see a man he knew very little of, but for some reason he felt friendly toward him, as if they had known each other for years. Alan responded to the boy's friendly tease quite seriously, but without offense it was clear that he wanted to surpass John's poetry, but he wanted to do it honestly. But still, their words were characterized by the friendliness and warmth so typical of people who have gone through similar trials in their lives. Having finished with the formal greetings, I decided to find out why the man had come to this godforsaken place. It turned out that Alan himself did not expect to be appointed here and would have preferred a completely different position. But an appointment is an appointment. This was strange for John because at the moment the Yuan control was nothing more than a place of exile, and it was unclear what the boy had done to deserve it. His talents were developing in a completely different direction, and it was clear that Alan was not at all suitable for this job, although he would do it as best he could. The guy did his best to cheer up his unexpected colleague. Somewhere in another part of the city, the emperor sneezed at such a brazen reference. It was her decision to send the poet to help John, as she believed that the two were quite similar, including their purity. She believed that they would help each other and cover each other if there was any danger. But Alan was still dissatisfied. He believed that his talents had a completely different purpose in a completely different place. Ian took a more philosophical view, believing that any place would suit any person as long as they did not lose hope and purpose. And the way he explained it, clearly quoting someone, made a great impression on Alan's poetic soul. Once again, he thought that he still had a lot to learn and hone his talent to reach this level. He bowed respectfully to the boy and expressed his full agreement with his words and reminded him of the event tomorrow. John had absolutely no idea what we were talking about, but Alan quickly explained everything. It was a great opportunity and the guy did not want to miss it, so he asked us to help him with his work as his senior. Their colleagues went about their usual business, eating, drinking, and having fun in a brothel. But today, willy-nilly, they started discussing the identity of their new colleague, or rather the sharp contrast between their reputations. Their opinions on this were divided because reputation was not something that could be touched or measured. In addition, the Yuan control was a place of exile that had been sucking the soul out of everyone who came here for many years, turning once ambitious and honest officials into lazy, incapable drunks. One of them took the biggest cup of alcohol and started drinking as if it were the last time, and falling to the floor from a complex mixture of feelings that included fear, resentment, and trampled purity, he shouted the ironic motto of control. None of the Trinity really believed that one person, no matter how impressive his talents, could not change the situation in this ministry. Julia looked at her new master and thought about what she had been told when she was sent on this assignment. And although she didn't believe these stories, it turned out to be much worse. I was really a very strange person. She could not understand his motivations or his actions at all, and it was simply impossible to predict what would happen to him tomorrow or the next day. Right now, for example, he's been fiddling with some pots of herbs in the kitchen for most of the day. And then, looking triumphant, he carried a glass with some incomprehensible substance to Julia. Blushing, she tentatively licked the substance, trying to figure out if it was some kind of a cruel joke. The substance turned out to be sugar, and the Lord of the South spent a day making sugar, even though there was clearly no need for it. Moreover, he decided to give her the portion that he did, so it turned out that the respected official killed half a day to please the maid. Moreover, he ordered me to eat it and come back when it was over, which did not fit into the normal behavior of a bureaucrat. This behavior was dictated only and only by the normal human relationship to another human being. But in the world he found himself in, people were still not equal, and this attitude was strange and unexpected. But the sugar really turned out to be a delicious, sweet, and extremely pleasant gift. Julia tried to do as much as she could for her master, even though he was clearly uncomfortable with it. He talked about strange things and seemed to be joking rather than serious, although one could expect anything from this man. Code Julia had been briefed and told that the guy was ready to give his life for his beliefs, but she imagined it a little differently. It was also her duty to give her life if necessary, but she wanted to live and, if possible, would like to avoid death in order to serve further. She decided that this was an even higher manifestation of the same feeling she had in her soul, and so she became even more respectful of her host. And she repeated to herself that she would save his life at any cost, even if that cost was her own. And by the way, today was going to be a really dangerous day for him, so she was obliged to accompany him. As much as she could not speak, she resorted to other tactics to get John to take her with him. Her big eyes were a great help. He seems to have understood her unspoken request correctly and began to dissuade her from it. But he clearly underestimated her power of persuasion and perseverance, so she just hung on his arm. In the end, he had no choice but to admit defeat in this strange dispute. When they approached the Yuan control, they saw that Alan was already raging and loudly lecturing someone. He did not notice their arrival and continued to shout at someone as if he were the personification of morality and virtue. I decided not to show myself at once, but first to look at the objects of my friend's shout and their reaction to them. Meanwhile, the first poet of justice personified continued to rage, telling the three men about their unworthy behavior. Ian and Julia, trying not to give themselves away, watched this scene with interest, studying the type of colleagues. In fact, Alan was shouting for a reason. Bureaucrats, wherever they are, should be on duty and not turning it into a party. But his colleagues just waved him away as if he were an annoying dog, and when that didn't work, they tried to drag him to their place. Alan's shouts did not help, but the reaction to them showed John something important. These people were not evil, rather they had simply lost their will. And suddenly John noticed that they were not the only ones watching this action. A man joined them in observing. When he saw that he had been noticed, he waved to them in a friendly, though somewhat uncertain manner, trying to be quiet. In response, Ian gestured for the man to come to the control room, not forgetting to smile politely at the same time. The man did so, and after passing the gate, he began to attract attention with a somewhat embarrassed look. But the audience, hearing this appeal, looked at the petitioner with anger. The man did not understand why he deserved such angry looks, but such a reception would make anyone uncomfortable. However, to his credit, he pulled himself together and said what he wanted to say. With a lively look, one of the men told the petitioner to take his complaints elsewhere, as no one would help him here. But Alan had already approached the man and asked him more kindly to tell him what exactly had brought him to this place. Jan and the girl continued to watch unobtrusively as Alan accepted the complaint and other officials reacted. It turned out that this place was the old man's last hope, as he had already applied to other places and was rejected everywhere. And he asked about other places where he could have received help, but it turned out that he had been there too. The reason turned out to be banal. The person who stole his coal was subordinate to a highly respected person, and no one wanted to mess with them. He admitted that anyone would be afraid to deal with the Marquis, and the poet's face began to show confusion. Meanwhile, the old man fell to his knees, begging Alan for help. It was really his last chance, and he didn't want to lose it. The boy, like Jan, did not like such blasphemy against human dignity, and began to lift the old man. But he was pushed aside by one of the officials with a bare blade in his hand. And pointing his sword in the old man's face, he ordered him to get out in a terrible and harsh voice. He threatened him with death if he continued to kneel here and talk about his coal. John decided that this was the moment to step forward and stand up for the old man. Julia correctly read her master's mood and ran to the old man to help him up. Holding the blade for a moment, the brazen man put it behind his back, trying to turn it into a joke. However, John's face made it clear that it would not end that way, and he approached him with a clearly aggressive intent. And the next moment he rewarded the insolent with a strong and unexpected slap. And when he started shouting at him, he continued to stand there motionlessly looking at him. But the very next moment, without listening to the sentence to the end, he rewarded the impudent man with another slap. And he continued to beat him in this way, despite his cries and the sword in his hand. But the man was already boiling with anger and swung his blade at the Yan with the clear intention of cutting him almost in half. However, he did not dare, and at the last second stopped a few centimeters from the guy's neck. He clearly did not know how to assess the situation, as he decided to start threatening only after that. And maybe it would even work for someone else, but he was dealing with Jan, who was actually trying to die as soon as possible. He even began to show me exactly where it would be most convenient to make his head. The guy had never seen anything like this in his life. Usually people would compromise and try to make peace out of fear of death. This one just stood there smiling right in his face and generally for his own life. He thought that John would be afraid and retreat, but now he had to retreat, but in a way that would not lose face. It was a really reasonable reason for not killing, no matter how ridiculous it may sound. When he took off his ritual clothes, John simply turned into a man without a title or rank, so the excuse did not work. John took the man at face value, hoping that he would eventually lose his nerve and cut him down with his sword. But he had obviously already lost all the enthusiasm that probably never existed at all, but continued to find excuses for himself. However, his words about a simple peasant had the opposite effect to what was expected, and the guy attacked him even more furiously. Holding him by the tanks, he simply dragged him somewhere, under the stunned glances of everyone present. He pulled him to a wall with the mottos of their service written on it, which the man had obviously forgotten long ago. He kept telling our boy off for not learning his lesson at school. Senyaki refigured Yang as he spoke these 20 magical and power-filled words. The words resonated with the very air around them, causing flashes of chai energy and echoing around. The energy swirled and formed a ball of lightning and crashed right into the chest of the arrogant official. The energy layer that had hit him seemed to dissolve in the man's body, and a strange, long-forgotten feeling began to grow in his soul. Other officials looked on in amazement and disbelief, because it is no exaggeration to say that they had witnessed a miracle. Alan, who had already seen the boy's talents during a poetry tournament, put into words what each of them was thinking. Still, the years of inactivity did not pass in vain, and the brazen official wanted to feel wrong, but he could not stop so easily. And the problem with the old man and his coals still had no solution. The high-born Marquis could not be so easily pressured by force, and no one would help them solve this case. However, the boy did not seem to hear him, and in response simply went to the girl holding his cape. And pulling it on with a determined look, he said that he was going to do what he had to do anyway. It was a real challenge that surprised all those present, who could not have imagined such a turn. Although Alan was wholeheartedly on John's side, he could not just let him go on this adventure. As a warning, he told a story about the Marquis that frightened everyone else. According to it, the Marquis dealt with his enemies in the most brutal way. And even the Emperor himself did not want to get involved with this cruel, vengeful man. John did not pay any attention to this, although it was extremely surprising to everyone, but it was exactly the kind of situation he was looking for. Thinking that the guy simply did not understand the meaning of what was said, the other official said it as bluntly as possible. The guy made it clear that he absolutely understood the situation, but that it was his duty, and hinted that it was not only his. And he made it clear that the control of the Yuan is not just a place where the leaders grill kebabs, it is a symbol of justice and order in the empire. He explained to the impudent official that he had no purpose or reason to live, and was no more than a simple animal. He added that only weak people will avoid strong opponents by hinting not so much at themselves as at them. John's words confused the souls of officials who were once good people who wanted to do good, although they had forgotten about it. But remembering it was painful and unpleasant because it meant accepting the real me without excuses or fantasies. A minute later, the official with the sword ran out to catch up with the determinedly walking John. He overcame himself and decided to join the boy in his noble mission, and his friend also made the same decision. A third official shouted after them, obviously unwilling to die so heroically for a peasant. But after standing for a second and thinking about everything that had just happened, he exhaled heavily and made a decision. Throwing some incomprehensible box behind his back, he followed them. Maybe he didn't want to die for a peasant, but friends are friends. And he looked at his new companions over his shoulder, not understanding why he knew the names they finally gave him. Passers-by looked at this procession in amazement, because they had never seen the entire Yuan control board go anywhere other than a brothel. Many people thought that this ministry had ceased to exist long ago, and under the gaze of the amazed public, the full composition of the Yuan control approached the Marquis's residence. As he got closer, Ian turned to Julia to send her away because now her life could be in danger, which he did not want. She remembered his behavior and the words he had said this morning, and finally the puzzle of his behavior was formed in her mind. He died a martyr's death for the sake of the high ideals of morality, justice, and equality, and this touched her to the very depths of her soul. She held his hand and thought about the cases when one such person could save hundreds and thousands of others. She thought that under no circumstances could she let him die. Meanwhile, one of the officials reported to the emperor about what was happening with the control of the Yuan. And since this was the place where the Emperor was hiding an important person, the reaction was immediate. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor channeled his energy, and a magical ball hung in the air, with the help of which he could watch events that were far away from him. Officials stood in front of the gate to the Marquis's residence, either gathering their courage or thinking about strategy. John noticed that the hammers on the gate were gold, which did not meet the standards of modesty that a high-born Marquis should have shown. Alan reached for one of them to knock, even though he felt incredibly scared. The door opened, and the man who appeared at the door, ignoring the rules of etiquette, spoke to them as if they were rootless vagrants. Ignoring this rudeness, Alan began to recite the official formula for the visit. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he was stopped by Ian, who told him in no uncertain terms that this was not a situation where etiquette would be appropriate. And literally kicking the door and knocking the strip off their feet, they still entered the residence. People watching the scene began to gossip about this abrupt change in the behavior of the ministry. Sushka, who opened the door, groaning from the bruises, shouted at them to wait and ran to call for help. A minute later, very determined people with crossbows in their hands ran into the courtyard of the residence. They took up positions around the officials, who were standing still and waiting for someone to come out to them. Meanwhile, the guards with crossbows took aim at them, clearly ready to use their weapons as intended. Alan recognized their weapons as difficult crossbows, namely military crossbows, which were significantly different from ordinary crossbows. The Emperor, who saw the same thing from a distance, was red-faced with anger when he saw this weapon. Jan continued to stand calmly looking at the arrows pointed at him without any sign of fear. This behavior of their leader inspired his colleagues, who deep down always wanted to do the same. But with their own fear, they would never have dared to do it on their own. But now, with a living example before their eyes, their spirits were lifted. The guy stood still and waited for someone to come out to talk to. And such a person did not hesitate to use his own voice to command the abusers to stop and move away. It was the manager of the residence who, before dealing with the strangers, wanted to know if it would put him in danger. I asked the manager if he understood who was standing in front of him, so that he could identify the criminal and what he needed. When he got the answer he wanted, he introduced himself and explained rather rudely that the man would be arrested today. The manager did not understand what was happening and why this strange young man wanted to arrest him. He did not understand why he should obey these people, whoever they were. He rudely pulled Jan's hand away and explained just as rudely that he was not going to have anything to do with people from a non-working ministry. In response, Yang almost declared the Taizu Decree, which stated that the control of the Yuan could not be dissolved as long as the empire existed. The same strange energy that was flying in the air when he released the energy ball at Jeff began to gather over the residence. Jan's words, amplified by this strange energy, reached the consciousness of every person who observed the situation. Even the Emperor was amazed by the effect of this energy, even though he was very far away. However, the manager did not pay attention to this and continued to bend his way to control the Yuan. The manager was not going to tolerate the insolence of this strange young man any longer, and reached for his weapon with the intention of knocking the crap out of him himself. I didn't just smile at this threat, I just asked if such behavior meant resistance to arrest. The manager went on to make direct threats, concluding that the young man had no real power behind him, and he gave the command to his soldiers to attack, and at the same moment, Julia stood in front of the guy to protect him. The manager kept shouting orders to kill the insolent man and everyone who came with him. He did not know what to do, but he realized that the situation was beyond critical. Their companions' newly gained morale disappeared, and they tried to become invisible. Meanwhile, I was waiting for the blows, stepping forward again, covering the girl with myself. More out of desperation than the thought that it would work, Alan began to shout to the soldiers and everyone around them who was standing in front of them. John's name seems to have become widely known recently, as all passers-by began to repeat it, surprised to realize who they were. One by one, they began to enter the residence, shouting that they would not allow Jan to be harmed. Jan now stood in the middle of the crowd, neither alive nor dead, not understanding why his beautiful plan had gone awry. With his exclamation, Alan simply ruined his beautiful plan, according to which he should have been lying dead, riddled with arrows. Meanwhile, the arrows began to whistle, and the soldiers, obeying the command, began to shoot toward the crowd. And the frightened people still stopped because the fear for their lives was still very great. A loud shout stopped the shooters and the crowd in the ensuing silence, and the same voice asked more calmly what was going on. He also warned that the next step in their direction would be fatal for someone. And this man was clearly not joking. His formidable face was full of determination and anger. The crowd froze, not daring to take a step forward or turn around and leave. But for John, it sounded like a new plan that would lead to his much-desired death. Marquis Greg stood in front of the frozen crowd, looking at them sternly. Although it is easy to be brave in a crowd, taking the first step towards armed men threatening to kill you requires a lot of courage. John began to make his way through the crowd, thanking people for their participation in this event. But I gently explained to them that this was actually an official matter and that ordinary citizens had nothing to do here. And he asked them to go home and do the things that are really important to them. People were touched by this speech, but the danger remained real, and it would be a crime to leave such a righteous man to die. In his usual philosophical manner, Jan said that for him, life is not so valuable because it has different forms and manifestations. His words again caused the scribe's energy to shine around his figure. In fact, he thought it was a little too much. It seemed that any pompous speech provoked this energy, and it was not clear how much he was actually pretending to do, so the energy came from words and not from feelings. But they also caused feelings in other people who felt illumination and clarity after understanding their essence. The emperor was no exception and was impressed by what he had said, but still, a living Yang was more important to the emperor than a dead one. The boy stepped forward and bravely began to approach Marquis Greg, who watched him with a smile, paying tribute to him for his courage and uncompromising attitude. But why talk to someone who was about to die? John suspected that the Marquis was not going to fulfill his threat, and he shook his head and confirmed his suspicion. And this was the man who, according to gossip, killed people for a sideways glance. Hearing this answer, the guy's companions rejoiced, and he almost screamed out loud in frustration. I didn't understand why Marquis Greg was behaving this way, and decided to ask him directly why a sadist like him decided not to kill John. The guy behaved impudently, pointed his finger at Maquis, called him a sadist and a madman, but he just laughed in response. After laughing enough, he decided to answer the guy's question, and confirmed that the gossip was true. John was waiting for explanations to adjust his behavior so that he could still be killed today. The Marquis began his story with the distant days when he was an ordinary bureaucrat with no ambitions or connections. He talked about the brightest day of his life when his daughter was born. He recalled how happy he was to become a father and how happy he was with the very existence of this little girl. He recalled the moments when he had to say goodbye to his daughter because of her talents, and how he was literally showered with gifts that had a huge price tag but could not replace his daughter. He recalled how he sent these treasures back, not wanting to accept them because he was a simple man. But his gesture was misunderstood, and he was sent even more treasures in return. And at that moment, something in him changed a lot. He realized how untrue the statement about hard work bearing fruit was. And after this event, he changed completely because he realized the true virtues of this world. He tried to explain this change to Jan, and said that the world had changed a long time ago, and that the virtues of the past had no meaning in the present. In response, Jan literally exploded with indignation because the whole story seemed to him to be complete nonsense and an excuse for cruelty and crime. And he continued to yell at the Marquis, explaining that the world does not revolve around him and that explaining his sins by the imperfection of this world is nonsense. The Marquis was impressed by the boy's words and decided to partially agree with him, remembering his ancestors and the virtues of John himself. Turning his back on him, he threw over his shoulder that he was actually going to die in the near future anyway. Therefore, it made no sense to kill him here and provoke the wrath of the crowd and other officials and even the emperor. Suddenly, the Marquis turned his attention to the manager and directed an angry glare at him and asked him what he had done to deserve such attention from the Yuan control. He began to apologize and really could not think of a sufficient reason for such behavior by the ministry. Alan came forward, leading an old man who had filed a complaint about the coal he had put in, and addressed the manager in a stern tone. The man still did not understand what exactly he was accused of, as he did not remember the old man standing in front of him. But Alan didn't believe it, thinking that the manager was just pretending to get away with it. But the manager kept insisting that he really didn't know what he was talking about. Finally, the old man couldn't take it anymore and accused the manager of stealing coal directly, without intermediaries. At first, the manager did not even believe in such nonsense. It was such a trifle that it was not even worth mentioning. And even more so, he did not understand why representatives of the Yuan control came here and played out all this drama because of her. This was not understood by many, including the emperor who was watching the action in his palace. They also did not understand why it was necessary to risk their own lives for such a trifle, exposing themselves to crossbow arrows. The main thing is that the Marquis himself did not understand this, and he instantly became more severe and demanded an explanation from John. The guy's face was sad as he saw the reaction of the people around him, who considered the old man's problem to be a trifle. I decided to explain why this is so important in my own unique way. He talked about the old man's life as if he had been watching him for days. His words took on the form of a poem, and people became quiet, hoping to hear every word of his new work. The old man looked at the boy with undisguised adoration, because it's not every day that you meet someone who understands the difficulty of your work and life. On the other hand, the old man now looked at himself with completely different eyes, because he was not noticing the picture of his own life behind his routine. Jan's words were composed as a poem, but this society had never known such poetry before, because such simple things had never been told in such a simple language. But the energy of the scientist that began to rage over the boy left no room for doubt. These were majestic words full of meaning on many levels. He spoke about the difficult and righteous life of an ordinary person, full of joys and sufferings. About the daily hard work that almost no one noticed, but without which all other people could not live so comfortably. The people listening to the poem gradually began to understand the meaning of these words, even though they were unusually simple and uncomplicated. But blinded by his own ego, the Marquis still could not understand the connection between this poem and himself. But there was a place for him in the poem, and it was clearly the place of the antagonist. After all, it was the Marquis's men who took away from the poor old man the result of his hard work, with which he wanted to save his wife and himself. At the end of the poem, the crowd looked at the Marquis and the old woodcutter with completely different eyes. Of course, this poem did not belong to Jan, but it came to his memory at the right time, although some parts had to be reworked to fit the situation. The manager was on his knees, unable to get up or even look into the old man's eyes. The boy's amazingly strong energy pressed him down to the ground. Alan was smiling and praising John's new poem, and his admiration was absolutely sincere because he was a poet himself. Indeed, the guy knew poetry better than anyone else among those present, and realized what a great thing John had just done for poetry. Gul Marquis Greg was not such a sign of high art, and therefore saw this action as an insult to his own person. John was hardly touched by the insults directed at him, but he could not allow the old man to be insulted anymore. He bluntly reminded the Marquis that he could live in such luxury and live at all only because of people like this old man. And then he reminded us that these people are the majority and should be treated with respect, because their true power is incomparably greater than any army. However, John's words only angered the Marquis, and now he was not going to let him go so easily. And he gave the crossbowman an order to shoot the boy and take his life, not realizing that this was what Jan wanted. But the guy's protective chi deflected all the arrows like a magic curtain, and something much more serious was needed to take his life. He stood motionless, watching broken crossbow arrows bounce off the barrier and pile up in a heap in front of his feet. Ian exhaled in disappointment, though he honestly didn't expect any effect from the crossbows, because he already knew the abilities of his aura. However, he hoped that the Marquis would figure out how to kill him using some other more productive means. This is exactly what the Marquis, who was burning with rage, wanted to do and ordered his men to attack the boy. But suddenly, George appeared on the doorstep of the residence with an order from the imperial court, demanding that whatever was happening here be stopped immediately. The emperor, who was afraid that the official would not be able to reach the residence in time, breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was not that simple. The Marquis refused the order because he wanted this impudent guy dead. His rage only grew as he explained why John had to die today, and he just smiled in his face. Ian had already thought that the Marquis would back down, but his reaction sincerely pleased him, and he decided to follow suit. George hoped that John would back down to save his own life, and the conflict would be hushed up, but it didn't work out that way. The guy explained to the eunuch that he could not give up so easily as a representative of the Yuan Auxiliary. Having said that, he turned to Alan and asked him to quote the first law of the great ancestor. As the boy expected, Alan knew all the rules by heart because he respected words as art above all else and could not help but learn them. This protected him from any attempts to stop or freeze the conflict and allowed him to continue his work despite the Emperor's order. He decided to loudly explain to everyone who could hear him that this was not a simple matter of a pile of coal, but a fundamental process. Because everyone should be equal before the law of the Empire, and neither status nor money should stop justice, no matter what it costs. And according to him, it turned out that indulgence in such a small matter could lead to the destruction of the entire empire. It was an unequivocally correct position, and even the most implacable opponent of the boy could not say anything against it. I started chanting John's name, fully recognizing his rightness and the absence of arguments against him. He sincerely believed in what he was saying because it was pure truth. People united by one idea can move mountains if they want to. The Empress listened to John's speech with tears in her eyes, and his personal heroism inspired her as well, although she could not allow his death. Therefore, the Emperor ordered everyone who is now in the capital and can help the boy to come to his aid immediately. One of the doors of the House of the Spring Wind was forced open, releasing the furious courtesan Meg, who was determined to go somewhere. Her maid looked after her in surprise, not knowing where she was going, but in response she only muttered curses. Luis, who was also watching the residence with his father, had to be held back by two people at once to prevent him from running ahead of his father to save Jan. Even though he did not have any special abilities that could help in this situation, he still rushed there because his honor dictated it. Old Lee looked at his son with an unmoving face, although in his mind he fully understood his son's feelings. But I could not allow him to die for nothing, let alone aggravate an already difficult situation. He also wanted to save John, but he had other ways to do it than to throw his fists into a fight for the first time. Meanwhile, the situation in the residence was getting hotter and hotter, and he brazenly stood in front of the Marquis, who was ready to throw himself at him with his bare hands. But instead, he chose another option and resorted to the power of the sect of the Immortals, against which few can resist. At his strange signal, strange figures appeared near the boy, big men who looked more like gorillas than people. And at the same second, these strange creatures rushed at John, waving their huge arms like real clubs. The guy still hoped that he would be able to die normally at least this time and no one would save him. However, this hope was in vain, and Bob, who had never shown himself to be a strong man before, popped out at him like a devil out of a snuff box. But in fact, he was still a gorilla because he withstood the gorilla's blow and continued to fight, even though the gorilla was obviously animal strong. While knocking the spirit out of this monstrous creature, the man decided to tell the story of his life. He recalled how he was a cavalry commander who drove away hordes of barbarians from the borders of the empire with strength and courage. He recalled how proud he was of his victories and strength, and how he hoped to continue bringing victories to the empire in the future. And suddenly, unexpectedly, he found himself under the control of the Yuan, which already had the status of an exile ministry. But today, his attitude toward his work has changed somewhat, and it's completely different. He realized that this work was not really an exile, but a challenge and a real honor. Ian, who saw Bob beating up these monsters, could not believe his eyes that a few hours ago he thought he was just a drunk. But on the other hand, there were still a few monsters on whom Jan had pinned his hopes as instruments of his own death. And they did not disappoint his expectations by immediately rushing at him with the intention of finishing him off as quickly as possible. In the Jew Empire, scribes were always the most respected people, desperately describing the world, inventing new things and preserving the old. One of them was young Jeff, who respected the book of the great ancestor Jew like no other, and was able to become a great warrior by it. And then he turned his talents to establishing peace and justice by becoming a constable at a very young age. He became a real storm of the criminal world, not giving a break to any robber, gang, or mob. But that was too long ago, and since then the fire in his soul has barely smoldered until today and the memorable meeting with Master Jan. And today he felt again what it is to fight evil and what it is to feel on the right side of the law. So he left his doubts behind and bravely went out to fight these monsters who dared to go against the control of the Yuan. His sword cut them down without pity or doubt, confirming the skill of the #1 divine constable. The Marquis did not expect that these two companions of Jan were capable of anything at all. He thought that this was planned from the very beginning to mislead him and cause him even more insult. Ian, in turn, thought that Marquis Greg was so angry that he would be ready to use all available methods to kill the boy. and the Marquis began to make his next move, pulling out a knife and preparing to attack. But he did not rush to the young man with a knife, but rather screamed and suddenly pierced his palm with it. Evil and dark energy began to rage around the Marquis like a dirty, smoky flame. Behind him, a scary-looking creature resembling a wolf with horns several meters high seemed to have formed out of the energy. It was a truly terrible creature that inspired horror with its mere appearance, devouring Jian with its red eyes. It was the personification of death. The boy looked at this monster with admiration, pinning high hopes on this thing to swallow him. It was a real dark art that was a pure sin for good people, and the eyes of the control warriors looked at it and its owner with hatred. The Marquis was triumphant, believing that now nothing could save the impudent young man from death. Promising the demon more victims, he ordered it to attack the boy, and the beast did not hesitate to follow the order. Julia was about to rush forward, preparing to repel the demon's attack with her body. But instead, the third controlling Yuan stood between the strange animal and its owner, slamming his strange box on the ground. The impact caused the box to open, releasing puffs of yellowish smoke that glowed in the frosty air. The demon's mouth was closing in on the third warrior, but he stood still, only raising his hand in a characteristic gesture. The box split into two halves, revealing a strange sword that had been closed before, shining with a dazzling light. He addressed the sword as if it were a living being, and it rose in the air, wreathed in dazzling flashes of energy. Shocked, Yan looked at all this with wide eyes and did not understand why the heavens had cursed him with such minions. Forgetting about her mute cover in shock, Julia also shouted out a comment about the flying sword and its owner. The demon looked equally surprised, not knowing how to fight such a strange thing. And he made a surprisingly wise decision for an animal, turned and began to run for his life, not noticing how at that moment the sword flew high into the sky. And a second later, he started flying down at a tremendous speed to finish off the demonic animal. When the flying sword reached the demon at the landing site, there was an explosion that raised smoke and hid what happened next from prying eyes. The Marquis thought it was some kind of a nightmare and could not believe that he had been defeated so easily and quickly. And in the place where the demon was hit by the sword, there was only a huge hole with no signs of life. The sword flew back to its owner with a quick flutter and hid in the box sheath until another time. The people in the crowd looked at all this with eyes wide with surprise, as these three from the Yuan control were constantly in their eyes just drunkards. Lady Meg, hearing her assistant's question, thought about it and decided that no one knew about it, and also thought that fools are obviously lucky. No one expected that these three would turn out to be such heroes, so strong, and that they would risk themselves for Jian. And such a coincidence could not be a coincidence. It was obvious that the sky itself was on this guy's side, and there was no other way to explain it. Three warriors ritually congratulated Jian on his victory by bowing before him. And he was angry and did not understand why heaven was punishing him with such strong minions who had been a bunch of lazy people only in the morning. And now he wanted to know why the hell they were sitting in the Yuan control room with such enormous power. To become a celestial emperor, and to do so by doing such a small thing as simply dying by someone else's hand. He didn't understand how it was that the more danger he brought upon himself, the more the universe wanted to save his life. In other circumstances, these three would have been a gift from heaven, but now that he was half a step away from his goal, it looked like a divine joke. He was distracted from his sad thoughts by Alan, who ran up and began to tell him the information. He recalled the stories of these three officials who unexpectedly turned out to be such skilled fighters. Divine Constable Jeff, who dispersed entire gangs of bandits with his sword skills. The famous General Bob commanded cavalry and defeated entire hordes of Western barbarians. And famous for his flying sword, Jake, who is very famous for his flying sword is very famous. John noticed with anger that there was not enough information about the third man, despite the fact that he was very famous. One way or another, Alan was really surprised that such prominent personalities as these three were working in the control of the Yuan. And Yan was surprised that in a ministry that was perceived by everyone as a dumping ground for personnel, there was anyone strong at all. Everything was out of whack and not according to his plan at all, which put the guy in a complete, hopeless depression. Jeff, clearly misunderstanding Lord Ian's emotions, proclaimed his full support for him with a ritual bow. After all, it was John Sagodnia's words and actions that showed him hope for the future and a way out of the hopeless state he was in. It is very difficult to live without any meaning, although sometimes it happens that there is a meaning, but you can't see it without help. For Jeff, this man was Lord Yang, who reminded the Divine Constable that his goal was law and justice. Bob felt the same way and joined his friend in kneeling before the boy as a sign of his devotion. And it was at that moment that the guy realized how it all happened. He just thought that the people around him were just NPCs with no history behind them. And all three of them cried out loud, two of them from the emotion of the moment, and one from the realization of their own stupidity. And Master Jake did not interfere in this emotional moment, maintaining his mysterious reputation. Bob and Jeff tearfully vowed to John that they would work hard to restore the glory of controlling the Yuan, and thereby give their lives meaning. This was absolutely not in the guy's interest, and so he tried to protest against this decision, but apparently it was in vain. As usual, they took his words as some strange display of heroism, and instead of obeying him, only wanted to follow him more strongly. And indeed they did. They began to swear allegiance again, and assure John that they would always be on his side. And Alan's comments made him want to just giggle stupidly and hit the nearest wall with his head. And before he went completely crazy, he asked the first poet to finally stop praising his modest personality. Especially since the battle was not yet over, and the Marquis was standing right in front of him and contemplating all these scenes. By the way, he was very angry about the huge hole in the middle of the yard at his residence, although it would have made a nice pond. The Marquis wanted to tear the impudent boy apart with his bare hands. His face was so infuriating. But the Marquis had already run out of aces up his sleeve, and the warriors seemed to have just warmed up after the last battle. He recoiled from their angry faces, wondering how he could preserve at least some remnants of his dignity. So he turned around and somewhat pompously promised them trouble in the near future and walked away. John's companions were only disappointed by this attitude, as their high morale required a fight. As for the guy, no matter how much he did not want to meet his own death today, he was very grateful to his comrades for such sincere devotion. Today, everyone on the streets was discussing the revival of control of the Yuan and its members. Now the ministry looked completely different. The new coin shone on the facade, and there was no dirt or cobwebs anywhere. But something had to be done with the prisoner, and Ian did not expect it to come to that, since the purpose of his trip was completely different. The Marquis's bound residence manager was morally crushed, kneeling in front of John's desk. But the solution was obvious to the thief. The law will dictate what to do with it, and in what sequence. Hearing this, Jeff was delighted because he had long been nostalgic about his past achievements as a constable. And Jake turned to Jan, stroking his beard in thoughtfulness. He thought that the man wanted to warn him about the Marquis's ties to an immortal sect. But the latter dispelled his assumptions with a smile, explaining that it was something else entirely. He had heard gossip that the Marquis was also associated with the House of Misty Rain. It was an unfamiliar name for John and aroused his interest because the more organizations that hunt for him, the better. A secret organization of assassins in the service of the venerable Marquis, who wanted John so badly, was really good news for him. The capabilities of this organization that Jake described were really impressive, although he thought they might be a bit exaggerated. The man handed John a golden amulet with a strange inscription, which he said was supposed to somehow protect him from the killers. Another amulet in John's life was clearly unnecessary. He already had a lot of trouble with his chai. But the man was persistent and slipped him the amulet almost against his will. And then he was going to go about his business with very vague advice about his safety. This man was a complete mystery, the unsolved nature of which confused Jan. As always, he answered the direct question in such a way that the riddle only became more mysterious. Jan once again thought that this whole world is still a big mysterious riddle for him, and it was best to solve such riddles with as much information as possible. And Ian realized how ignorant he was about how this world works, and decided to start eliminating his own ignorance at least a little. He read about his great ancestor and realized that most of what he wrote could be absolutely untrue. However, some of it might be true, but how to distinguish one from the other was the question. Mysterious conspiracies and murders, struggles for power and influence were all significant and important things in his environment. In moments of decline, there were heroes who tried to change the world for the better. And there were people who helped them in everything, becoming heroes themselves. John had read about one of these officers who went in search of the great ancestor but disappeared himself. It has become at least clearer why the Yuan's control has come to the state it is in today. One way or another, his curiosity paid off and he learned more about the organization he worked for, although it was still unclear how all these talented people got here and how much of it was someone's will and how much was an accident. A similar study was conducted in the Imperial Palace with surprising resonance. The Emperor and Meg explored the history of Yuan control and paid special attention to its current employees. And the Emperor was also concerned about the same question, namely how such heroic people remained so far from the affairs by simply drinking quietly. The Emperor took the blame, but the courtesan aptly noted that it was the Emperor's decision that led to today's good news. The Emperor agreed, but he was still not sure that this was wisdom and not an accident. Their discussion turned to the person of Jake, who wielded a flying sword and became the key to today's victory. And he was a really strange person who somehow left no trace of his history and biography. Although he did not belong to any organization that had traditions and ways of concealing information, the Emperor insisted that his identity be revealed because he might actually threaten Lord Yang. Meanwhile, this long day was finally coming to an end, flooding the Yuan control room with warm light. Alan ran into the room where Ian was working with a cheerful smile to tell him the good news. The good news was that Jeff had mastered a new level in his own swordplay. But this joyful news was quite the opposite for John, as the man who took over his bodyguard duties became even stronger. Suddenly, someone pushed the guy and it felt like he was facing a mountain. It was a joyful Bob who announced that he had also reached a new milestone in his strength. However, this incredible giant was embarrassed by the fact that he could not grow to the level of his glorious ancestors, although these were most likely fairy tales. This big guy really scared John with his burly appearance and thunderous voice. Once again, he was made into a hero, even though he did not do a single thing to be one. Ian greeted everyone with a rather fake laugh, and he hurried to retire to his office, away from these formidable people. First, the protective Chai, then these super expert warriors who literally swore allegiance to him. His chances of dying peacefully were diminishing before his eyes. On the street, Jeff continued to shout inspirational speeches about his victory over Marquis Gregg. And worst of all three soldiers seemed ready to lay down their lives for John. The evening was quiet and peaceful, and Ian and Julia walked around the city. Unlike in the evening, the guy was restless, constantly looking around and waiting for an attack every second. The girl interpreted his behavior in her own way, and thought that he was playing it safe from an attack that Marquis Gregg might have planned. She tells him not to worry because she is there to protect him in any situation. In addition, he had a talisman that was supposed to protect him from the killers of the foggy rain that Jake gave him. In fact, I was looking for a place where he could stumble upon the killers, thereby increasing their chances. He considered a local analog of a bar to be the best place to do this, as it is where unpleasant and suspicious people gather. However, this thought turned out to be in vain, and this became clear almost from the first seconds after he entered the drinking establishment. There were indeed many people in the bar, but most of them were local citizens, various low-ranking officials and other passers-by. In addition, many of them were present during the storming of the Marquis's residence, so they knew him by sight and were, in fact, his fans. The crowd immediately surrounded him with questions and wishes, just to touch the living idol. I tried to stop the crowd and calm people down a bit, but it was impossible in a bar and among such loyal fans. The crowd only grew denser and more active in response to his words. These were clearly not the conditions that were suitable for the comfortable murder of the boy by the Marquis's men, and the killers were not really visible, so the guy decided to take advantage of the situation and make an investment in the future. So he climbed on the table and began an incendiary speech, which, in his opinion, should have accelerated the actions of his enemies. Under the watchful eyes of the people, he began to tell them that as long as he was alive, the Ministry of Yuan Control would prosecute all criminals. And in the same vein, he conveyed his personal greetings to Marquis Gregg, with whom he said he was not yet finished. After his speech, the crowd began to chant his name, and the bar strangely began to resemble a pop idol's concert venue. When the Marquis heard rumors of this inflammatory speech, he became seriously angry and internally vowed to kill the boy as soon as possible. He called out to one of his aides in a tone as if he was going to take out all his anger on him, and he stammered and asked the Marquis how he could help him, expecting that he might die now. The Marquis approached him in a frightening manner and ordered him to leave from a distance of barely 2 centimeters. So that night, the Marquis's handyman, trying not to show his face to people, made his way through the dark streets to find him. An assassin who will be able to fulfill the Marquis's plan in the shortest possible time. The house the man approached was terrifying just by looking at it. It seemed abandoned and haunted. Textbook and Marquis introduced himself quietly to the void and said the name of the person he had come to see. In response, he heard a very eerie voice that seemed to come from hell itself. The voice was clearly not happy about the night visitor, but business was business, so the man continued to insist on meeting. In the back of the house, a green lamp lit up with an eerie light, giving the environment even more mystical features. The man in the deep hood got straight to the point by asking the victim's name. The rest was unnecessary since the services he provided were only for murders. But when he heard who the hooded man was going to kill, he was quite surprised, since according to rumors, it was not an easy target. But the next moment, he smiled broadly because the difficult booty meant a large fee. Meanwhile, at his residence, Ian checked every corner of the house and garden, even looking into tubs and underbushes. The servant wanted to help his master, but as it turned out, he was not looking for a lost object, but for hidden guards. John did not want any of his servants or acquaintances to be hurt in the attack, so he sent his servant away as quickly as possible. The same was true of young Julie, who, after the raid on the Marquis's residence, followed him everywhere. Suddenly, he jumped up to her and, almost forcibly taking her hand, shoved something into her palm with an extremely serious look. It turned out to be a talisman of foggy rain, and not understanding the guy's true motives, she thought he was very worried about her safety. The guy smiled with satisfaction, thinking that he had done everything possible to facilitate the work of his own killers. All the preparations that the guy was doing exhausted him enough that he slept like a log, which was completely in line with his security plans. But Julia did not sleep. She realized how dangerous this night was and decided to prepare for it with all possible seriousness. Quietly sneaking into John's bedroom, she put a special lamp by his bed, and she began to prepare for battle, doubting that the assassins sent by the Marquis Greg would soon be coming to the estate. She took off her baggy clothes and changed into looser clothes that did not restrict her movements. There was one more small detail to be completed before she left Mr. John's bedchamber. She slipped him the amulet he had given her before, even though she hoped to make sure he wouldn't need it. With that, the preparations were complete, and all that was left was to keep a watchful eye and wait for the uninvited guests to appear. She went out into the courtyard, looking intently at the moonlit area. She didn't have to wait long. She immediately sensed someone else's ominous presence in the shadows across the street. A moment later, a strange figure with a sword and a piece of paper for a face appeared around the corner. As the time passed, the girl made a strange gesture, and the energy swirling in her hand began to form a sword. But the strange figure wasted no time in attacking the girl, intending to kill her with a single blow. But Julia was much faster and literally chopped him to pieces in an instant. The strange man was scattered with pieces of paper, revealing his own essence as nothing more than a paper golem. But as it turned out, it was only the first of them, and several others tried to put them on her from behind. She sensed that there was something wrong with their weapons, or rather, they smelled of poison, which meant that she should not miss a single shot. They all attacked together, trying to overcome the obviously significant gap in strength with their numbers, but the girl had techniques for this case. The energy she used formed a cloud around her that quickly condensed into sharp ice blades. The next moment, at her command, they flew towards the attackers with the speed of a cannonball. A few seconds later, the only thing left of the attackers was a pile of paper that quietly fell to the ground at her feet. A man in a deep hood was watching this battle, and after she had dealt with the paper people, he approached her with a proposal. However, the girl made it clear that the path of a hired killer in the House of Foggy Rain was not for her. With a quick, deadly swipe of her sword, she cut the man in half without waiting for him to make any other suggestions. As it turned out, it was just another paper golem that distracted her attention by broadcasting the words of the real killer, who, using his secret skills, seized the moment and entered the house where the real target was. The figure of the murderer seemed to emerge from a strange black fog right in Lord John's bedchamber. He was approaching the boy. The figure of the killer seemed to be a void, smiling a crooked smile. Under the influence of sleeping pills, John slept without noticing that a deadly razor-sharp blade had already been brought over him. But the killer's blow missed its target. Instead, hitting an unknown barrier, the mysterious amulet Jake gave him worked. Julia was just in time to see the killer's unsuccessful attempt to do his job. The explosion came as a complete surprise to him and threw the killer a good 10 meters away. Now the unsuccessful killer was fuming for a different reason. The ambush arranged by the girl had worked to the fullest. But the case was not over yet, so Julia rushed like lightning to finish off the killer. But he seemed to expect this turn and took out a strange piece of paper that immediately began to disappear into thin air. She missed it by just a moment, and the man dissipated into fog a centimeter away from her sword. In the sudden silence, the girl looked around the yard and analyzed the events and concluded that the attack was not over yet. The killer, having reached a safe distance from the guard's girl, materialized again. He took out another amulet that resembled a small pot and crushed it forcefully in his palm. It was obvious that his strength was not enough to kill the guy, so he decided to call for help. Mysterious figures, shrouded in fog, hurried from all over the city to John's residence. One by one, they arrived at John's residence to launch a furious attack. However, Julia stood in their way, ready for this development and determined to protect her master. The battle had begun, and the enemy forces had just begun to reach the residence, so the night promised to be long for the girl. Finally, dawn broke over the city, and the sounds of battle were no longer heard. The girl stood in the middle of the courtyard of the residence, completely exhausted, having fought the murderers of the house in the foggy rain all night. But the killers did not achieve their goal, and the girl brilliantly coped with the task of ensuring John's safety. Meg, who had been watching the battle closely, was very pleased with the choice of such a talented bodyguard for the boy. She thoughtfully held out the name of the assassin clan that had attacked the estate, wondering what action to take against them. After all, they really posed a threat and were an extra piece on the board of the Imperial game. Usually Ian would have woken up earlier, but apparently because he was nervous yesterday, he woke up later today. And he woke up still alive, although according to the plan he was supposed to wake up in another world as an almost omnipotent being. Yesterday, he did everything possible to ensure that Marquis Gregg could not ignore his public statements and challenges. But apparently he misjudged the degree of anger and courage of this man. Suddenly, he heard an unusual noise and screams outside the window, and the fact that he was alive could mean that something had happened to his family. And he ran out into the yard in his pajamas to see what was happening with his own eyes. What he saw was indeed a surprise to Jan. He looked at the scene of the night's massacre with disbelieving eyes. Nevertheless, the Marquis had the courage and the opportunity to make an attempt on his life, but someone again prevented John's death. I couldn't figure out who it could be because he did everything possible to ensure that no one from the Yuan control could prevent the assassination attempt. But there was nothing to do, so he went to the ministry to find help with the disposal of the bodies. Out of habit, he started talking to Julia, who always tailed him, but was horrified to realize that he hadn't seen her since the morning. He ran to her room in a panic, terrified of the pictures that might be waiting for him there. She was lying in her bed and showed no signs of life. He approached her and gently turned her face up, but she did not wake up, although he did not see any injuries. She was still clutching the amulet that was supposed to protect her from the murderers of the House of Misty Rain. Ian could not believe that the girl had died, especially since he was the only one who had been targeted by the killers. Suddenly, the girl snored as loudly as even Big Bob could not. Jan's servant, who was waiting for him outside, suddenly heard a loud bang and was afraid that something might have happened to his master. When he ran into the room, he saw Jan alive and well, rubbing his bruised head with a happy smile. Then he noticed the girl sleeping soundly and snoring furiously in the process, and was surprised that she was sleeping so long. But I, who had just experienced the loss of my girlfriend, was ready to forgive her for everything, especially since there was nothing to forgive. Finally, he could breathe out calmly. Despite the fact that the yard was littered with the corpses of the killers, no one in his entourage was injured. Watching the work of the other ministers in charge of controlling the Yuan, who led the gathering and search of the killers, he thought bitterly that it could have ended today. Bob approached the guy with the report and told him about the unusual wounds on the bodies. He began to remember who in his circle had a sword at this level, and the first was Jake with his flying sword. I realized it was true when I remembered what was left, or rather not left, of the demon dog after Jake's blow. Traces of the battle, because you are all over the yard, on the floor slabs, on the trees, on the stairs. The fight was really fierce. Looking closer at the footprints left on the tree, he was once again convinced that it couldn't have been Jake. The other two also did not show such talent with the sword to leave such marks. Unfortunately, this could only mean one thing. He has some other crazy volunteer protecting him without his knowledge. And this, in turn, meant that he desperately needed to find and neutralize this person's protection before that it was pointless to flood the powerful of this world. And of course, in order not to attract unnecessary attention and to explain his motivation to others, he said that he wanted to reward his unexpected defender. Julia, who had already woken up and was looking at everything from the window, blushed and smiled, thinking that she didn't need any reward. Meanwhile, the news of the failed assassination attempt reached Marquis Gregg, who took the news with courage and fortitude, even though he had smashed all the furniture in the room. One of his servants, although terrified of his master's anger, came with a report about the news about John. However, the Marquis took this as good news because knowing in advance where the person you want to kill will be at a particular moment in time is half the battle. The imperial court continued to live its strange imperial life despite any adventures of its members. The Ministry of Yuan Control in full force marched to the throne room, throwing comments and jokes along the way. As he approached the hall, Jack stopped and bowed, saying that he would not go any further and would stay here. Ian wanted to ask the Flying Sword Master more questions, but he was distracted by George shouting his name across the yard. He ran up to John breathlessly and began to tell him that today's meeting would be unusual for him. The eunuch was seriously frightened. He was not so serious even when he arrived at the Marquis's residence on that memorable day. The news that George brought alarmed the representatives of the Yuan Control because their call could only be for two reasons, either reward or punishment. Apparently, they were not going to be awarded today, which meant that only the second option remained. All of them had already realized this and could not hide their indignation that they were going to be punished for their faithful service for the good of the Empire. But I showed no signs of anxiety and began to reassure my comrades in a somewhat philosophical context. Moreover, both the truth and public opinion were completely on their side because they simply performed their duties well for the first time in many years. Meanwhile, the guy thought that this could be a great opportunity to piss off even more influential people. So he continued to smile cheerfully at his friends, showing no signs of anxiety or fear. Such enthusiasm was truly contagious. Alan had been looking at the boy with adoration ever since he won the poetry competition. Bob, in turn, could not help but fall in love with the man who reminded him what victory was after many years of forgetfulness. And Jeff's thirst for justice, which he had been trying to drown out with alcohol for so long, considering it almost a vice, was revived thanks to him. So they were all happy to follow John to hell or high water, while George thought they had misunderstood him and was already telling them what was coming. We did not understand everything perfectly, but we believed in John's seemingly bottomless optimism, not knowing his real motives. The Emperor, meanwhile, waited for the Yuan control chamber to arrive to dissolve it. Their detention in itself was an insolence that deserved punishment, but the Emperor's real motive was different. He did not want to dissolve the chamber or punish it, but it was the only way to ensure their safety. And the Yuan controllers, with the courage of the doomed, went to the throne room with their heads proudly raised, leaving fear behind. Their courage and optimism were infectious, but George, who stayed behind, was still very worried about John and his colleagues. He was torn by strange feelings, as if his consciousness was divided into two. One part wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with John, and the other wanted to hide him in the basement. But he could do neither the former nor the latter, although he wished him well in both cases. Finally, Yang and company made it to the Emperor with the audacity to boldly enter the throne room and bow ceremoniously. The luxury and size of the throne room, among other things, served to put pressure on the minds of those who came here for the first time or not often. No less pressure was exerted by the eyes of hundreds of officials who smilingly awaited the public flogging of the Yuan control. Here and there, quiet voices of officials could be heard criticizing John and his friends. The Emperor decided not to delay the procedure, which was painful for Jan and for himself, and began his speech without delay. But almost immediately, the guy interrupted him, showing his defiant behavior, and asked for a word. Jan decided to have fun today. So he started from afar and turned to the officials and asked them a seemingly innocent question. And when he heard the answer, he shouted loudly so that he could be heard in all corners of the hall, accusing the officials of cowardice and youthfulness. The emperor only blinked his eyes when he heard such bold speeches from his protege, who seemed to be doing everything to anger the powers that be. One of the older officials shouted back at the one who spoke about the language, accusing him of unbecoming behavior in the throne room. The voices of other officials were immediately heard from all sides in support of the old man. The old man listened with pleasure to the voices of support, already internally celebrating his victory over the insolent man. Things were getting more and more serious. The emperor only wanted to loosen control, but disrespect in the throne room was a more serious charge. It seemed that Ian was enjoying this moment and laughed out loud, causing even more indignation with his behavior. Laughing, he began to compare the old bureaucrat's performance to that of a circus performer. Indeed, the old man's cries with his broken voice were in some ways imperceptibly similar to the animal cries of the macaques. However, the bureaucrat did not back down and appealed directly to the emperor, accusing John of continuing to show disrespect for the throne room. The guy got a little fed up with being poked in the face, so he waited for the right moment and grabbed the old man's finger, breaking it a little. He threateningly brought his face closer to the bureaucrat's face and asked him in a menacing voice who he was. The latter retreated in horror, wrenching his hand from John's grip and introducing himself as the Minister of History. John continued to openly mock the old bureaucrat, and continued to do so at every opportunity. And laughing, he immediately turned away from the old man and continued his interrupted speech full of fair enough accusations. Finally, he finished it with a sincere smile, directly calling almost everyone in the room animals. But the very next moment, the smile flew off his face, and he turned to the Minister of History and began to hurl serious accusations at him. Like a lawyer at a mock trial, he poured out serious arguments one after another, giving the impression that he was not the accused here, but the old minister, and that it is the old minister who should be punished today, not the Ministry of Yuan Control. It was then that John first really wanted to change the world for the better, simply because it was the right thing to do, not because of his posthumous ambitions. Indeed, recent times have shown how powerful determination and the simple absence of fear can be. Today, the imperial palace was buzzing like a disturbed beehive, and it was entirely the responsibility of John and his insolent behavior. He perceived it as a kind of video game in which he had to use words and gestures to defeat various corrupt thieves. To his credit, he was really good at it. Using his well-readness and good memory, he could easily produce quote after quote. Thus, it turned out that he had the wisdom and rhetorical techniques of 3,000 years behind him against a bunch of self-confident fools. And so it turned out that one by one he sent a rhetorical knockout to everyone who dared to speak out against him. But the volunteers were not running out, so another one of them raised his voice, confident that he would smash the arrogant, self-confident young man. However, this time was different from the previous battles. The person standing in front of him was dressed as a member of the Yuan control chamber. The man stood confidently in front of John without showing fear, looking as if the boy owed him money. After he introduced himself, it became clear what the reason for his overconfidence was. It was John's boss, whom he had never met, and the guy immediately switched to his favorite tactic, making an initially innocent comment that confused his target. It happened this time. The man tried to collect his thoughts in a pile, and playing exactly as he wanted, the guy asked what he meant. And he answered with a joyful and friendly smile as he had planned from the very beginning. And his trap worked, as he directly pointed out that this person has nothing to do with the control of the Yuan, even though he is nominally its boss. There was no trace of the man's self-confidence. He began to scream and reject the hands of the still friendly Yan. He even began to demand that John be thrown out into the street and beaten, showing his own weakness. The guy and his companions looked at this eccentric as if he were crazy. It became obvious that he appealed to other representatives of the control, believing that they should beat John. The guy approached the man with a very serious face and began to explain to him what the essence of Yuan control was. The man began to hesitantly justify himself by breaking the harmony, but it was obvious to everyone how weak his rhetoric was. But he kept talking, and I decided not to stop him from digging his own grave. And indeed, what this bureaucrat said was so far from the truth of real-life practice that Ian did not even believe that such people existed. John saw an opportunity to destroy this man, and taking from his memory a story that corresponded to such nonsense, stopped the speech of the small-minded bureaucrat. Having slightly altered the story of Marie Antoinette, who offered hungry French people to eat cakes instead of bread, he told his version. Those who had at least a little contact with real life immediately understood the meaning of the story and were outraged by the behavior of the fictional official. But the new story worked even better than he expected, because his supervisor, who was far removed from the lives of ordinary people, did not understand anything. He really didn't see any contradictions in the official's behavior in John's story. Ian really wanted to slap himself on the forehead from the strange feeling that comes when the other person is so stupid that you are ashamed of yourself. The Emperor decided to stop their quarrel by forcefully knocking on the throne's armrest. Surprisingly, the Emperor's thoughts were very much in line with those of the eunuch George. But unlike him, the Emperor still had to make a decision, and although it was not easy, he made it. Absolutely unfair. From the point of view of the controlling authorities, they were closed down for finally starting to do their job. The Emperor saw no other way out to protect the boy and his people from the attacks of bureaucrats and a deadly sect. But then something really unexpected happened. A legate who put the law above all else refused to obey the Emperor's order, and this was already a sufficient reason to sentence him to death. There was only one punishment for refusing to at least formally obey the Emperor. The shocked Emperor looked at the boy with wide open eyes, not knowing what to do now and how to save his life. Surprisingly, this time Ian did not rejoice at the thought of dying soon, but rather the feeling of an unfulfilled mission was squeezing his chest. Meanwhile, inseparable from his box case, Jake sat on one of the rooftops and waited for his friends in the company of a jug of wine. Although he did not know what was happening in the palace, a bad feeling gnawed at his heart. He was used to trusting his premonitions, and when he talked to himself, he recalled the story of long-forgotten days. In the end, he made a decision that had been brewing for quite some time. He had to do something. With an unexpected speed, Jake took off into the air and rushed over the city's rooftops like a comet. Soon he landed softly in the courtyard of a neat, deserted house, and he tried to be as quiet as possible, as if he were in a holy place. In fact, for him it was. For him the courtroom was a place of communion with his gods. He opened the lofty door with a bow full of respect and said a greeting that was more like a magic formula. There was no one inside, but he kept talking, complaining about the injustices of this world. He knelt on his knees, not daring to enter the temple, and talked about the decline of the Yuan's control and Yang's place in its revival. It was as if he was praying to a deity to save the boy and the control room. The mysterious mirror glowed with internal energy and did not react to Jake's words. And apparently that was the answer, and it was a negative one. Unable to withstand his inner feelings, the man dropped his manners and respect and said what he felt with a sincere heart. The mirror continued to glow steadily, unresponsive to Jake's words, and suddenly it bent as if it were a fabric that someone was trying to break through. And in a moment, as if having penetrated some invisible membrane, the shining energy burst out of the object and flew at high speed towards the palace. The entity trapped inside the mirror listened to Jake's prayers, but it was not enough. Meanwhile, in the palace, the official continued to shout at John, demanding that he commit suicide for disrespecting the Emperor. Suicide was not part of the guy's plans for many reasons. Firstly, it would deprive him of an afterlife, and secondly, it would not do anything good for people. But he offered to kill him, and this served both his purposes of rebirth and martyrdom, which would have inspired many people. The entity that was watching him felt that he was not lying and was ready to die, and this was the first test. The time for the second test came, and the entity above the palace became several times brighter. An invisible energy covered the entire palace with its imperceptible glow. The second exam was an assessment of enemies and friends, and almost all the officials in the room who were the boy's enemies were deeply flawed individuals. The current chief officer of the Yuan control was a particular standout, a bundle of envy and stupidity. The assessment of his comrades showed their complete trust in the guy, and their willingness to follow him to the end. The second test was also passed, and the guy continued to wait for the decision on his murder. The old minister of history spoke up again, emphasizing that the strong and aggressive clans of the sect and the country wanted him dead. All the officials in the hall fell to their knees and began to shout at the emperor, begging him to kill the boy. The entire court, all officials without exception, wanted Jan dead, and the emperor was amazed at this unity and viciousness. Ian dug up another quote from his memory that was apt for the moment, and couldn't help but share it with this bloodthirsty crowd. As he continued to speak, he looked at these people and saw that they were nothing but empty shells. They were really just worms who were afraid of light, and therefore invented thousands of reasons for its harmfulness. When he finished speaking, he looked directly at the emperor and loudly admitted his guilt, but he did not think to admit that he was wrong. His companions fell on one knee in front of such a majestic act, realizing the boy's sacrifice and why he made it. But suddenly, an incomprehensible entity seemed to cover Jan, causing an inexplicable feeling of power and righteousness. The light gradually became visible, filling every cell of the boy's body and the space around him. An authoritative voice full of power spoke in his mind, appointing him the new chief officer of the Yuan control. In a strange way, this energy was able to inform the entire empire about this decision by sounding in everyone's head. Jake bowed with a warm feeling in his heart to the Hall of Justice, feeling grateful and relieved because he had been worried about the boy's ordeal. Suddenly, the ground seemed to shake, and a strange pressure filled the air around the Hall of Justice. Balls of energy burst out of the hall, flying in different directions and frightening passers-by. They flew out of the mysterious mirror Jake was talking to. Suddenly, something broke through the roof of the Hall of Justice at high speed and flew into the sky, leaving a bright trail behind it. And a real comet, a burning meteorite, flew toward the Imperial throne room. Jake's surprise knew no bounds. It was not just recognition, and not just passing the exam, it was a sword. Meanwhile, I was still trying to understand what this strange feeling caused by this pillar of light could mean. Almost as if it were his first day in this world, he felt a surge of strength and energy, but much, much stronger. Suddenly, one of the people present screamed when he saw a strange object flying toward the boy. And the voice of authority continued to sound in people's heads throughout the empire. And an amazing energy began to boil, forming something right in front of the guy. John's companions looked at him in amazement, feeling this strange energy radiating from him. The energy around him gradually seemed to be drawn into him, combining with his own. He was getting stronger again, and not just stronger, but much stronger. Officials and bureaucrats, blinded by the radiance of the energy, continued to insist on John's death despite the mystical events they had witnessed. Suddenly, a sword shining like the sun appeared in the throne room and slowly floated in the air. The light emitted by Yang could not be compared to the light coming from the sword. He was really paralyzed, unable to speak, move, or even blink. His hands rose by themselves to meet the sword that was slowly descending toward him. A strong-willed voice continued to speak in his mind, recognizing John as the owner of this power and new position even against his will. He couldn't take his eyes off the sword, as if its shining seemed to hide an infinite inner space. Finally, one of the officials guessed what kind of sword was in John's hands. The sword of the great ancestor was the embodiment of his spirit, and was a great honor to whomever it fell into the hands. My new hand, with the sword clenched in it, rose up by itself, and the sword flashed with energy in response to his gesture. His body was controlled by the sword, which now seemed to be an extension of his body, an integral part of it. The voice of the ancestor sounded in his head, and clearly wanted to make a beautiful gesture after so many years of sleep. A slight movement of the sword made it slam into the marble floor a few centimeters, as if it were made of a sponge. The sword spoke in John's voice, and its energy filled the entire palace, penetrating every crevice and leaving no unlit corners. For some reason, it seemed as if all the officials and bureaucrats in the room were slapped in the face at once. One by one, they clutched their chests, feeling pain and loss. Some of them fell to the floor exhausted, while others continued to stand, although it was obvious how difficult it was for them. Alan looked at the people around them in surprise, finally realizing what had happened to them. In John's voice, the sword of the great ancestor explained that those present had just been tested for virtue, and those who did not have it were punished. The emperor looked at the boy as a miracle, which he really was, no matter how you look at it. In his or her eyes, there was pure adoration, no longer clouded by the need to execute him, since the appearance of the sword excluded that possibility. In addition, the test that the sword in John's hands made a real purge in the ranks of the courtiers. Almost the same thoughts were shared by the old Minister of History, who was not really a Minister of History and was not John's enemy. Meanwhile, he continued an internal dialogue with a guy he wasn't really crazy about. I also wanted to regain control over my own body. John's friends started shouting something like admiration and compliments, obviously thinking that everything was supposed to happen according to his plan. which was understandable since no one would have dared to risk his life like John did today. The guy didn't even realize at first what they were talking about. Suddenly, sobbing and crying could be heard in the hall, accompanied by incomprehensible mumbling in which a terrible spiritual pain was felt. Gradually, the voice became bolder, and one could hear the confession of a man who sincerely repented of his sins. It was John's former boss who did not understand the joke about meat and grain, and now he was crying tears of repentance for his careerism and selfishness. And suddenly, screaming, he ran to the exit, obviously unable to endure his mental torment any longer. Crying like a little child, he ran out of the throne room, almost knocking down George, who was not expecting it. This was a very strange behavior for anyone, and especially for such a lost cause as this man. It surprised and interested the eunuch. However, this was not the end, but only the beginning. One by one, a whole crowd of officials and bureaucrats ran out of the palace sobbing. They all loudly repented of their sins, resigned their positions, and apologized for betraying their ancestors. The emperor stared in amazement at this amazing procession without taking his eyes off it, and finally he dared to address Jan. And echoing the suspicion of his comrades, he asked directly whether this was really his plan, or whether it was chaos in its purest form, as it really looks like. The events of that day could not fit in my head, as absurd as they seemed. The emperor aptly noted that in the ensuing chaos, the necessary things would still have to be sorted out. The world now had absolutely no idea how to ensure the guy's safety after all the challenges he had made today. But the old Minister Li was more optimistic because he had a little more experience. The old man carefully opened the cup he was holding and inhaled its aroma with pleasure. His judgments about the boy were correct and true, and this cannot be hidden, which means that we need to act in a completely different way. Meanwhile, I, accompanied by my friends, completely unable to understand anything about this world, with the legendary sword of my great ancestor in my hand, walked away from the palace. Emperor Chancellor Li and Meg continued their secret meeting to discuss the latest developments. The Strige Chancellor wanted them to reconsider their positions and strategy, specifically with regard to John and the Empire in general. Before that, they tried to hide him to ensure his safety from the Immortal Sect and other powerful groups and individuals. The trio did all their actions secretly and unnoticed, and only because of this their plans were not revealed, and by and large because of this, they were still alive. Of course, like anything else in this world, this kind of behavior had a downside, which hindered rather than helped. The old Chancellor resorted to an analogy to explain more clearly what he meant. He told me about a tree in his garden that grew and bore fruit in a way that was completely different from other trees, and that this specificity is little known to people and led to the death of this tree. The old man wanted to say with this example that it is not always possible to draw the right conclusions based on what you see, and sometimes it takes time. The emperor understood Chancellor Li's allegory comparing the empire to a tree that had not borne fruit for many years. And in order not to be cut down like this tree, the empire must show everyone that it is still alive and able to bear fruit. And Yang himself was an excellent symbol that could be used as proof of the vitality of the empire. It seemed that the events themselves, although chaotic, were lined up in such an order to lead to such a decision. The emperor's plan seemed to be working too well. Everywhere people were discussing the new chief officer of the Yuan control and his achievements. His somewhat pop star status only grew and grew, and from time to time passers-by could hear the shouts of his fans from the street. Frankly speaking, Jan did not like such attention to his person. Although he could use it, he did not enjoy it. In addition, he believed that it was all undeserved fame, as it was largely a deception and fraud. Suddenly he felt rather than saw an object flying right at his head. Ian automatically caught it and traced the flight path to find Jake sitting on the roof watching him. He decided not to refuse the treat and took a few big gulps right from the jug. Answering the man's question, he voiced some of his thoughts about his somewhat morbid fascination with his personality. Jay just laughed at the guy, not understanding where he could have gotten such strange thoughts. In response, Young quoted a famous poem and added that he did not want people to be disappointed in him, and the best method for this is not to be enchanted. The man jumped off the roof and landed easily on his feet and reminded the guy that he still had real, non-fictional merits. He also added that he personally has complete confidence in him. Otherwise, he would not have asked the heart mirror to check him. And since he passed this test, he must be a really good and worthy person, right? Ian was moved by this speech and grateful to Jack for his words and praise. Suddenly he realized what his subordinate had said. It was Jake who summoned the mirror, which led to the cancellation of his almost inevitable execution at that moment. The man thought that John was just surprised and that he was actually grateful, so he smiled at him and patted him on the shoulder. The guy lost his speech, and the reason is his actions, and only his actions. It was a stab in the back with such force and accuracy that one would not expect from a quiet man like Jake. To achieve his goal of being killed, preferably for some noble cause, he had to take into account the whole bunch of his defenders. And then there was the mysterious stranger who had saved him from the murderers of the House of Foggy Rain, and about whom nothing was known. Alan appeared in the courtyard, happily announcing the opening of the House of Justice. John did not really understand what was being said, and his face clearly showed it. Jake explained that the justice system is now a mystical place that opens only when a chief officer appears, as Ian appeared yesterday. In this place, one could learn many secrets and detailed stories. John stood in front of the ward, feeling some strange indecision in his soul. Jake, on the other hand, was smiling and acting as if he had known all this for a long time and was just giving a tour. This aroused suspicion in the boy, which easily fit the story of the mirror with his flying sword and other mysterious aspects of his personality. John went inside and cautiously, as if apprehensive, sat down in the chair of the chief officer. Jake was smiling, and Ian was feeling a little foolish in this rather pompous environment. Suddenly, he felt a strange energy that seemed to envelop his consciousness from all sides at once. It was as if he had seen the chief officer who stood guard over law and order in the Empire. Moreover, the capital's army was also under his command, which was a really huge responsibility. And the courtroom was the living heart of this entire structure. John finally realized how much power yesterday's event had given him. For a second, he thought that he could finally achieve his goal with this, but it would be too high a price to pay. The slap he gave himself was really strong, and he had to come to his senses for a second. The guy answered Jake's question in the affirmative, but the fact that he asked it again led to the question of who Jake was. He decided that this could no longer be put off, and he had to find out who this person really was. A smile appeared on the man's face, characteristic of every time the question of who he was arose. But I didn't back down, and this time I didn't let myself be distracted. Switching to an accusatory tone, he asked why he knew so much about control. The characteristic smile disappeared from Jake's face as he realized that he had indeed compromised himself with his own behavior. But on the other hand, he was standing in front of a senior control officer who had the right to know everything he wanted about his subordinates. Jake became serious and began to tell his real story without smiling. His real name spoke volumes in itself, and the guy remembered where he had read a story about this particular surname and the history of its origin. A few days ago, when he was reading all the available materials on Yuan control, he came across this. An ancient story about the defense of the Empire from mysterious monsters brought to the Empire by sects and the only warrior who dispatched them. And it was then that the Imperial Army and the Guard who defeated the monsters began to use this word to mean a word that was now associated only with death. The story was finished by Jake, as all the soldiers of that army were awarded this surname as a sign of pride and belonging. No, Jake was not among the ranks of that army, but he joined its ranks sharing the ideals that prevailed at that time in history. He served the Empire as best he could, even though it was already on the verge of collapse, and even in those circumstances he managed to rise to the position of head of the Imperial Army. Although he was not lost in the great warriors of campaigns and discoveries, he faithfully performed his daily service. And one day there was an incident with a representative of the sect who apparently allowed himself too much. He recalled the indifferent fish-like eyes of a man standing over a beaten woman without any sign of repentance on his face. Then, right in front of Jake's eyes, the cultist killed a woman as if she were an insect and not a person. Perhaps it was related to the payments to Joey, or maybe the man was just a psychopath, it didn't matter. Jake simply did what anyone who stands guard over law and order in the Empire had to do. Of course, they did not forgive him for this, and rewarded him with exile and the destruction of his cultivation. This is how he came under the control of the Yuan, which was already a place of exile. The guy just blinked in surprise when he heard that Jake was able to master the flying sword in just 60 years. Although the man ended on a positive note, his pain was caused by the injustice he felt all these years. So Young promised the old man that justice would come and that the Yuan control would no longer be a dumping ground for exiles. That same night, somewhere on the edge of the city, the sounds of terrible blows could be heard among the silent buildings. A man in a dark hoodie with his face tightly covered and a whip in his hand was mercilessly flogging a man kneeling in front of him. The mask the man was wearing split in half, flying away from another whip. The beaten man bowed to the ground, admitting his guilt and praying for mercy. The dark figure understood why his subordinate had screwed up so badly, but what he had done could not be undone, and now it was necessary to resolve these issues as soon as possible. The House of Foggy Rain was hit too hard that night, and it was a very big blow to the reputation of so many important in their business. Even though I said these words, it was obvious that he was pleased to receive recognition from those he had saved in physical form. The old woodcutter did not want to know anything, especially since the boy's face showed the opposite of what he said. The old man returned to his cart to get the gift his wife had prepared. He threw a row of clothes off the cart, and John's eyes saw a completely different picture than he had expected. At the bottom of the cart was an unconscious, beautiful woman surrounded by vegetables and root vegetables. In recent days, there has been only talk about the events in the palace, especially since former officials deprived of key could now be found on the streets. Full of remorse, they walked around the city not knowing where to go and unable to return home because of remorse. Although the effect of getting rid of corrupt bureaucrats could hardly be overestimated, this was not the only thing that has changed recently. Less noticeable, but no less important, was the beginning of another process, namely the rehabilitation of honest and talented people who were deprived of their jobs by hook or by crook. If the former was an action that is, from corruption and collapse, the latter was an action to the justice of the lawfulness of prosperity. Social elevators started working again as they should have always done, lifting up the talented and lowering the bad. The people believed that the only person to thank for these changes was Lord Yang, the new chief officer of the Yuan Control Board. And it was at this moment that this remarkable person contemplated the woman lying at the bottom of the old woodcutter's cart. The woodcutter finally got what he was looking for, or rather a set of healing herbs that he and his wife had collected. However, as it turned out later, his visit had another purpose, as he wanted to get rid of the trouble of this strange woman. Jeff, Bob, and the ubiquitous Julia quietly approached the noise of the conversation. The divine concert master decided to find out what happened to the woman with the help of his chi, and the result was unexpected. I didn't want to draw any conclusions and thought it was better to wait until the girl woke up and told me everything herself. For some reason, the usually cheerful Jake was too serious when he finally raised his voice. He stood leaning against the wall and spoke quietly, but for some reason his voice sounded like a death sentence. In fact, it was, and judging by the reaction of everyone else who heard Jake's words, everyone knew it perfectly well. John looked at his friends in surprise, not understanding their strange fear. They started telling stories about their encounters with demonic cultivators. Instead of telling stories, Jake opened the sheath of his sword and, obviously unwilling to listen to objections, asked for permission to kill the woman on the spot. In a strange way, the woman felt what was happening around her. Although she could not move, she could feel the people around her and that most of them wanted her dead. For some reason, she was sure that she could easily cope with these people, even despite her condition. Meanwhile, Ian stood between Jake and the woman, preventing him from delivering a fatal blow. He wanted to learn more about the devilish cultivators and did not understand the reason for such aggressive behavior toward them. As expected, his comrades simply got used to it as a fact and never questioned why they should be hostile to them. John decided to approach this issue as a minister of the law and judge not by who a person is, but by what he or she has done. This enmity has been going on for decades, so even though they may decide not to attack her, what's to stop her from attacking them? Hearing that he was in danger of being killed by this strange woman immediately riveted John's interest in this person. This was one of the chances, and the guy wanted to use it to the fullest extent possible. But to do this, he had to somehow persuade his comrades to let the woman live. Jeff mentioned the eternal enmity between the immortal sect and the devilish one. But Yang told him that the immortal sect also does a lot of evil in this world, and which one is worse is another question. It is enough to see how representatives of the immortal sect treat ordinary people to realize that they are definitely not angels. John emphasized that people are different and that there can be both scoundrels and decent people among any strata of people. She had recovered enough to hear the guy's speech and now wanted to know more about him. One way or another, Yang was the senior officer of the Yuan Control and everyone else had to obey him. especially in matters of justice and fairness. But he thought to himself about how easily a woman could kill him, because these fears of his friends could not have arisen from nothing. Today, the residence of Marquis Gregg was crowded, with various noble people coming here all evening. When everyone had gathered, meetings could begin to discuss important state affairs. And the main person on the agenda today was the chief officer of the Yuan Control, Lord Yang, and his actions that harmed everyone in this room so much. Each of them agreed that something had to be done with the guy because his influence was growing every day, causing more and more problems. They immediately got down to business and started discussing how to find the right to the impudent young man. But as expected, the first proposals were no good. Although the emperor pretended to be impartial, Yang obviously became his favorite. When the Marquis voiced the reasons why he considered Jian to be on the emperor's special account, he was not far from the truth. Suddenly, one of the men remembered a certain magical artifact that could solve their problem. All eyes in the room turned to the gray-haired man who sat quietly without making any suggestions. The gray-haired man realized that there was no option to remain silent and told about the family heirloom. It was a truly terrible object that could easily serve as a weapon of mass destruction. The Marquis was clearly not interested in casualties and was ready to use such a weapon to kill the boy at any time. Therefore, this issue has now been resolved with the help of this bowl, and the murder of the chief control officer will be committed. But the gray-haired man raised his voice again, and his tone showed uncertainty about this decision. The problem was that activating the bowl required some resources that the gray-haired man did not have enough of. The next day, there was no place for an apple to fall from the crowd in the yard of the Yuan Control. These were all candidates for admission to this suddenly popular service. Many in the crowd shouted John's name as if he were some kind of idol, because it was obvious that they had come here because of him. John brought out a small square object and gave a short speech. The object from his hand flew into the air, shining with golden light, while Yang suggested that the unsure leave the yard to control the Yuan. No one moved, and the strange square shone brighter and brighter, the eyes of the entire crowd involuntarily riveted on this glow. It was completely unclear what to expect from it, but the fact that it was a spectacle that you don't see every day was true. After waiting for the voices in the crowd to quiet down, John announced that he was starting. Around his figure, an energy flow began to rage, resonating with the light, creating a strange square. John's energy gradually filled him, and the pressure from the force became palpable to everyone on the square. A strong-willed voice sounded in every consciousness, demanding a clear and truthful answer. People took turns shouting out the reasons why they had come here, and the reasons were quite diverse. But among them, there were also people who came here to spy or with other evil intentions. Bob and Jeff, who had been watching the candidates' answers closely, were even a little confused by the simplicity of this method of detecting spies. But the confusion didn't last long, and the next moment they were dragging the failed spies to the exit, while I thought they should try harder. And in John's residence, everything was quiet and calm for another ordinary day. But suddenly the peace was broken by hoarse shouts from the street. John's servant opened the gate and saw a beggar behind it, who wanted to exchange the old bowl for at least some food. The man did not think to stoop to such shame and went to collect food for the old man without any payment. But suddenly, a beggar grabbed him by the shoulder and literally demanded that he take the cup. His eyes glowed with a strange green light, and his words, which literally turned into orders, became impossible not to obey. John's new servant's eyes also shone with a natural luster, and he wandered back to the house, bowl in hand, like a zombie. He put it on the table exactly as the old beggar had ordered, the owner, and closed the door tightly behind him, as if he had lost all will of his own. But in the next moment he suddenly regained consciousness, although he did not remember the last minutes. He looked around in confusion, trying to understand what was going on and how he had ended up here. But he attributed this incident to his old age and frailty, and went to finish the work from which he had been distracted, although he did not know what it was. And the bowl that was now on the table in the house began to smoke with some kind of incomprehensible and almost invisible energy, gradually filling the entire space of the room where the woman was still unconscious. The girl's face was cold, even though she was addressing her own father. Marquis Gregg talked to his daughter with the help of a special magic mirror in the silence of his own office, where no one dared to disturb him. The Marquis looked at the mirror with a tinge of fear, as if he were talking not to his daughter but to a strict and cruel ruler. The Marquis's daughter, Mrs. Fiona, was his liaison with the sect's leadership, and now she was telling the conditions for John's murder with an unpleasant coldness in her voice. Her face remained cold and pessimistic when the Marquis promised with somewhat false bravado to settle the issue with the head of the Yuan control. Another selfish goal of the man surfaced in this conversation, another in a long list of goals for which he was ready to go to bat for. Meanwhile, the Marquis's guests were already beginning to celebrate the death of the head of the Yuan control, even though he was still alive and well. Unlike the other people at the table, the owner of the bowl looked confused and sad, though he tried to hide it. Even when he was praised for his participation in the murder at this table full of traitors, he tried to distance himself from it as much as possible. These high-born people, like ordinary drunkards, loved to talk about nothing and could not stand it when someone did not follow their example. Therefore, the First Minister's cup was quickly filled to the brim, forcing him to drink and raise toasts to the prosperity of immortal sects. For quite some time before the First Minister could get home, drinking in the company of those people was one of his unpleasant duties. As he walked to his own residence, he looked at the plaque above the gate, reflecting on the will of his ancestors and his place in the world. Unfortunately, the will of his ancestors was radically opposed to what he was doing now. He sighed heavily at the remorse of conscience fueled by alcohol and the company of high-born traitors and hypocrites, of which he was one. His sad reflections were interrupted by a sudden exclamation from his son, whom he had not noticed because of his thoughts. The young man asked where his father was in the tone of a prosecutor, holding a beautifully decorated sword. This sword was their family heirloom, and no one could pick it up without the consent of the family patriarch. The First Minister reached out to take the family heirloom from the insolent son, but he did not want to give it back. Continuing to speak in a tone of accusation, the young man did not allow his father to grab the sword and practically accused him of treason. Echoing the thoughts that had tormented his conscience a moment before, the son decided to remind him of his great ancestors who would have cursed him if they had lived. He could not stand it any longer and immediately rewarded the boy with a resounding slap. The First Minister had justifications and self-justifications, and even believed in them when he shouted them in the face of his fallen son. However, the son did not believe these excuses for a second, and could not agree with his father in his decisions. He was going to prevent the Marquis, his father, and all others like them from harming the man who personified hope for the entire empire. But the First Minister could not allow his son to interfere in such matters, especially since something was about to die on the man's side. With a quick movement, he made several blows to the guy's back and he lost consciousness in a second. He ordered the servants to take him into the house, but the old man's face was gloomy, and it was clear that he was still arguing with his son in his head. The old minister was no fool and realized that he was not on the side of truth and justice in this dispute. However, in some incomprehensible way, he found himself in a situation where he was acting against his own will, and he no longer remembered when it started. Decisions to give up what seemed so right and correct, one after another, led to more and more concessions. But the son was absolutely right, and the First Minister decided that if the first control officer survived, he would consider it a sign to stop compromising. Meanwhile, in the control room, Ian was ignoring his migraine and working on a pile of papers that never ended. Julia was glad that the owner had to work late, because she didn't want any unnecessary contact between the boy and the strange woman who had brought the old woodcutter. For some reason, she thought of her as a rival who could steal Lord John's heart. Ian looked at the girl who was clearly angry about something, but he was too tired to find out why now. Suddenly, the sound of an opening door broke the silence of the room, and Ian was surprised because it was already too late for visitors. Alan was standing in the doorway, shining like a new coin, talking about some gift for the boy. John did not expect anything good from the late gifts, and even mentally began to think of ways to refuse another protective amulet. The first poet called out loudly to someone from the street, still smiling his trademark smile. Several men entered the office with modest, satisfied smiles. These were new employees of the Yuan control chamber who were recruited by Alan and other colleagues, and they were typed in secret from John to make him a pleasant surprise. The guy wanted to cut Alan's head off for such a surprise, but there was nothing to be done except to try to reduce their number. The new controllers met the mysterious mirror test with courage and without hesitation. And this time there were no spies or weak-minded hypocrites among them. Therefore, Jan had no choice but to accept them, and although they could have prevented attempts on his life, he was still glad to have them. Now the Yuan control was not just a few desperate people, it had finally become the organization it was supposed to be. He worked all night and felt so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open. But the hot, fresh food did a miracle and gave him back his strength. Then he remembered that the mysterious woman was all that was in the house. Surprisingly, his servant did not seem to hear him and continued to eat as if Jan had not asked him any questions. But as if waking up, he replied that her complexion had become much better, and Julia pouted for some reason, as if he had offended her. Meanwhile, in the room where the woman was lying, a strange bowl was smoking with a strange energy that brought death to everything it could reach. Like the tentacles of some monster, these energy clots were already wrapped around the neck of the female devil cultivator. The woman's bracelet in the form of a jade snake came to life and began to move like a real snake. And in a second, this snake began to devour the energy of the bowl. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes and miraculously began to look much better than she had just a few minutes before. Her jade snake continued to greedily devour the energy of destruction radiating from the bowl, and the woman gained strength before our eyes. She got out of bed, thinking aloud about what had just happened. It was obvious that this death chalice was not meant for her. It slowly approached the terrifying artifact with the help of a snake, devouring everything it produced. The snake ate everything it could from the bowl and turned back into a jade bracelet. And the bowl lost all its energy and shattered with an unexpectedly loud crash. She was not against saving someone's life, but she did not want to do it for nothing. But now she had a reason. The First Minister woke up coughing up blood, which is how the destruction of his family heirloom manifested itself. This meant several things at once. First, that the assassination attempt had failed, and second, that now everyone, both loyal and disloyal to the Empire, would want him dead. But even so, the old minister was relieved, because now he had no reason not to fulfill his yesterday's promise. The old man knelt in front of the family altar and apologized to his ancestors, pouring wine on the floor. After filling his cup again, he apologized to the great ancestor and poured out the wine again. He raised the last third cup as a sign of respect for Lord John, who despite everything did not betray his ideals. The old man very carefully drank the poured wine in small sips. He was thinking about his son, to whom he was leaving a pile of problems and difficult decisions as he pulled his sword from its sheath. After mentally apologizing once again to everyone whose trust he had betrayed, he raised his sword to his throat. And the sudden movement cut short the life of this man with a very difficult fate, who will rightly be called a traitor. The blow sent the servant flying to the other side of the room and hitting his back painfully on the floor. The Marquis has never been so angry, although he has had plenty of reasons to be angry lately. The reason for his anger was the news that the servant who had just been beaten had brought. So his hearing did not fail him, and he correctly heard the report the first time Jan was indeed still alive and eating breakfast in his residence. The first thing that the Marquis suspected was the betrayal of the First Minister, because what else could you expect from a traitor but betrayal? His daughter's gloomy face looked coldly at him from the magic mirror and explained to him the truth that was so obvious. I started to justify myself to her but realized how terrible it looked and cut myself off. He turned to his other assistant and ordered him to go immediately to the house of the Foggy Rain and promise golden mountains for the head of the impudent boy. When he heard that the Marquis was raising his salary tenfold, which was already enormous, the man was speechless. When he left the Marquis's residence to go to the murderers, he reflected on the fact that he was doing something completely different from what he wanted to do in life. Suddenly he saw the son of the First Minister running by, looking extremely worried. The young man was pounding on the gate of Lord John's residence, hoping that at least someone was still alive there. The gate was opened by Lord Ian himself, which surprised and delighted the young man. The son of the First Minister fell to the ground trying to catch his breath, and for a minute could only thank God. Finally, he was able to say why he had come here and told us about his intention to assassinate the chief officer. Jan took him into the living room and ordered him to bring tea while he told him everything he knew about the attempt. The attempted assassination attempt by the Marquis Greg did not surprise the boy, but it was obvious that someone had saved him again. Still, Jan was worried about the boy's fate, because he was clearly going against his father, the First Minister. And the guy did not see any contradictions here, because he had long ago made conclusions about who was worthy of his loyalty and who was not. But the assassination attempt itself was still unclear how it was supposed to have taken place, and this had to be investigated as soon as possible. There was one place where it was most beneficial to put the bowl in terms of its efficiency. Suddenly, a piece of debris clanged loudly on the marble floor, forcing the young man to step forward to protect John. The mysterious woman cultivator, without showing any aggression, looked at them asking if this was what they were looking for. It was surprisingly quiet and deserted in this part of the city, even though it was the busiest part of the day. The man sent to the negotiations by Marquis Gregg tried his best not to show his fear. The reward was indeed colossal, and even the killer, who was used to intimidating people in negotiations, was somewhat confused by such generosity. However, after the recent events, he did not dare to make a decision on his own, so he turned to the leader. The Marquis's assistant saw this man in a hoodie for the first time, but later, when the other man addressed him respectfully, he realized that he was of high rank. After a short pause, the man in the hoodie admitted that the Marquis was indeed able to pay such colossal sums of money. And after another short pause, he accepted the order on behalf of the entire House of Misty Rain. Upon hearing this, the Marquis's subordinate immediately ran to report to his master, covering up his desire to leave the place as soon as possible. The head of the Foggy Rain asked his subordinate about the master, but he had nothing to say. But this issue was secondary in any case. The murder of Lord Ian was now in the foreground. I stared at the woman coldly, not knowing what to expect from her. Julia next to him almost didn't hide her evil look in her direction. She crossed her arms over her chest and asked again, sounding as if the boy was talking nonsense. She decided to make a little joke by picking on the words, because the question was indeed asked incorrectly. John decided not to be provocative, and therefore clarified his question, referring to the sudden change in the woman's physical condition. She could answer this question by briefly hinting at how she recovered and who was to blame. Finally, the boys realized what kind of debris the woman had thrown at their feet and what she meant. The minister's son decided to take a closer look at the wreckage by picking up one of them, which no longer had any energy and was completely safe. The woman explained what she had done with the energy of the bowl, not forgetting to ironically add the option of whenever she would have done it. The very fact that she could stop the curse, let alone use its energy to her advantage, shocked the boys. Once again, Ian thought about his strange luck, which had repeatedly given him unwanted saviors with unusual abilities. He didn't know that the cup would have prevented him from being reborn, but he was grateful that no one else was hurt by the artifact. So his gratitude to this amazing woman was truly sincere. She briefly brushed off the gratitude, explaining that she was just paying back the debt, rescue for rescue. I still didn't know much about the devilish cultivators, but the fact that they had principles of ethics spoke volumes. Meanwhile, one of his family's servants ran up to the first minister's son, looking extremely concerned. The young servant was almost crying when he finally saw his young master and asked him very insistently to return home. When the guys heard the news, they were very surprised because they had not expected this. The young man was kneeling, holding his dead father in his arms, his grief bursting out in tears and cries of heartache. The woman cultivator looked around carefully and unequivocally stated that it was a suicide, and Ian saw no reason to disagree with her. The grief-stricken young man nevertheless gathered the strength to ask what had happened to his father. The good-natured man began to talk about the relationship between the now-deceased First Minister and the immortal sects. He spoke about the blackmail that the First Minister had to endure the consequences of almost all of his life. And suicide was practically the only way for him to somehow wash himself of the betrayal of the great Joey and his ancestors. But there was something else he left for the Chief Control Officer. Clues and evidence of treachery by other high-ranking bureaucrats and ministers. In this way, he tried to get forgiveness from Jan for his participation in the attempt on his life. Jan rushed to the man who was delivering the will of the deceased and asked him to stand up, thus acknowledging that he forgave the First Minister. Having received such an unexpected but valuable gift, Ian was going to make the most of it. The son of the First Minister, meanwhile, tried to make his father's blackmailing consciousness clear, which completely turned the picture of his worldview upside down. But after a moment, the boy realized that the threat from immortal sects had not disappeared with the death of his father. The Burning Army was under a great threat right at this second, and this issue had to be resolved as soon as possible. Therefore, the chief officer of the Yuan Control, Lord Yang, decided to go straight to them. It was clear from a distance that the Burning Army was defeated, and the characteristic smoke from the fires rose from their camp. They arrived at the scene, but it was too late, and what the First Minister had been avoiding had already happened. Dead soldiers in the uniforms of the burning army were lying everywhere, and here and there one could also see dead people in unknown uniforms who obviously belonged to immortal sects. This picture was really frightening and devastating, as even former General Bob was not used to seeing so many dead at once. Jeff, who quickly inspected the camp, briefly reported that there were no survivors, which meant that the wounded were being targeted. His report also made it clear that the attack on the army camp was unexpected and insidious. The son of the First Minister shed tears at the brutality of the murders. All his adult life he had been accusing his father of corruption, but he finally realized what he was trying to avoid. And indeed, the price for honesty was in the lives of these hundreds of people who will never return to their families. John was not going to tolerate the young man's hysteria because it was only a waste of precious time and could not bring the dead back to life. I turned his attention with a hard slap and began to explain that now was absolutely no time to shed tears, because it was necessary to quickly warn other victims and avenge the innocent victims of today. That is why emotions of hysteria, fear of insanity, and everything else that can interfere with these goals are simply inappropriate now. And that much more is at stake now than his own life or feelings. In a second, the guy realized what the first control officer meant and was ready to act. After all, now the young man had not only to save the country or the army, he also had to cleanse the honor of his family by his actions, and also to take revenge for the innocent soldiers of the burning army, and to make sure that such a betrayal does not happen in the future. The moment of tough decisions and decisive actions has come, and no excuses will suffice now. They had to get back to the city quickly and punish all the traitors right away. Meanwhile, Marquis Gregg literally put a bounty on Jan's head among his own soldiers, deciding that the efforts of the House of Misty Rain might not be enough. The whole capital was buzzing, and the House of Spring Wind was no exception, where Meg tried to do everything in her power to ensure Jan's safety. The Emperor tried to do the same by sending all possible forces to help him. The problem was that the imperial government was in decline, and no one could guarantee the fulfillment of such orders now. One army was defeated, the other three were corrupt, and the capital's guard was not suitable for such tasks, leaving only one option. It was a last resort, but the Emperor decided to go for it anyway. The life of the chief Yuan officer was too precious for the Empire. Meanwhile, Ian and his companions had already returned to the city at full speed. Ordinary passers-by did not know all the news yet, and therefore believed that this was a sign that some minister would be in trouble today. However, John's enemy soldiers were already waiting in ambush, hoping to use the surprise attack to gain an easy victory. And so they all rushed to the chief officer, hoping to get the colossal reward that the Marquis had promised for his head. However, the guy was not as easy a target as he seemed, as he was surrounded by talented and experienced warriors. And so the first of the murderers, having suffered his defeat, flew down dead, struck by the sword of the divine constable. However, this was only the first foolishly bold and self-confident fool, and behind him was a whole army. John had been jerking off to Bean's command because he knew he was a talented commander long before they met. The big man straightened his shoulders and started to carry out the order with all the energy he could muster. And he had no energy to spare, running around the battlefield sweeping away enemies like a tornado. Ordinary soldiers were too far removed from his strength of skills and talents honed on the battlefield. The new hires that Alan recently brought in have been equally successful. They fought the enemy with ferocity. They seemed to never get tired and never slowed down for a second. The attack on the control of the Yuan clearly failed, and the attackers' forces melted like dew in the sun. Their strength was clearly underestimated, and this gave them a significant advantage on the battlefield. But it would also be a mistake to underestimate the attackers, since each of them realized that in case of failure, they would all be executed. And the battle continued with renewed vigor as reinforcements rushed to the attackers. But the determination of the warriors of the Ministry of Yuan Control was as firm as a rock. Suddenly, the battle saw a breakthrough from a side that could not have been expected. This attack was completely different in nature, an attack from the sky at high speeds and with terrible force. The cultivators from the Immortal sect had already arrived on the battlefield, and it was a difficult test for them to control. 5 formidable silhouettes hovered over the battlefield like deities of war and devastation. Their strength was undeniable, and even a warrior as formidable as Jake realized the seriousness of the situation. However, the warriors of Yuan Control have gone too far to retreat now. Moreover, there was nowhere to retreat. The battle was in full swing, and the enemies were only advancing, not giving them a break. The new soldiers defended the chief officer, Lord Jan, shoulder to shoulder, sparing their own lives. The female devil cultivator did not take part in the battle, but watched it with interest from her horse. In the meantime, I was solving a difficult dilemma for myself by developing between my goals and desires. It was a great chance to die heroically, thus fulfilling his purpose in this world, but on the other hand, he did not want to let his comrades down. His intended appearance was perceived by his associates in their own way, not even realizing the guy's true thoughts. They wanted to keep him alive at all costs because they knew that he was the personification of Yuan control, and without him, the organization would have no chance of survival. It appeared that he had no right to lose in this battle, let alone die. But even if he wanted to, it would still be difficult because all the newcomers to control were extremely strong. I should have asked Alan, who was smiling and pleased with himself, why they were so strong, but it was clearly inappropriate now. The leaders of the attacking units also noticed an unusually large control force, which was an unpleasant surprise for them. Suddenly, Alan approached John with a very strange proposal, and the guy even thought that the first poet had gone crazy. But a second later, he remembered that in this world, words are more than air vibrations, and that they can really turn the tide of battle. So he concentrated and began to recite word after word, weaving his chi energy between them. His words really turned into a weapon that could wound enemies as well as the real thing, and the arrows woven from his words and chi energy flew towards the enemies with a frightening whistle that deprived them of the will to win. The devilish cultivator assessed the power of the arrows created by Yang as a fairly high scientific ki, and did not understand where he had gotten it from. Meanwhile, the boy continued to recite the poem, creating more and more arrows. Finally, the first arrows reached the enemy's ranks, frightening them with their terrible whistle. But the effect was not only in intimidation. The arrows cut like real arrows and hit only enemies. It has been a long time since anyone in this world practiced Confucian scientific ki, let alone used it on the battlefield. The Marquis's aide, who so desperately sent people to attack just a few minutes ago, fell into a panic, unable to control people anymore. But the woman cultivator quickly realized that what John was using was not quite what it seemed. He was not yet a master of Confucianism, although he used his energies at the level of a master. Ian was also surprised by the power he had just demonstrated. He could not believe that he had essentially become a weapon in and of himself. But it was necessary to continue the battle, to take advantage of this opportunity to give your men a break. In addition, it was necessary to launch a counteroffensive to end this senseless violence. The Marquis Greg's servants ran out of the residence, realizing that it was here that the Yuan control troops would come first. Eskies personally ran after them with a weapon in hand to stop them. He still could not believe that they were running away from him so easily. He turned to his friend to help him deal with the situation. But his accomplice disappeared even before the mass escape from the Marquis's residence began. Therefore, Marquis Greg had no choice but to curse the heavens for such unfaithful servants. However, he still had a daughter who could help him, so he tried to calm down and come to his senses without letting his rage cloud his mind. And when he calmed down, he realized that now he had nothing else to do but sit and wait. But he didn't have to wait long. Within a minute, the chief officer of the Yuan control with his men were in front of him. The Marquis shouted at the impudent young man who dared to enter his residence without permission. And indeed, if we follow the letter of the law, Yan had no right to invade here. But in addition to the letter of the law, there was also its spirit, and many rightly believe that it is much more important. In addition, since the morning, Ian had been in an extremely bad mood, which made him extremely angry every minute of the day. Even before this conversation began, all the remnants of the Marquis's men who were in the residence were disarmed by the control people. It is unlikely that Marquis Greg would have understood what Jan meant, but it did not matter to him. 50,000 people killed for the sake of one man's stupid ambitions cried out for revenge. But the Marquis could not understand why 50,000 commoners were so important to Jan, who was hardly even acquainted with any of them. The son of the first minister, who was listening attentively to this conversation, was shaking with anger and resentment of a man who had lost everything human. The young man started shouting at Greg and grabbing him by the horns, grief-stricken over the death of his father and an entire army of innocent people. But Ian stopped him, realizing that the Marquis simply did not understand the essence of what he was saying because he was blinded by his ambition. He didn't even understand the point of arresting him if his connections would lead him to freedom anyway. Ian was right. The Marquis didn't understand the words he was being told, but Bob had a different dictionary with more understandable idioms. However, more understandable idioms did not mean that they were understood the first time. But in learning, repetition of the material we've learned sometimes yields excellent results, especially with such great teachers as Jeff and Bob, who knew the language of kicks like the back of their hand. The Marquis was led through the streets in shackles to the Yuan control rooms to continue the justice there. Jean, in turn, did not understand why the Marquis was so dissatisfied, since he believed that he should have been subjected to even more severe punishment before being executed. When he heard about the punishment, the Marquis was even surprised, not thinking that it could have come to this, because Marquises are not executed. He began to think of ways to avoid execution on the fly, demanding a meeting with the Emperor and recalling his daughter Fiona from the Jade Room. John did not understand why the Marquis should meet with the Emperor, especially since the Chamber of Control had the right to administer justice without his permission. Finally, Greg realized what they were trying to tell him all along and tried to buy his life by turning in his supporters. This also made no sense, since the First Minister had already provided them with all the information about the Marquis' organization. In such a simple way, John finally made Greg understand that his life is now worth less than the life of the last vagrant. They were ready to leave as soon as the search of the Marquis' residence was over, and the search yielded the first results. One of the representatives of the Chamber of Control reported that they had found ritual magic equipment. It was some kind of strange mirror that glowed with a faint inner glow, and a woman cultivator helped me identify the object, and pressed the mirror with her finger with a sly movement, after which energy swirled in it, illuminating the mirror more strongly. It showed an image of a girl with an icy gaze who immediately wanted to know what was going on. I didn't realize that this girl was the daughter of the disgraced Marquis from the Jade Hall, Fiona, and he decided to briefly tell her about her father's fate. Her face did not change when she heard this information, but she asked if she was dealing with the famous Jan. While she was coldly criticizing her father, Jan was twirling a charcoal stick in his hands with a sly smile on his face. Fiona warned him that his current actions could lead to undesirable consequences for him. But Jan was no stranger to death threats, and with a demonic smile he drew something right on the mirror. It should be noted that Jan did not do such paintings as a child, so his first experience was somewhat amateurish. The next moment, the mirror shattered into dust right in the boy's hands. I want a small explosion was sudden and therefore scared Jan to death in his hands. One way or another, the Chamber of Control still had a lot of work to do today that could not be postponed. The Emperor was shocked, and the House of Control, led by its chief officer Lord Yang, ran around the capital, arresting one minister after another. It was an extremely dangerous business, given that there were many artifacts similar to the bowl that failed in the morning. In addition, the methods John used in his work were somewhat questionable, but taking a family hostage is too much. But no one could stop them on this path, and they continued to be active in this direction. And they were already on their way to the next aristocratic family on the First Minister's list. Representatives of the Yuan Control listened to congratulatory speeches with stony faces. They were even invited for a cup of tea, but their goal was to arrest as many traitors as possible today, so they had no time for tea parties. However, Ian did not refuse to make a little joke about the return offer to drink, perhaps even something stronger, but in the control room. But this time it was a little different, as the general opinion on this family was not as unequivocal as on the Marquis. Therefore the man, without revealing himself loudly so that he could be heard from the street, suspected Jan of personal animosity. Indeed, the representatives of this family had an impeccable reputation in the eyes of society and the Emperor, but in reality, everything was far from that. Yang raised the jade tablets with the First Minister's testimony high above his head. He explained the high cost of getting this information and the great sacrifices the author had to make. The son of the First Minister stared at the plaques in awe, his eyes full of tears as he realized his father's role in this case. The caged Marquis and other traitorous officials finally realized that they could blame the First Minister for their current situation. The representative of this pious-looking family still could not understand what was happening and what was written on the signs that Jan was holding in his hand. The guy decided that this would be the best time to do the last favor for the deceased first minister. Turning to the crowd and raising the signs high, he began to speak loudly about the facts of treason documented in them. After hearing this story, people began to realize the importance of the role of the first minister for the Ministry of Yuan control and the empire as a whole. For the son of the first minister, what John said was a balm for his wounded soul. His father's honor was restored, and now he could move on with his life. He fell to his knees before him, unable to express in words the degree of his gratitude to this great man. But John refused such reverence because he himself felt that he had to thank his father. Moreover, he did not invent anything at all and did not want the sacrifice made by the first minister to be forgotten by people. In addition, this story inspired people a lot, and in such desperate times, hope and ideals were the foundation on which everything else was built. But the case was not yet complete, and many more criminals and traitors had to be detained as soon as possible. After the most influential traitors were caught with everyone else on the first minister's list, things went faster. Representatives of the controlling authorities quickly found and arrested other conspirators, dividing into groups. Representatives of the Yuan control acted extremely efficiently, and by the evening, all the necessary people were already locked up. They were demonstratively led through the streets of the capital, so that everyone could see with their own eyes that justice in the empire was not an empty sound. People threw rotten vegetables and baked eggs at the procession of prisoners. Some even suggested that they should turn to stones. Finally, Lord Ian was informed that all the traitors on the first minister's list had been arrested and that no one had managed to escape. John wanted to complete this case as quickly as possible, so without hesitation and without dragging it out, he ordered the prisoners to be led to the execution square. The arrested could not believe that this story would turn out this way. After all, they believed that the balance in the empire, which had been built over decades, would be instantly destroyed, and thus the empire could be destroyed. But unlike them, the chief control officer did not see any balance in this situation, but only a crisis that was deepening every year. As for revenge for the deaths of these traitors, the guy did not seem to worry for a second and was ready to fight anyone. The woman cultivator smiled as she watched the boy who had acted so heroically and selflessly today. She thought about how her own clan could look completely different now if there were more people like him in it. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered on the execution square to witness the execution of the traitors. The emperor watched all this through the magic mirror with fear and hope at the same time. He realized how serious this step was. Meanwhile, everything was ready for the sentencing on the square, and Jan ordered the prisoners to be brought in. Some of them entered on their own, others had to be dragged in by force. The Marquis shouted at the boy, trying to make him understand that he was signing a death warrant for the Empire with his actions. But the guy thought quite differently because he realized that his harsh actions were giving her almost her last chance. He aptly noted that nothing would change for the better in the Empire if all prisoners were released immediately. And in any case, they were guilty of treason and conspiracy, and therefore the Ministry of Yuan Control is obliged to punish them regardless of any policy. And everyone should have realized that this execution was not the result of someone's political interests or whims, but a natural result of the actions of the prisoners themselves. And John only brings all their betrayals and crimes to their logical end. The order was given, and the execution quickly began and ended just as quickly. The Emperor's chambers did not smell of any peace today. The atmosphere was tense and restless. The Emperor had a long conversation with Chancellor Li in an attempt to understand where yesterday's actions to control the Yuan might lead. The Emperor had doubts in his heart, and Ju stood on clay feet, ready to crumble at the slightest push. But the old Chancellor noted that despite their fear, they still gave their best, and the Empire still stood. The Emperor looked thoughtfully at the stern face of Yang reflected in the magic mirror. People supported the chief control officer and believed in him with all their hearts, especially after he executed traitors. The Emperor, deep in thought, did not immediately notice the magical glow in his hand. One of the imperial artifacts, also called the Ball of Fate, showed that today's actions of controlling the Yuan prolonged the existence of the Ju Empire. What the artifact showed could not be interpreted in two ways. Lord John's actions were indeed for the good of the Empire. But Chancellor Li was not sure of the unambiguity of this message and advised not to jump to conclusions. One way or another, their previous plan to send John to the Garden of the Sage still made sense. The news that the Emperor wanted to send the boy there stunned him, as he believed that this place had long been destroyed. This was not entirely true, and because of rumors and the high price of admission to the garden, it was simply forgotten. George did not reveal the Emperor's true motives, but he himself wanted John and Alan to be sent there for their own safety. Of course, John was against such a plan because then his chances of dying would be significantly reduced, and he still hoped for revenge from the sex. And if he really gets to the sage's garden, you can forget about this revenge, and the list of people who can kill him will be significantly reduced. Therefore, he simply refused such a high honor without even choosing his words carefully. George could not accept the fact that there was a man in the Empire who could refuse the Emperor so easily. He also vowed to himself that he would save Lord Jan's life at all costs, but it seemed as if he was deliberately walking toward danger. The guy felt a little ashamed of his behavior and the fact that he had responded so cruelly to an innocent bureaucrat. And he tried his best to soften his harsh response with more successful, though no less vague, words. In the end, George lost hope of persuading the boy and left for the palace in disappointment. But there was still Alan, who also did not understand Jan at all. Unfortunately, I could not explain the true essence of the reasons for his behavior, so I simply asked him to believe without further ado. Far away in the mountains, in a jade hall, there was also no peace. The recent events in the capital worried everyone. The girl asked to fight the impudent guy and destroy him because he was undermining the very existence of the order that the sects were building with his actions. She was refused, but in recognition of her rightness, the BOS promised to send other forces to resolve the crisis. The door opened and a woman of divine beauty came out to meet her and explained why, in any case, the boy had a short time to live. She also explained that they would, in any case, use this situation to finally conquer the Empire. The Emperor's decisions have recently raised suspicions that these are all planned actions and not coincidences. And she added that a number of actions had already been taken with regard to the Emperor, which were to have an effect soon. She also emphasized that the Emperor was their priority target because he was the Empire. People on the streets were already talking about the Buddhist ritual that was to take place over the executed in the near future. I was skeptical about this news because I was neither a Buddhist nor a believer in the broad sense of the word. However, he knew that such things should be taken seriously because they had a great impact on people. Alan decided to explain where Buddhism came from in the Empire. It was really a fairly new phenomenon in Zhou. It originated in one of the neighboring countries and quickly spread around the world. The Empire was still a strong and large state, and it was also close to the country of the Buddhists, so their missionary activity was not surprising. Apparently, the Emperor largely shared the views of the Buddhists, so he welcomed them to the Jew Empire. Ian was interested in this situation because, according to Alan, Buddhism was quite popular, but he had not yet seen any manifestations of it in the capital. The first poet enthusiastically offered to share all the knowledge he had about Buddhism. It was a long and tedious lecture, but for John it was useful because the local Buddhism had almost nothing to do with the one he knew. The local Buddhism shared only some basic, general motifs with the one that existed in his world. Everything else was radically different. But one way or another, the Buddhist sect was quite influential and significant in this world. In the Buddhist monastery of the White Horse, the head monk was walking in the garden in thought. The young servant decided to ask the master why the Emperor's messenger had come today. The Emperor ordered the monk to protect one person, and this was a great chance for the Buddhist missionary task. I was holding an official-looking envelope in my hand, and for some reason did not want to open it. In general, he did not really understand why he had to go to a religious meeting, and even more so, why he was being dragged there so insistently. Alan explained with a friendly smile that John was essentially responsible for their execution, so he had to be there. The logic of this was not available to the guy because he doubted that he would be happy to see his killer in the afterlife. But the ceremony for 50,000 dead soldiers was a completely different argument. They deserved to have all possible rites performed for them and all possible posthumous honors given to them, so the issue was resolved. The leader of the House of Misty Rain was going to finish off the chief officer of the House of Control anyway, but he would not be able to extort money from the Marquis. This Buddhist event he would be attending seemed like the perfect opportunity to end him, and the chaos that could result from his death would only play into the hands of the murderous clan. For the head of the Misty Rain, it was important not just to kill the boy, but to do it as publicly as possible so that no one would ever doubt the clan's strength. Colleagues, relatives, friends, and ordinary passers-by gathered in front of the White Horse Temple in the morning to pay their last respects to the fallen soldiers. In addition to them, many people who professed Buddhism or were interested in it gathered in the square in front of the temple. However, everyone knew that Ju's empire produced many more talented people, especially among Ki users. It was people like this man that the Buddhists were counting on when they organized their performance. Solemnly and respectfully floating in the air, the Buddhists recited mantras and shone with energy. Their appearance was obviously polished by rehearsals with clear choreography to impress ordinary people. Finally, they landed in front of the temple, completing the mantra, and a giant image of Buddha appeared above them. All those present were very impressed by the appearance of the monks and watched the ghostly Buddha with all their eyes. Yang and his companions were making their way through the crowd, which was perceived by passers-by as a sign of Buddhism's popularity. One of the monks greeted John by giving him his full title while standing on a pedestal, although his words were modest and his posture expressed the opposite. The monk's argument was very simple. If the chief officer became a Buddhist, the Buddhist sect could take all his achievements for themselves. Jan bowed very formally to the monk and thanked him for the ceremony of liberating the souls of the dead soldiers. The monk bowed to the boy ritually with folded hands and noted his golden heart, hoping that Jan would like this compliment. Buddha decided not to beat around the bush for a long time, so he told the boy directly that he wanted him to join the ranks of Buddhists. To which the guy replied that he was not interested in joining the ranks of Buddhists, although he tried to do so politely. Ian actually considered himself an atheist despite all the events that have happened to him recently, but he was instilled with an aversion to Buddhism as a child. Jan and his companions were given a special seat for the distinguished guests, and when they were seated, Susan, a female cultivator, questioned the Buddhist. Julia didn't understand why this woman was walking with them and taking advantage of their hospitality as if it were a given, and her host was clearly interested in Susan's words, wanting to know why she thought his intentions were malicious. To this, she replied that a devilish cultivator somehow learns to recognize such things as the falsity of other people. Since the monk directly stated that he would like to see Jan join the ranks of Buddhists, the boy wondered what exactly was his falsity. Could it be that the monk is one of those who can and will kill him? While I was not thinking about these questions, the monk threw his rosary high into the air. They shone with a pleasant warm light that was pleasant and not painful to look at. The energy from this light illuminated every person in the crowd, giving them a warm feeling. In addition, this light had the ability to cure some diseases and made people feel much healthier. This favorably distinguished Buddhists from the Immortal sect because they were based on the good that could be given to people here and now. But today, the monk's real goal was to attract the first officer of the Yuan control to Buddhism. Suddenly, the monk's senses told him that there was a person in the crowd who was planning to kill someone right now. Someone really had the audacity to come with such intentions to meet Buddhists, knowing how sensitive they are to such things. But the Buddhist also felt that he was not the killer's target, so he decided to just watch and not interfere. Ian watched the Buddhist performance with a rather pessimistic attitude. He was clearly not impressed. The monk, meanwhile, realized that the killer had most likely come here for the sake of the chief control officer, but that could also be to his advantage. The killer was preparing for the attack. Everything was prepared in advance. There would be only one attempt, so everything had to be done precisely. The monk doubted that the attempt would reach its goal, but the fact that it was unsuccessful could have attracted the boy's attention. As if reading his mind, Susan looked at the Buddhist in disbelief that such a fool could reach such heights. Suddenly, there was a terrible explosion accompanied by a huge cloud of fire. Frightened, shocked people looked in the direction of the explosion, already feeling the first signs of panic. People started running to save the wounded and property from the explosion, fearing that there would be more than one explosion. Jan's companions were also confused, trying to understand whether it was an attack by immortal sects. Jeff doubted that it was an attack because this method was extremely ineffective for immortal sects. However, I still did not rule it out, and remembering that his real goal was to die heroically, I immediately sent the swordsman to help the victims. Jeff replied that he would prefer to stay here and ensure Jan's safety, and that there was someone else to deal with the aftermath of the explosion. The guy fundamentally disagreed with him and demanded that he leave right away, although for different reasons than he had stated. Alan also thought that his decision was too hasty and that Jeff was more important here for security. But Ian insisted that we do as he said, because if it wasn't an assassination attempt, Jeff would really be more useful there. And if it was, all the more reason to do it. Meanwhile, the killer was slowly approaching the box where the Chief Yuan control officer was located. Not knowing the guy's true motives, he just smiled when he saw him send his bodyguards away. It was time to act, and he ordered his subordinate to start the attack. The next moment, the same paper golems that Julia had killed on that memorable night appeared in the air above the loggia. I couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at finally having a decent attempt on my own life. But the warriors from the Yuan control chamber stopped the attack with their bodies, which was not part of his plans at all. Ian and Julia watched the battle with dissatisfaction. He wanted the attackers to reach their goal, and she didn't want to risk her cover unless she had to. Suddenly, John put his hand on the girl's head, trying to calm her down because he thought she was worried about her own life. In fact, the girl was ready to sacrifice it for the sake of Mr. Yan. Meanwhile, the battle with the paper golems continued not in their favor, clearly not achieving the goal. However, in reality, it was just a distraction, and no one really counted on golems as an effective tool. And now the second phase of the attack began. And now not golems, but real people in the crowd took out weapons. They began to attack ordinary passers-by in the crowd, causing even more panic. I could not allow this to happen because it was one thing to assassinate him and another to massacre ordinary people. Hoping to stop this unnecessary bloodshed, he ran in the direction of the killers in the crowd. As the boy ran past a nondescript man wearing a traditional doula hat, he quietly spoke a threatening word to Jan. He introduced himself while pulling a long spike of a hidden blade from his sleeve. What Jan did not see, but the man's words and the terrible energy emanating from him, told him that it was an attempt, and it was successful. The monk realized that now he had to stop the killer, but it was too late. He was too far away. His stroke was too fast. The same was true for Julia, who now regretted not taking off her disguise at the time she needed to. Time froze when the blade was just millimeters away, and John thought he had finally reached his goal and was about to be reborn. But the blade froze and the killer stopped, trembling only slightly, having almost reached his target. The strike was perfectly planned and executed at the perfect moment, but something prevented him from completing it. He glanced over his shoulder, realizing that he knew the woman who had been talking to him. Everyone but Susan was shocked by this sudden and effective attack on John. But the killer was looking at Susan, who was sitting calmly and using telepathy to stop the killer. Her messages knocked the killer out of his tracks, and now he had no idea what to do. Everyone was watching him closely and did not understand what happened and why the killer did not strike. Ian felt betrayed. Again, nothing had worked out. Again, his plan to be killed had failed so shamefully. Meanwhile, she did not change her posture at all and did not even look at the killer. But he was panicking and trying to figure out how to get out of this difficult situation. On the floor in front of John lay his failed assassin, shaking violently, holding his heart and clearly unable to continue the attack. His face was full of fear and covered with cold sweat, and I could not understand the reasons for this strange change. He didn't know what to say or react. He just looked at the man, waiting for him to do something. Finally, he slowly got up from the floor, but immediately knelt down and addressed John in an official tone. And continuing to kneel before him, he said that he was wrong, which confused the guy even more. The murderer pretended that he did not want the boy to die. Being a patriot, he could not kill him because he was associated with the hopes for the revival of the empire. Jan had only one thought now. He was sleeping and he was only dreaming, and there was no other way to explain these events. Watching this scene, Susan could hardly contain her laughter as she paid tribute to the killer who had come up with such a strange way to behave. Everyone looked at the killer in shock, and Jan's companions and subordinates froze in place, not knowing what to do now. The same was true of the killer's main subordinate, who thought that his master was under hypnotic control. Ordinary passers-by were no less shocked and were already speculating about the identity of the killer and the influence of the chief control officer on him. And the crowd habitually attributed all possible lavras to Lord Ian and even found relevant historical precedents. Everything that was said was only reinforced from person to person. The heroic image of the guy was already firmly fixed in people's minds. Under the influence of everything he had heard and seen, even a Buddhist monk believed in this story. And he was still thinking about how to bring John back to Buddhism, as such a personality would help him conquer the whole world. I found no other option than to simply praise this strange killer in the usual way. although he was shaking with anger and resentment that his wonderful plan had been so brazenly stopped. One way or another, the fact remained that Jan was almost killed, and now this case may deter other killers from killing him. Ian continued to talk on automatic, thinking that we should look for another way to die. Meanwhile, bound by his own legend under the watchful eye of Susan, he had no choice but to continue praising the boy's talents. He kept coming up with more and more compliments as if his life depended on it, but in fact it did. I didn't understand why there was so much verbosity and wanted to say goodbye to the killer as soon as possible, but he kept talking, and his kind words needed an equally kind response, or better yet, twice as kind, so Jan did not stop himself. But the killer didn't want to leave the last word to the guy either, so he showered him with even more compliments. One way or another, they both felt very similar sensations, and these sensations were by no means pleasant or friendly. In the end, the killer could not stand this heat and decided to run away while he was still able to do so. The killer's advice thrown over his shoulder made him think about the safety of the chief officer and Alan. To say that the murderer was angry is like saying nothing. He wanted to kill right here and right now. His subordinate ran to the hiding place, trying to understand whether the words he said there were true or just a performance. The answer was unequivocal. It was just a play, and the killer had no warm feelings for Lord John. From the force of the main killer's blow, his subordinate literally flew out of the room, kicking up a pile of dust. After calming down a bit, he decided to explain what really happened near that temple. It was all about the woman. She had a higher rank, and for some reason stopped the murder a moment before it was carried out. The subordinate asked questions that were not answered. Perhaps her motives were deeper, but this was yet to be determined. One way or another, the whole situation was ridiculous and made the killer extremely angry. Meanwhile, while the murderers were speculating about Susan's ridiculous and not-so-ridiculous motives, Ian was politely bowing to the head Buddhist to apologize for the incident. The monk bowed no less low, admitting that if not for their ceremony, the assassination attempt might not have happened at all. The guy smilingly dismissed any possible guilt of the monk, but the Buddhist still continued to insist that part of the blame lay with him. The fact was that the emperor personally asked the Buddhist to defend Lord Yang, and he could not do anything for this. The monk began to explain his position by the weakness of the Buddhist sect in the Jew Empire. The boy found the reasons for the weakness of the Buddhist sect to be true and significant. Then the monk continued in a completely different manner, hinting that Jan should become a Buddhist for his own safety. The guy asked with suspicion what kind of a strange name the monk had given him, and all these conversations were becoming unpleasant. It turned out that this was the name given to a drunk. If he had become a Buddhist, one of the monks was already carrying ritual clothes for him. Jan was beginning to get angry at the monk, at the emperor, and at everything connected with it, and he repeated once again that he did not want to become a Buddhist. As if he did not hear the boy's words, the monk continued to speak as if he were preaching a sermon. A strange glowing object appeared above Jan's head, resembling an upside-down bowl glowing bright yellow. Suddenly, the bowl began to grow menacingly in size, and in a moment it grew so large that it covered Jan, completely cutting him off from all his companions. Alan began to shout indignantly at the monk, not understanding why he had literally taken the Yuan's chief officer prisoner. The control soldiers had already surrounded the monk, threatening him with weapons, but the bowl did not disappear. The mood of the crowd cooled sharply toward the Buddhist because of his violent actions in the direction of Lord Yang. The warriors of the Yuan control tried to break the bowl, but all their efforts were in vain. It was impenetrable. Buddha David suggested that they not waste their efforts on a hopeless cause because the cup really could not be broken from the outside. And the next moment he disappeared, leaving the soldiers to stare at his silhouette melting into the air. Instead, he appeared inside the bowl right in front of Jan to immediately start a conversation about his conversion to Buddhism. But Jan had already understood everything about this so-called Buddhism and the methods it uses to attract people to itself. But David insisted that Jan had to be saved in a religious sense. But the guy no longer believed what the Buddhist said and split his true intentions about his personality. The monk's face began to resemble a lilac mask and his eyes blazed with yellow fire. Releasing more and more energy, David continued his sermon about the salvation of all people. Jan began to feel pressure on his consciousness from the Buddhist. The pressure was so strong that it could be felt even outside the bowl. This attempt to take over the mind of the chief Yuan officer made his colleagues even more persistent in trying to break the cup. Susan watched all this with cold curiosity, but the Buddhist's actions seemed too hypocritical even to her. Attempting to kill is one thing, but taking possession of the will is quite another. David was interested in the boy's attempt to discuss religion in such a difficult situation. But first and foremost, he was a preacher, so he gladly agreed to discuss anything about Buddhism. The pressure of the disk of energy from the monk eased somewhat as he listened to John's questions and answered them. However, it was still significant, but at least it stopped growing at such an incredible rate. The monk calmly explained his position on farmers and considered it a correct and appropriate response. But the guy obviously didn't think so, explaining it by the difference in people's worldview. It was impossible to understand the other person in principle, and so it was impossible to reach nirvana with the help of Buddhism. John continued his thought, arguing that it is difficult for a person to understand himself, let alone others. In response, the Buddhist asked what was the point of any religion, Buddhist or not, if in such a logic salvation is impossible in principle. To this, Ian replied very simply that he had never tried to do such a thing. How many people already have their own opinions and judgments that may be far from entering nirvana, but maybe they don't need to? And how much he believed that the passage of time itself and the person in it is already a value in itself. Therefore, to determine the value or not of anything in someone else's life is a selfish measure that cannot lead to salvation in any sense. Therefore, each individual life must be evaluated separately and judged separately, and this is the beauty of life itself and free will. David was amazed at the wisdom of the boy's words and looked at him with wide open eyes, forgetting to press him with energy. With a ritual bow, he acknowledged the wisdom of the boy's words and that he would not be able to take him as a disciple. But he immediately offered to become a student of his teacher with an immediate promotion. The moral equilibrium demonstrated by David made him lose faith in humanity, and the monk continued to talk about how wonderful it would be for John to enter Buddhism and what heights he could reach there. David had practically already decided the boy's fate and was thinking about how to ensure his safety by taking him to the wilderness. Of course, I was not happy about this turn of events because he still did not want to join the Buddhists and also did not want to go to the desert. David was obviously extremely serious about John joining his own sect, and he decided to use it to do something he wouldn't have dared to do just a few minutes ago. When the emanations of this energy reached John's companions, they opened their gates in surprise and were amazed at the monk's impudence. And John continued to despair of humanity because he was losing in the power of energies, having won the debate. Outside the bowl, people continued to use swords to try to free John, who was imprisoned in it. George rushed to the temple with the emperor's decree to immediately release Lord Yang under the threat of a ban on the Buddhist sect in the empire. But the Buddhist inside the bowl didn't care. He wanted to convert John to Buddhism at any cost. Continuing to manipulate his strange Buddhist energies, he reflected on the threats coming from outside. But none of this was important to him because the power that the boy could give to Buddhism was many times greater. I held on with the last of my strength, my will melting with every second of the Buddhist influence. Suddenly, Susan's voice was heard rather than felt from outside, advising me to use my own chi energy to counteract it. Jan gathered his courage and, trying to feel the flow of his own energy, began to counteract the monk. He succeeded. To an outside observer, it seemed as if the bowl had exploded with a terrible roar. At the sight of the explosion, Buddhists and Confucians were opposite each other, facing each other in a sharp confrontation. It was a really impressive sight, and people were watching with all their eyes the golden glow of Buddhist and scientific energy. John's scientific energy had grown significantly in recent years, and now he was showing all the power he was capable of. Nine realized that he was going to lose this fight, and that he would most likely not be able to influence the boy's will. The pressure from the scientific energy of the Chief Yuan Control Officer was much greater than what he was doing. The terrible whirlwind spun the Buddhist and literally threw him aside, putting an end to this battle. I stood there motionless, looking in the direction of the Buddha, no longer expecting him to resist. After all, the chief officer of the Yuan Control cannot just be put in a cup. His people and ordinary passers-by ran up to him, worried about him and rooting for him during the confrontation with the Buddhist. He smiled modestly at them all and apologized for the stress he had caused them all today. Finally, somewhere off to the side, I heard David's voice, standing imprinted in the wall by the vortex created by Jan. The first to react was the son of the first minister, who politely asked the monk to keep his words to himself. Ian paid tribute to the monk and his stubbornness, but noted that this is not how one becomes a Buddha. The surprised monk asked the boy again, not understanding what he meant, since there was only one real Buddha. Still, I didn't know enough about the local variation of Buddhism, which was different from what he knew in his native world. It became obvious that here Buddha is not a state to be achieved, but only one specific divine personality, and this could be used. Jan ran to the monk and helped him up, smiling politely and asking questions about Buddhism. David could not ignore the question about his sect, and therefore began to answer the question as clearly as possible. He spoke about how people achieve enlightenment and what steps they can take on this path. He also told them about the Gautama Buddha, who was essentially a deity who watches over the world. Ian asked a few more clarifying questions to fully understand the basic tenets of this sect. What he heard radically changed the whole idea of Buddhism as such, but gave Jan a small chance to get rid of their attention. He looked at Jan, hoping that such interest was the first step in his rise in their sect. But he was very wrong, and Jan began to ask him provocative questions in his usual manner. The questions concerned primarily the methods of missionary activity and the reasons for their failure in the empire. With a look of triumph, Jan looked at the Buddhist, ready to explain to him the reason for their failure. And he found 3 reasons for it, which he's going to announce right now. The first reason was that in reality the lands of the empire were much richer, and people did not understand what foreigners could offer them. The second reason was that, unlike traditional sects, Buddhism focused on the spiritual rather than the legal, and therefore looked like a utopia. The third reason given to us was more of a set of curses and insults than a specific, understandable reason. So the Buddhist immediately cut him off and asked him to be careful with his words and not to allow himself to do that. But I had every reason to say that the Buddhist sect really focused only on the nobility, ignoring ordinary people. In addition, no one can become a Buddha, and the set of promotions is very short for such a large sect. If only the Buddha has true salvation, why can't an ordinary person, no matter how hard he tries, become one? In fact, Jan did not invent anything new, only repeated some of the fasts from the Buddhism he had known since childhood. All are equal, but why is Buddha unequal to all others if all are equal? This thought pierced David's consciousness like a sintered rod. How did the Buddha become a Buddha? Why will I and cannot anyone else become a Buddha? If the Buddha himself said that all monks are equal, why weren't these questions asked earlier? With a devilish smile, Yang looked at the torment of the Buddha, realizing from his reaction what discord he had sown in his soul. Hinayana and Mahayana were difficult terms to understand, but Jan skillfully played with them. The other Buddhists who were listening attentively did not understand what this impudent guy meant. In a second, the Buddhists, offended by these words, were ready to rush to defend their ideals with sticks. The controllers took out their own weapons and were ready to defend Jan in case of escalation. David attacked the boy, offended by his acceptance of Buddhism, but Ian caught him in the act because such behavior denied his truth. And denial of the truth by a Buddhist is a great way to move away from enlightenment, so the monk restrained himself and asked the young man to continue. And the boy approached the main part of the Buddhism he knew from his world with a smile. That absolutely anyone can become a Buddha, including animals and other creatures. For a moment, David did not understand what the guy said. Anyone can become a Buddha. It was very simple. In his words, Ian expanded Buddhism as much as the universe was wide. Buddhism, for all its complexity, was clear and simple. Seek and find the truth wherever it is. And to find the truth means to find the Buddha in oneself, which in turn means to become a Buddha for a moment, and the goal is to extend this moment into infinity. Ian said, simple things Buddha is in every living thing, and David had nothing to say to that, which meant that what he said was true. And you can't turn away from the truth if you are a Buddhist. It was clear how the essence of what was said entered the monk's soul, changing it. He realized that everything he said was true, and did not understand why his teachers and followers had been so blind all these years. To see the future, to see his ways, to see his mind was to become a Buddha, and the realization that he could become a Buddha made him boil over. And yet, it was a painful process to change the essence of my worldview and my own soul. He understood the depth of his own mistakes and had a strange feeling of joy from comprehension and grief from having lived in vain, and the latter hung on him like a heavy burden. Susan watched the monk in agony, amazed at the power of a few simple words and the effect they could have. John turned to the monk, realizing that he had not fully understood what he had said. And so I told him that his experience was actually the dust of a thing that doesn't exist and is not important. This had its effect, and the monk shone with an inner energy of unprecedented strength. It burst out of him, flying in the sky and illuminating the entire space around him. Seeing this, Ian was glad that he was able to stop David's personality decay from making him feel like he had wasted years. But Ian was not ready for the next one, and calling him a bodhisattva, David fell to his knees and begged him to teach him Mahayana. The guy realized that he had once again overdone it and done too much with too little effort. From his point of view, he simply repeated well-known things that were obvious to anyone who had heard of Buddhism in his world. But suddenly it occurred to him to use scientific QI to avoid aggravating the situation further. Yang took the monk's hands, trying to lift him up, and promised him to write down the Heart Sutra for him. After sitting down comfortably, Ian began to recite the sutra, using scientific chai to recall it in full. Buddhists sat around him, taking his every word as pure gold. The words of the Heart Sutra flowed like magic, concisely explaining everything that exists and everything that needed to be explained. A whirlwind of energy rose into the sky, raised by the boy's words, which were first heard in this world. The words of the sutra fascinated those who asked questions and made everything clear, important and unimportant at the same time. The fate of Buddhism in this world changed forever at that moment, and thus changed the world. The vortex of energy continued to grow, eclipsing the sun and sky and illuminating everything around with golden light. Finally, it took shape and turned into a huge golden lotus floating above people's heads. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara was sitting on the lotus, emphasizing the importance of today's events for the whole of Buddhism. The sutra proclaimed by John was indeed a treasure for all these people. But the sign of the lotus was visible everywhere, and even in the distant homeland of Buddhism, the hearts of the monks were filled with hope. Meanwhile, David, who was listening to this sutra, felt a warm energy and realized that it did not matter, as form and emptiness do not matter. And in the next moment, I felt the onset of enlightenment because I understood the Buddha's path. The golden glow around Master David brought back the attention of the people, and since it appeared immediately after Ian had read the sutra, the conclusion was obvious. It was indeed obvious that the monk's soul was finally shining with peace and understanding of the universe. John did not expect the sutra he was about to read to have such a tremendous effect, and suddenly he felt an unfamiliar energy surging in his body, bursting out with a golden glow. He began to feel his own body in a completely different way, sensing the channels through which his energy flowed much more clearly. The changes he felt brought a pleasant sense of calm, security, and warmth. But besides this energy also carried a sense of enormous strength and invulnerability. People in the crowd saw the changes that were happening to the guy and could not understand the reason for them. David had long ago realized that the source of the energy that was now raging in Janov came from Buddhist practices. The Buddhist explained that it is with the help of this energy that Buddhist monks have their famous invulnerable nature. Invulnerability to cold steel was the last thing the guy wanted in this life, and now his chances of being killed were almost zero. However, his companions did not know what was going on in his soul, and therefore sincerely congratulated him on such an outstanding achievement. Ian stood in the middle of them, crying his eyes out, not understanding why the sky dislikes him so much that it constantly throws such jokes at him. And Monk David added fuel to the fire of his hatred by not telling him how easily Ian could become a Buddha. This infuriated him so much that, rejecting politeness, the guy began to literally shout at the monk, but the latter obviously perceived it as a manifestation of modesty. Despite the general friendly tone, one important problem remained, namely the crimes against the chief control officer. But David had already attained enlightenment, so he was not at all concerned about possible punishment. He was ready to accept any. After a short pause, the monk figured out how to atone for his guilt, not only to the state, but also to people, and do it in a way that would bring maximum benefit. His will was to use the temple and all its lands for the benefit of ordinary people. After hearing the monk's speech, Yang realized that he was going to leave the Jew Empire, even though it was unexpected. But in fact, the reason was obvious. He wanted to tell as many Buddhists as possible what he had learned today. I did not understand his decision and supported him even if the Buddhists stopped interfering with him. Still, all the things he had done and said would not be enough to express his gratitude, and knowing the security problems, Jan found a way out. This was beyond the guy's patience and understanding, so he just looked at the monk thinking about what kind of scum he had to communicate with. But the monk felt the guy's mood and did not understand such a negative reaction to his words and asked what the reason was. The guy realized that he needed to take better care of his face and quickly came up with an excuse for David. Wanting to end this conversation as soon as possible, which could have gone off track at any time, Ian tried to end it in his trademark way. The monk had nothing to say against such arguments and was ready to go preach the new Buddhist doctrine right away. John looked at the monk's trail heading west and thought about the fate of Buddhism in this world. At the beginning of the day, he had hoped to make sure that he would never see the monk again, but now he had mixed feelings about it. Susan kept her distance as they saw the monk off and looked at the boy piercingly from under her ironically lowered eyelids. As if voicing the boy's thoughts, she said that perhaps today's events will put an end to Buddhism as such. The guy realized that the woman was either a mind reader or too smart, which was not the case with Alan, who had no idea what she was talking about. And it was actually very simple. Many religions went through a similar split in the world of John, weakening of each individual part and degeneration. The woman, who was sitting in a luxurious armchair, apparently did not care about the opinion of a eunuch. Her face was almost invisible in the shadows of the hall, but her posture and voice were threatening in themselves. When the eunuch said that he was ready to sacrifice his own life for the sake of apology, it seemed that he partly wished that this would happen. I fell to my knees in front of a woman who asked more and more questions about his loyalty. She threw a small cup with a mysterious powder inside on the floor in front of him and reminded him of her methods of influence. Unfortunately, blackmail by killing children as a way to gain loyalty has been a widespread practice in this world. Finally, the day was coming to an end, and Jan was thinking that if this continued, no sect or even the state would be able to kill him. His thoughts were interrupted by Alan, who was carrying a letter and telling him about its contents from afar. In any case, it was the first time Ian had heard of the person from whom he had received the invitation. People on the street turned around and wrinkled their noses at the stranger who disturbed their peace. He rightfully occupied the place of the local madman, looked strange, behaved strangely, was dirty, but was also a highborn. In addition, he felt a strange gastronomic craving for substances that could not be called food. It was from this person that I received a letter with an invitation to a banquet, but what was served there was an open question. Strangeness is strangeness, but why this madman invited Jan was completely unclear, and it was equally incomprehensible for Jan to agree to such a visit, so he refused. Reflecting on the strange invitation, Yang, accompanied by his colleagues, went to the yard of the Yuan Control Center. Susan was sitting there, basking in the sun from the east, and asked if Ian thought that such ostentatious madness might be just a mask. The guy thought about her words and admitted that she might be right, as there were many such cases in history. In a way, Jan admired the woman and her ability to express very precise and concise comments. He thought about gradually bringing her to the clean water, but she just told him without any doubt or hesitation. This amazing sincerity was so atypical for people that the men were speechless and just looked at her in shock. But he still didn't know much about this world, and demonic clans were on the list of unknowns for him. And he decided to give him a quick tour of the history of the 7 demon clans, and also into the history of their many years of confrontation with 13 clans of immortal sects. It was a long story that took more than 100 years from the creation of demonic sects. It is also a story about how one traitor can bring an entire organization to its knees. Eventually, the demonic clans retired from business and gave up their ambitions. However, the immortal sects did not forget their confrontation with the demonic clans and began to exterminate them at the first opportunity. After listening to the story, I became interested in the first reason for the rift that caused the sectarian conflict. She explained quite simply that it was all about the practice of cultivating demonic arts. Namely, that demon clans have learned to absorb the energy of other people in order to significantly strengthen themselves. This was already very interesting to Jan, and the very next second he asked Susan if she was a devilish cultivator. And as soon as she answered this question in the affirmative in front of her colleagues, he grabbed her hand and dragged her into the house. I didn't understand what the guy wanted, but I knew it would be fun anyway, so I didn't resist. But Julia's suspicion of this dangerous person was enough to start following them. But her owner stopped her as soon as he saw her following him. I told her with a very confident face that she could not go on because she was a child. He slammed his bedroom door in her face, leaving her alone in the hallway. Already in the bedroom, Ian turned to Susan and spoke her name with a greedy tone, and she was even a little afraid of his intentions. But then he offered her with a joyful face to absorb some energy, which surprised the woman. She smiled and replied that there were no people in the capital whose energy she could absorb. They were so weak. The guy offered to absorb his energy, which surprised the woman, although she tried not to show it. The fact was that the guy was already facing a lot of dangers, and with the absorbed energy, these dangers would increase 100-fold. But John actually wanted the dangers to increase and was ready to do anything for this, including many hours of persuasion from his wife. She didn't understand the reasons for such desperate generosity, but knowing men, she thought it was a matter of romantic attachment. She thought that this might be a way to tie her to him and make her love him. But before that, Ian hadn't shown any interest in her, and there was no trace of romantic feelings in his eyes. But Susan was not going to refuse such a generous offer, especially at a time of her own weakness caused by her injuries. In addition, she was pressured by her duty to fulfill it at all costs, but weakness agreed to inaction, and this was a chance to get rid of it. Eventually, John got a little fed up with this long pause, and he asked her rather cheekily whether she would absorb the energy or not. The woman took him firmly by the hand, ready to drain his energy, but in such a way that he would stay alive. Meanwhile, Julia tried to eavesdrop on what was happening in the bedroom, but the voices were quiet and unclear. But the sounds that began to come were very suspicious and made the girl freak out. It turned out that sharing energy is a very, very pleasant feeling, and now Ian felt it with all his gut. He even encouraged Susan not to restrain herself in this procedure. She didn't have to say it for long, and she sat on him, squeezing his arm with more and more force. His energy was extraordinary. She felt that her wounds were almost healed and she was almost normal. And I just kept enjoying the process, not paying any attention to the fact that it was taking almost all my energy. Meanwhile, Julia was outside the door, burning with jealousy and anger at the woman. A strange cat watched her from the roof of a neighboring building with big green eyes. He already knew that this girl was always following Lord Ian, which meant that he was most likely outside the door in front of which she was stomping. However, suddenly very distinctive sounds and shouts came from the room. It was obvious that the cat was not really a cat but a killer disguised as one, and judging by his reaction, he belonged to the House of Foggy Rain. The shouts from the room took on more and more strange connotations, causing the cat to be shocked and the girl to be angry. So they hooked everyone in their place, Julia in front of the door, desperate for humanity, and the equally desperate cat on the roof. From the shock of what he heard, the killer fell from the roof head first, rather uncharacteristically for a cat. The killer thought that the man he fiercely wanted to kill 2 days ago could now become his almost boss. Meanwhile, the room continued to pump out Jan's energy, and the woman looked much better. She thought she should comfort the boy and tell him how energy regeneration works. And here everything was quite simple. The more energy you give up, the more it is regenerated and the more it becomes. Hearing this, Ian pulled his hand away from Susan's as if it had been burned. He thought that the energy would be pumped out permanently and therefore make him weak and therefore a convenient target for the killers. But as always, when Jan tried to make himself a convenient target, it turned out exactly the opposite. But what's done is done. So I suggested that we finish pumping out the energy, noting that it would not affect anything. However, Susan assured him that her energy had been restored and her wounds had completely healed thanks to the energy that had already been pumped out. And now she just needed peace and rest so that all this energy could be absorbed. When it finished its thought, I sang very loudly, stretched out on the floor, clearly exhausted by this procedure. The woman was very grateful to him for his generosity and promised to repay him for his kindness and decided to leave him to rest. When she opened the door, she saw Julia's angry face, which seemed to want to gnaw at her throat. The woman looked down at her, clearly understanding the nature of this behavior. And then, without saying a word, she turned and slowly went about her business, leaving the jealous girl behind. Julia had her own views on beauty and attractiveness and saw neither in Susan. With a sullen expression, the killer sat in the yard, staring at one point and hardly reacting to anything. He had no answer to anything his subordinate asked, because he himself could not understand what was happening or what he himself should do now. His subordinate did not quite understand what the killer meant and was surprised to come up with his own versions. If only he would start telling us how his data collection led to the observation of a very ambiguous relationship between their head and the yang. Turning toward the voice, they both saw a menacing female silhouette demanding an immediate response. The murderers fell to their knees before their mistress, obviously sensing the changes that had occurred to her. Her image was threatening and frightening. Her colossal energy felt like the pressure of tens of meters of water. Susan wanted to know why the killer decided to spy on her. The old killer was a master of ingenuity when it came to coming up with excuses, and his imagination was not lacking here either. The woman realized that he was lying, but decided not to make a big deal of it, but warned him not to do it again. Her subordinates, afraid of her like fire and happy that they would not be killed for the time being, loudly agreed to the woman's terms. Having finished with this question, Susan moved on to another and ordered to mobilize all forces in the capital. Their task consisted of two elements. First, to tell everyone that Susan was in the capital and that she was weak from her wounds. Secondly, to find all the information about those who want to harm Lord Jan. After thinking for a second, she added that these people should also be killed. The mayor reported to the emperor about the new woman in Lord John's entourage. First and foremost, the emperor really thought about John's safety, and therefore suspected the woman of evil intentions. The spy's ambiguous answer was more than eloquent for the emperor's shrewd mind. We exhaled a heavy breath, recognizing the emperor's rightness, but noted that John, as an adult, has every right to any relationship. One thing was clear. The guy didn't care about any possible threats from immortal sects. Many people understood that Mech was absolutely right, but a celebration at the palace was approaching, which he was obliged to attend, and there could be danger. In any case, the Empress Dowager's birthday will attract the attention of all segments of the population, including murderers and villains, especially considering that the Empress, according to the previous emperor, was not a good person either. Therefore, in the emperor's opinion, additional protective measures were simply necessary at this reception. John didn't even want to hear about going to some aristocratic gathering and doing some aristocratic nonsense. Shocked, Alan still had hopes of persuading his friend to go to the Empress's birthday banquet. The three soldiers echoed him and surprisingly agreed that John had no right not to go. Their unanimity in this matter nevertheless indicated the seriousness of this event, and the Yang decided to give in. Alan was already ready to start preparing and working on a gift for the Empress Dowager. However, Susan came in and said that there was a more urgent matter concerning the Empress than any gifts, namely security. The woman changed her outfit, and all the men, willy-nilly, began to look at her with completely different eyes. Looking like a lecturer, the woman slowly sat down and asked what men knew about the Empress Dowager. The first poet issued a certificate about her that contained biographical information, but not a word about her character or habits. After carefully listening to the answer, Susan noticed an important aspect of the Empress Dowager's family. It was not the first time I had heard of cultivator families, and I asked for an explanation. And in his usual walking encyclopedia manner, he immediately explained what was going on. The devilish cultivator confirmed her husband's words and added that the family was dependent on the immortal sect, which meant that Young was in danger. Especially since the case concerned the Jade Hall in which the daughter of the executed Marquis Gregg was kept. Everything was falling into place, and it really could have happened that this whole celebration was organized only to kill Lord John. The other soldiers did not take this seriously, because their strength had increased significantly, not to mention the new abilities of their chief officer. To which the devilish cultivator replied that there are many other ways to kill a person besides brute physical force. And to demonstrate her point more clearly, she snapped her fingers and released a bit of energy. And the next moment, the men would fall to the floor in a fever caused by the poison. It was unclear how she managed to leave, but the effect was obvious, and beyond doubt, the poison was a really effective way to kill. Moreover, it was obvious that anyone could use the poison, including women and children, regardless of strength or ability. John thought seriously about this prospect, and his hope for an early death was revived. Susan, who had heard the boy's doubts before she came in, ironically asked him if he still wanted to go to the party. Now, with a clear motivation, I could not refuse such an important invitation, which surprised my companions once again. It seemed that Susan was expecting this answer, so she asked him to come over with a smile. Ian did not understand what the woman wanted, but he approached her, and she took his hand in the same way as the time she absorbed his energy. The little green snake that helped the woman survive the incident with the bowl crawled from her hand to John's. The snake instantly hid in John's clothes, and he could not even feel where it was. The woman's words that the snake only warns of danger and does not prevent it somewhat reassured the boy. Meanwhile, somewhere far outside the city, a strange man was talking to someone hiding in a cave. That evening, noble people from all over the city hurried to the palace to get to the reception in honor of the Empress Dowager's birthday. The aristocrats talked on the way and scattered pleasantries to each other. But one of the carriages, in violation of unwritten rules, was traveling too fast, frightening the aristocrats who passed by. Everyone knew who the passenger of this wagon was. Only the chief officer of the Yuan control, Lord Yang, was allowed to behave in this way. But even if he behaved quietly and completely within the framework of ethics, he would still be able to get an evil look from his high-born eyes more than once. Alan enjoyed the evening with his position and the prospects that the future held. He was indeed grateful to the Emperor for the position. Finally, they reached the palace that served as the home of the Empress Dowager, a place literally buried in luxury. They were met by the eunuch George and asked to follow him, and they walked along, appreciating the beauty of the local dress along the way. George drew their attention to Her Majesty's carp, which were happily frolicking in an ornamental pond they were passing. These carps were really beautiful and intelligent creatures that were almost not afraid of people and swam curiously to those who approached them. They finally arrived at the hall where the banquet itself was taking place. Many people had already arrived and were slowly taking their seats at the round tables. As in any aristocracy, everyone had a clearly defined place, and Alan has already found his. The hatred of officials and bureaucrats for Jan has not disappeared, and just as the first poet said, they looked at him as a plague god in the carriage. However, their words full of curses could be heard only behind their backs, which meant that they were neither useful nor meaningful, and it was unnecessary to pay attention to them. There was no danger in them, as none of them would dare to harm Jan, so the boy just walked by. But after going around all the tables, he did not find his place. Whether it was done on purpose or by accident remained to be seen. However, Jan was still inclined to the version of deliberate provocation, because at this level of organization, mistakes were almost impossible. If someone is trying to humiliate you in public, you have several ways to save face, and Jan decided to resort to the most scandalous. He started shouting so that he could be heard everywhere, demanding an explanation of his place in a strict tone. One of the bureaucrats decided to hush up the conflict by referring to the slowness of the staff. But John did not think to calm down and continued to blame everyone he could, including other guests. Another official said that they had nothing to do with the organization of the holiday, so there could be no complaints against them. I did not expect such a response and already had a prepared reaction to it. And noticing an aspect of etiquette that could be used to take advantage of this situation, he began to ask seemingly rhetorical questions. Everyone around him, no matter how they felt about the guy, felt out of place. Everyone had a strange feeling that they were not where they should be, doing the wrong thing, and everyone wanted to go back in time and not come here. Eventually, one of the officials lost his nerve and stood up, not to give up his seat, but to express his dissatisfaction with Jan's behavior. But still, etiquette prevailed, and no one wanted to get involved with a man who had sent quite a few aristocrats to the scaffold just that week. So everyone stood up and stood there like fools under the hard gaze of the chief Yuan control officer, who was clearly enjoying it all. The boys' entertainment was interrupted by the appearance of the Empress Dowager Catherine, who, accompanied by 2 assistants, literally stepped into the hall. Her appearance was truly imperially luxurious, starting with her own appearance and ending with the richness of the embroideries on her clothes. Everyone around them fell to their knees to greet the Empress Dowager. Only John remained on his feet. Looking at the guy, the woman asked if she was mistaken, referring to his assessment as a minister. Ian held his gaze and confirmed that the Empress was absolutely right and wanted to add a few more words, but was interrupted. The Emperor came in, accompanied by one of the eunuchs, and politely greeted the Empress Dowager as required by etiquette. Apparently, the Empress did not expect the Emperor to visit today because he had many state affairs. But in any case, a place for the Emperor was found quickly enough, and the Empress Dowager decided that it was time to start the banquet. The Emperor did not see the scene that preceded his appearance, so he did not understand why everyone was standing and ordered them to take their seats. After that, the Emperor returned to Lord John, who was in no hurry to find a place for himself, and the Emperor offered to sit with him, which was a great honor and a symbol of recognition of his merits. To be honest, Yan did not expect such an effect. He scandalized people primarily to piss them off and provoke them to attack. And now he was sitting next to the Emperor, who for some reason smelled very nice. I wasn't used to smelling such pleasant scents from men, so I felt a little out of place. He looked at the Emperor and, without realizing it, began to think about how the Emperor would look in women's clothes. The Emperor, meanwhile, noticed John's strange look and could not understand what the reason was. Suddenly, John realized what he was thinking, blushed, and turned away as quickly as possible, trying to think of something else. The Emperor did not understand the reason for this behavior, but just in case, he decided that it would be a good idea to offer a drink. While John was drinking, the thought that he might not fully understand his own orientation confused him. Meanwhile, the evening continued, and the man began to play a familiar melody, surrounding the space with pleasant, enchanting sounds. All the guests, without exception, were delighted with the melody and the skill of its performance. The Empress Dowager was also fascinated by this music and therefore called the music to her, clearly with the intention of rewarding him. He approached and bowed low to the Empress, listening to her praise for his performance and play. Music was an honest man, so he sincerely admitted that this composition was not his own, but noted that the author was present here today. And he named the author, who turned out to be Jan, but the piece was the same one he had played for Meg the day they were discussing music. Such a respectful manner of the main composer even made me a little confused, refusing to recognize the mastery attributed to him. The Empress became cold to the chief composer for a moment and ordered him to take his seat. The musician expected to be awarded according to tradition, but now he felt that he was being punished for something. However, he wisely did not give any sign that he was unhappy with anything and only briefly agreed and left. The Empress made a sad face and ordered the celebration to move on to the next stage. Jan noticed this sudden change in the Empress's mood, and although he did not know exactly why, he memorized it for the future. The celebration went on, and it was time for the Empress to accept the gifts that the guests had prepared. However, it was impossible to surprise the Empress with gold jewelry and other similar items. Such gifts had long since ceased to bring her any pleasure, as the Empress quite rightly considered them to be useless trash. Now it was time for the gift to the chief Yuan officer, Lord Yang, which was ambiguous. In fact, it was a simple scroll, nothing special. Even for an Empress, it could hardly be called a gift. She looked at the scroll, not seeing any hidden messages other than a clear disdain for her. Alan watched from a distant table, unable to convince John to change his gift, which would most likely cause a scandal. Jan looked at the Empress with a smile and pretended that everything was fine and that it was intended. But the Empress was clearly not satisfied with his words and his gift, so she dismissively threw the scroll at his feet. Jan continued to smile and, contemplating the woman's anger, expected that he would soon be put to death for his impudence. However, the Emperor decided to intervene at the wrong time and began to justify the boy and offered a way out of this situation. It was indeed a worthy substitute for any gift, and not accepting it would be a violation of etiquette, as well as refusing to give a similar gift. So the Empress agreed, although she looked clearly dissatisfied and angry. The Emperor smiled at himself and watched Yang exhale lazily, obviously not wanting to write any poetry. However, he also had no choice, so he agreed and got ready to start. The weasel Alan had already asked permission to record the boy's poem, and Jan's poem was written by Alan's hand, which increased its value many times over. The Emperor, having realized the intention of the first poet, allowed it with a joyful smile. Holding a glass in his hand, Jan began to quietly recite the poem in a tone that was not associated with his birthday or the holiday as such. From the first line, Alan realized that this poem would be a masterpiece, and throwing away his smile, concentrated on the brush in his hand. Nobody doubted John's literary genius anymore, and when people heard the first line, they started to make noise. Ian closed his eyes, and still holding the glass, continued to recite lines that made him feel cold for some reason. And Alan, as if in a trance, wrote down John's poem word by word on paper. The first poet smiled as he continued to write. He was really passionate about these words. Some of the guests had already identified this poem as the one that shakes the empire, but it still lacked the warmth characteristic of congratulatory poems. Alan, who was the most versed in poetry among those present, understood the majesty of this poem even without listening to it to the end. And finally, the finale of the work came, which Yang pronounced in a loud, bold voice, raising his hand in a characteristic gesture. The next moment, a beam of energy began to stream from the sky, falling on the boy in a shining waterfall. Once again in recent times, a pillar of divine recognition has illuminated the figure of John. This energy was different from the one that enveloped John the previous time he recited the poem. Alan understood why the energy was so high this time. The poem was of a celestial level that was much higher than the previous one. People immediately started discussing this news. Such poems were really rare in this world. The emperor was extremely pleased with what was happening and asked John the name of this poem. The poem was called The Hard Road, and when Jan said the title, there was an extraordinary sadness in his eyes. Right in front of him, a vortex of energy formed into a strange shape that rotated and headed toward his face. This was something new. The energy had never left such marks before, and the guy felt the spot on his forehead where the strange vortex had hit him. When he came to, he realized that the Empress Dowager had left her own celebration unnoticed. Upon entering the chamber for the first time, the Empress sent her servants away and ordered them not to let anyone into her chambers. She watched them closely until they went out the door and closed it tightly behind them. Convinced that she was finally the Empress herself, she fell to her knees. She began to say ritual words, and a strange button mucus began to ooze from her shadow. The whistle gradually turned into a human figure bowing low to the Empress Dowager. They talked about the chief Yuan officer, Lord Yang, assessing him clearly not from a friendly point of view. They discussed his behavior and his habit of going ahead no matter what, and assessed it as one that would lead to his imminent death. The woman offered to organize and execute the assassination of Lord Ian as soon as possible. In response, a strange woman made of purple slime decided to remind her that she didn't need advice, especially from her. The strange, slimy creature used a blob of energy very similar to a snake to strangle the woman. Finally, she let go of her and she fell to the floor, shivering slightly and trying to regain her breath. But at the next words of this creature, the Empress seemed to blossom, and it was obvious that she was eager to leave the palace. Jan walked around the palace looking rather disgruntled to the accompaniment of fan shouts from other guests. He failed to die again, and this disturbed him more and more. He had spent too long in this world in vain hopes of death. Suddenly he smelled a strange but pleasant odor, which was unexpected in this part of the palace and in the palace in general. Someone was cooking on a fire right there, a few meters away. Surrounded by several officials who tried to stop him, the man was frying 2 fish strung on sticks. This was the man he had recently talked about with his colleagues, Prince John. The prince noticed John and was somewhat upset, expecting him to start telling him that he shouldn't fry fish here. But Ian disappointed his expectations by asking permission to try one of the fish. After a short pause, the prince laughed and admitted that the boy was a really interesting person. And while sharing the carp he caught, he added another bottle of wine. He liked this man more and more every minute. For some reason, Jan had the impression that he was now attending a much more lavish banquet than the one he had just left. The two of them had a great time drinking wine and eating fish from the local pond. I did not understand what Prince meant when he said that it was difficult for him to leave his residence. John looked at the palace thoughtfully and tried to explain why this was so. For him, the emperor was the one from whom he could not ignore any decrees, even the most ridiculous ones. It seemed that because of his background, Prince John took the law much more seriously than anyone else in the empire. I could not understand what motivated this man and why his behavior often contradicted his words. Suddenly serious, the prince asked if John meant his pretending to be a madman. I did not understand why John mentioned the Empress Dowager in the context of their conversation. Suddenly, the prince asked if there was a place for him at the banquet, but in any case, he did not want to go. Suddenly, the prince's eyes filled with pain, and all the muscles in his body tensed as if he were being electrocuted. John was confused when he saw this picture, and did not understand what was happening to John and what he should do. He was lying on the ground holding his head and shivering as if from severe frost. He was grinding his teeth in pain and could not say anything, only groaned. Finally, he was able to get up, but he was still holding his head and covered in cold sweat. John nevertheless put his hand on his shoulder and told him that he also did not get a place at this banquet. The prince looked at the smiling boy and was so surprised that he forgot about his pain even for a second. A second later, he realized that the Empress's strange behavior was a barb to the person who had offended the Jade Hall. I tried to do something about John's pain with my scientific chai, but it was all in vain. The prince sensed what John was trying to do and hastened to explain to him that it could not help. He explained that what I was seeing and feeling was actually the curse of immortal sects, and it could not be easily removed. John remembered the Emperor's behavior in the context of what John had said, and now assessed the man quite differently. Meanwhile, Prince John finally came to his senses and decided to tell the boy why he wanted to meet him so badly. The prince paused long enough to look up at the sky and said that he saw hope in the new moon. And the prince shouted at the top of his lungs, challenging the whole world to a duel, that he saw hope for justice. He hoped that thanks to Yan, Ju's empire would have a new chance to become even better than ever. Prince John's sincerity even made the boy feel a little guilty about his selfish desire to die. It was a wonderful evening in a friendly company, clearing the mind and allowing us to evaluate the path we have traveled. Ian told Susan about his meeting with the prince and the curse he carried with him. Unfortunately, a curse of the type that John suffered from could not be removed so easily, and the woman honestly admitted that she could not. But with the conversation about the prince, the woman decided to ask about the dangers of the banquet itself. Ian opened his mouth to answer the woman's question, but it turned out that she was talking to her snake. One way or another, I decided to share my suspicions and impressions with the woman. The woman agreed with Jan's conclusions, but insisted that the snake stay with him for a while longer. Officials from the Ministry of Yuan Control were discussing Alan's strange state last night, how he hadn't been himself all day. I didn't understand what the men meant when I saw Alan hugging a scroll with a poem. The man was truly in love with the art of words. Jan thought that someone would try to poison him at this banquet, so it would be better not to take Alan with him, even though he didn't want to go alone. Therefore, the boy came unaccompanied to the palace, or rather to the Garden of 100 Fragrances, where he was met by one of the eunuchs to take him to his place. Almost everyone was already in their seats and waiting for the start, sitting in front of their own table. Ian took his table, and this time there were no problems with seating. Jan had a strange feeling and concentrated on trying to understand the source of it. It was about the Empress Dowager, who for some reason gave the impression of a completely different person. This time, she really gave off a sense of serious threat and a desire to kill that I hadn't felt yesterday. Now it seemed no coincidence that John was essentially alone here, without the protection of other people. Perhaps yesterday's banquet was just a fitting for today. If this ruse was indeed what the guy analyzed, it was one of the best chances to kill him in recent times. The Empress Dowager sneakily glanced at Lord John, who was smiling too cheerfully, not understanding the source of his good mood. The entity that controlled the Empress Dowager's body really wanted Jan dead and intended to kill him in the near future. Somewhere far away, the woman who controlled the Empress Dowager's body smiled at her plans. The Emperor gave George an important errand concerning Lord John and his safety at the Empress Dowager's banquet tonight. Therefore, the eunuch, trying to notice all the important and unimportant details, walked around the palace in the hope of understanding where the possible assassination attempt might come from. The two other eunuchs he met were just one of those suspicious details because they were not where they should be. They explained their behavior without thinking that it could be something strange or suspicious. But from George's point of view, this was a clear sign of danger, as the kitchen is the place where aristocrats' favorite weapon, poison, is used. The eunuchs who served today's banquet clearly felt out of place in the kitchen. An elderly eunuch sitting with a cup in his hand kept on scolding the servants, constantly repeating obvious truths to them. George recognized the old eunuch and was surprised to see him, since he had long since retired. But apart from the pensioner, he did not know any of the kitchen staff, which could only mean that these people were completely fake. In addition, George was not allowed to enter the room where the banquet was held, which was strange given his high status among eunuchs. George even suspected that he was simply not recognized and therefore not allowed to attend the banquet. But they knew exactly who was standing in front of them because George was one of the people close to the Emperor. However, the insolence still did not let him in, citing the order of the Empress Dowager. And apparently, they were not interested in the imperial decree. George could not allow this attitude to anyone else, and his reaction was immediate and brutal. The eunuch, as a loyal servant, could not allow anyone to disobey the Emperor's decree in the imperial palace. After popularly explaining this simple idea with a few slaps, George walked right through the two of them, unwilling to listen. They looked at him sadly, not daring to try to stop him a second time, but they were obliged to report the incident. Meanwhile, the time for speeches and toasts came at the banquet, and the Empress Dowager stood up to give a short speech. Spiritual wine was an expensive, exquisite drink that was difficult to obtain even for very large sums of money. One of the guests was expressing his gratitude to the Empress, while John thought that this wine would be the poison he expected. The Empress answered the official with a sly smile that wine was made to be drunk. John smiled as he looked at the Empress, appreciating her overly pleased appearance in his own way. The wine was so aromatic and strong that the eunuchs who carried it became intoxicated even though it was covered with wrapping paper. The old eunuch who ran the kitchen was extremely unhappy with the weakness of the young servants. George approached him with a stern look, which immediately aroused the old eunuch's displeasure and suspicion. George realized that he could not simply blame either the old man or the Empress. However, he could not allow even the possibility of poisoning Lord John, so he tried to come up with a reason to prevent the wine spill as soon as possible. But at the same time, he must be very careful not to formally offend either the eunuch or his mistress. While he was thinking about what to do instead of useful thoughts, only self-critical attacks came into his head. And after the attacks came memories of humiliation in the past, the pain of which he still carried with him. But along with these memories came good ones, such as the day he swore to protect Lord John. After all, in addition to the hopes for the revival of the Empire that were pinned on the boy, he was also almost the only one who treated George well. Recalling these events, George was determined to fulfill his vow at all costs, even if it was not in the way he had imagined. So, putting on his face an expression of utmost severity, he asked if the wine that was about to be served was going to be video tested for poison. The old eunuch wanted to take offense at George's suggestion, but he merely replied that protocol required such a check. However, adherence to protocols was a double-edged sword. The eunuch knew this better than anyone else. Therefore, having realized George's intention, he offered him to taste all the wines on his own. It was really a challenge because this wine made the servants who were just carrying it drunk. However, George's determination was not lost, and he did not want to go back on his words. Before starting the tasting, he strictly forbade bringing untested wine to the guests. I gathered my will and started testing the drinks, and at first it was even pleasant. The fragrant drink tasted divine. But with each new portion, the taste lost all meaning, and it became increasingly difficult to swallow and hold my head. Soon it became difficult even to keep himself on his feet, and George kept on going, but continued his difficult work. Meanwhile, he ordered the tested drinks to be served to the tables of the nobles. It was really delicious, and its taste and aroma were appreciated by all the guests of the banquet, including John himself. But the snake in his sleeve was calm, indicating that it was not poisoned. John was quite upset by this delay, and he even began to think that he had imagined the Empress's evil intentions and that he had come in vain. Suddenly, the Empress turned directly to John, using the wine as an excuse to ask why he had become sad. The guy replied that the wine was really great, but that his worries prevented him from enjoying it to the fullest. The Empress Dowager, smiling, aptly noted that wine was the solution to all her worries and sorrows. As if in some kind of verbal poetic battle, the guy replied that in other cases it could only harm. The officials present raised their chalices in tribute to the beauty of Lord Ian's words. Remembering last night, the audience began to ask the boy to compose another poem like yesterday's. John thought for a minute, trying to remember something appropriate to the occasion. But either because he really could not think of anything suitable or to annoy the Empress, he refused, citing a lack of inspiration. The Empress was not offended, but rather noted with a smile that the spiritual wine obviously had no effect on John's spirit. After thinking for a second, the Empress Dowager ordered hundreds of flowers to be brought to the millennial drink to cheer Lord Yang. Upon hearing the Empress's words, the nobility began to cheer, since the drink she ordered to be brought had been tasted by a maximum of 5 people in this generation. The Empress's eunuch's heart sank when he heard her order, but he did not show it and hurried to fulfill the order. Meanwhile, George was no longer knitting his face off from the tastings. He was sitting on the floor, barely breathing. The old eunuch, convinced that no more inspections were planned, ordered a special wine to be brought. The subordinate was very worried about tripping and dropping the precious drink while carrying a small jug of special wine. He very carefully and slowly approached the old eunuch to confirm the order to bring the drink to the guests. The straw eunuch was very reluctant to do this because he knew that he was to blame, but the fate of the adopted orphans bothered him more. So with a frown on his face, he ordered the wine to be brought to the guests. George, who seemed to be unable to even look up, suddenly gave a new voice. He looked at the jug, expecting to be given it to taste like all the other wines. However, he was already so drunk that he could not distinguish between the tasted and untasted ones and needed to quickly come to his senses. Without taking his eyes off the jug, he stood up, trying to regain his composure, even though it was difficult for him to stand without support. To remedy this situation, he hit himself in the palm of his hand with a sharp stone, piercing it because it was obviously a very painful wound. George threw the bloody stone away, but stood up straighter and stopped shaking like a fever. The old eunuch looked at the whole procedure with undisguised surprise and a touch of admiration for a man who was devoted to his work. But he had his own issues, so he stood between George and the jug to prevent him from touching the wine. He tried to persuade the drunken eunuch to stop testing for his own good, but it was in vain. Then the old eunuch resorted to a different argument, saying that he had drunk too much to continue as a taster. George decided to show his serious intentions with the portrait and got a golden plaque. It was a special seal that called for all the guards of the palace to immediately report to the place where it was broken. He had retired from business quite a while ago, and while working with orphans, did not know the current schedules in the palace, so he was surprised to see the sign in George's hands. On the other hand, he also realized that in any case, the orphans he had sheltered would be able to escape punishment even if the poison was found. The old eunuch was not a completely bad person and did not want his colleague to die. But George's stubbornness was unbreakable, so the old man had no choice but to open the wine and give it to him for tasting. He kept asking George if he was sure he wanted to drink it, trying to make him understand that it was poison without saying so directly. But George had realized this long ago, but he had no other way to prevent Lord Ian from being poisoned. And he gathered his courage and began to drink the poisoned wine, thinking that unfortunately he would not see the fruits of his actions. Jan was sitting at his table waiting for the wine to be brought to him, which, judging by this, would be poisoned, but he had been waiting for quite some time. Suddenly, the snake in his sleeve began to move in a specific way, making it clear that it smelled poison somewhere nearby. However, no one brought any wine or food, and the snake's behavior became incomprehensible to Jan. Suddenly, somewhere in the distance, I heard a familiar voice shouting something about poison in the wine. I didn't realize it was George's voice, but I couldn't understand why he was screaming, but I jumped up to help him anyway. The subordinate eunuchs did not understand what was happening, but their supervisor, with a stern expression on his face, ordered them to be quieter than they appeared. Suddenly, Lord Ian, pushing people around, ran to George, who was lying on the ground. Fearful for the eunuch's life, John tried to bring him to consciousness by leaning over him and trying to understand what had happened. Josh opened his eyes, recognizing the guy, and his face was filled with joy that he was alive and well. The old eunuch took advantage of the fact that George was unable to say a word in his own way to explain what had happened. Yang tried to use his key energy to cure the eunuch's poison from his body. However, these attempts were clearly insufficient. George said goodbye to his life with a sense of accomplishment. He felt that saving Lord John, even at the cost of his own life, was a truly worthy death. He believed that apart from that, his life was empty and devoid of meaning and purpose. John obviously thought differently, because in his mind, every life was a priceless gift that could not be sacrificed so easily. John did not want to hear anything about the heroic death and persuaded the eunuch not to lose consciousness. However, he still closed his eyes with a happy smile on his painful face. People from the banquet rushed to the scene to see what had happened with their own eyes and began to actively gossip about the incident. Ian was still sitting holding George's head in his hands, literally burning with hatred and releasing a lot of energy into the air. The puppeteer, in the voice of the Empress, ordered an investigation, even though she was the organizer of the murder. Because it was obvious that there was no way to organize a second attempt to assassinate the chief officer today, the Empress decided to end the banquet. But John had a completely different opinion about who could and could not leave the crime scene. At first, he wanted to find out who was responsible for George's death and execute that person for everyone to see. But when he said this, he looked directly into the Empress's eyes, clearly characterizing who he suspected in the first place. The Empress received his gaze calmly, and for the sake of form, decided to ask him if he meant her as well. When other officials heard that Yang was forbidding even the Empress Dowager to leave, they began to shout at him indignantly. But Jan did not care about the cries of history and scandals. He only wanted to punish the guilty. At the Yuan Control Ministry, the great ancestor's sword began to tremble slightly, sensing the boy's desire. And when his desire turned into a real call, he quickly flew out of his scabbard. And having broken through the roof, he flew towards the palace because the chief control officer needed justice right now. And the sword of the ancestor was an instrument that brought justice to this world by the hands of the chief officer of the Yuan Control. Grabbing the sword that was flying toward him at a terrible speed, Yan turned to all those present with a deadly face. His wish was simple: justice at any cost, no matter how many people have to die for it. He stood in front of the Empress Dowager and looked directly at her, clearly making it clear that he knew all her hidden secrets. The woman who ruled over the Empress was sure that Yang would not dare to harm her, no matter what she did, and even if she did not, he would be worse off. I asked the Empress directly, with eyes that reflected death, whether it was her handiwork. To which she, controlled like a doll, asked without fear what would happen even if she did. Jan's answer was simple and obvious. He was a control officer whose friend had just been killed because he didn't care about the circumstances. The courtiers could not believe what they were seeing, and that Yan was ready to kill even the Empress Dowager for a eunuch. The old eunuch looked at John in disbelief because he knew how precious his brother's life was. He looked at the dead George and now understood why he had decided to sacrifice himself for this man. The old eunuch's soul even trembled with envy of George for having such friends. Meanwhile, the Empress ordered her guards to attack John. She accused him of high treason for threatening the Empress, and her guards attacked the boy. But the next moment, strange men appeared near him, exuding danger, and loudly declared that Lord John was not to be touched. The Empress immediately enrolled the newcomers in the rebels and ordered them to attack them as well. But his own voice, coming from behind the crowd of aristocrats, stopped all this madness. It was the Emperor himself who was watching the banquet closely precisely because of the possibility of such incidents. The Empress immediately attacked the Emperor for allowing some third-rate official to wave a sword in front of the Empress's nose. But the Emperor responded even more harshly, briefly explaining that it was her behavior that had led to such results. The Empress, or rather her puppeteer, did not expect such strong words from the weak Emperor. But the Emperor did not even think to apologize for them, and the Empress did not find anything to say in response. However, the Emperor had something to say and ordered the Empress to be taken to the palace and actually arrested. She quickly realized the meaning of the last phrase and began to shout indignantly at the Emperor, but it was useless. She hated him with all her heart at that moment and wished him dead as her worst enemy. However, there was still the ferocity of Yang's death itself, who did not allow the Empress to leave the court until he had passed his judgment. The Emperor gently took me by the elbow, trying to calm him down. The Emperor's words and eyes said that justice would come for this woman, but now was not the time or place. Moreover, the Emperor explicitly hinted that the mortally wounded but not dead George should now be dealt with. Who had already mentally buried his friend was speechless, although he fully agreed with all the Emperor's words as long as George was alive. George was rushed to the Imperial Hospital as quickly as possible to receive the necessary treatment. Doctors with sad faces stood over George, who never regained consciousness. We managed to stabilize him and make sure he did not die in the near future, but it was difficult to cure him. The Emperor was ready to give any resources to save the eunuch, but this was not enough. The Emperor recalled the look in John's eyes before he learned that George was still alive and feared that his condition would return. One of the servants announced that people from the Ministry of Yuan Control had come. It was Susan, accompanied by Alan, and Ian knew that the woman, as a devilish cultivator, knew her way around poisons and was therefore glad to see her. She wasted no time in going to George's room to examine his condition and find out what kind of poison the killers had used. For a while, everyone was silent while Susan used her energy to explore the eunuch's body. This was the first time the Emperor had seen this woman, though he realized from the spies' reports that it was the demonic cultivator Susan. The reports were true. The woman was indeed beautiful and had surprisingly good features, which surprised the Emperor. The Emperor saw that Yang trusted this woman and realized that this trust was largely deserved. On the other hand, the Emperor realized that he did not always show his best side, being overwhelmed by his own duties. Finally, the examination was completed, and Susan was ready to tell us what exactly poisoned George and who might be behind it. It was obvious that the real victim of this attack was Jan, and the connection between the poison and the person who used it pointed to the real person of interest. The emperor was shocked by this conclusion, but it was self-evident. Yan could not understand why the Empress Dowager was chosen as the perpetrator of the murder. This explained Yan's feelings when he noticed a change in the Empress's energy on the second day of the banquet. But in addition to the investigation to punish the criminals, there was a more urgent matter, or rather, the rescue of George. The pill Susan gave him, unfortunately, could not cure the poisoning, but at least delayed his death, giving him the time he needed. The devilish cultivator, with a somewhat sad face, told the boy what ingredients were needed to treat such a case. Among other things, pure water was such a rare substance that it was easier to consider it non-existent. However, Susan already had a plan to replace such a rare substance, and she didn't have to travel far to get it. The fact that the woman did not immediately say what kind of substance it was and where it was located led to the conclusion that it would not be so simple. And so it turned out that the water Julie was talking about was in the very center of the Garden of the Sages. Alan, out of habit, exclaimed that he knew this legend and showed that he was ready to tell it. It was a story about the time when the wise men were just starting their garden and found a clear stream there. Although it was just a play on words, the symbolism of refusing even a hint of theft was very strong. And in this world, the symbolic quickly became the energy that directly influenced the world. The stream remained there and is now filled with the very pure water that was so necessary for George's treatment. The conclusion of the story was simple enough for John. He had to visit the Garden of the Wise. This in turn required the Emperor to open and authorize a passage for Lord John. The Emperor was somewhat surprised by this turn of events because he wanted Jan to visit the garden, and only the boy refused. But now his motivation was completely different, so Jan resolutely agreed to enter the garden. Recalling how resolutely he had refused to do so, the Emperor once again thought about the boy's devotion to his friends and associates. Indeed, John was ready to sacrifice himself because he knew that this was exactly what the eunuch had done to him. The Emperor was ready to begin preparations for the boy to enter the Garden of the Sages. But Ian looked at George, who was still unconscious, and remembered that there was one more thing he had to do as soon as possible. He considered the punishment for the Empress Dowager to be an urgent and immediate matter. The guy looked very determined and was clearly determined to carry out brutal justice. The Emperor could not allow John to do what he planned, because it would destroy everything that he had become for people. But it was not only the boy who was unhappy with the Empress Dowager's atrocities. Prince John was not himself when he heard about the assassination attempt. He could not ignore this case because he realized that this attempt would not be the last if the Empress was not punished. And no less determined than John, the prince set out to hold his own course. His morals and values forced him to intervene in this situation, even though he seemed to have retired from all business long ago. Frightened by his own behavior and determination, he stood in front of the Hall of Ancestors. When he heard the question, he said his name according to the ritual and bowed down. The doors of the hall slowly opened for him, but it still took him a few seconds to gather the courage to enter. In the darkness of the hall, people in deep hoods stood as if they had been waiting for the prince for a long time. Filled with thoughts of his own repentance, John literally fell to his knees before the altar. People in deep hoods watched without emotion as the prince loudly began to say his request prayer. His confession did not conceal any truth about him, and the sincerity of this man was never in doubt for those who knew him. He honestly and openly admitted his mistakes and shortcomings, and was ready to bear any repentance for them. But now he did not want repentance, but justice and the strength to realize it. I don't understand what the Emperor is talking about, but I had my own counter-argument. The crime should not go unpunished, no matter what. It was obvious that the Emperor agreed that the widow should be punished, but asked for time to think it over. Suddenly, one of the eunuch's servants brought the news of what Prince John was going to do. For both Jan and the Emperor, this radically changed the matter. Jan did not care about himself, but it was someone else's broken faith that mattered. Moreover, the prince had no right to commit lynching, so the boy immediately gave an order to stop him. But it was too late for orders. The Empress's chambers were stormed and set on fire, and the woman, hanging like a hunter's prey with eyes full of horror, looked at Prince John standing before her with a sword in his hand. Such arguments allowed not only the Empress, but also other representatives of immortal sex to rule in Zhu for so long. But John didn't care anymore, because he realized that listening to such things only delayed his own demise and added to it the shame. The woman wanted to put pressure on the prince's fear, but apparently he was now completely indifferent to his own life. Yang, the emperor, and their entourage finally reached the Empress Dowager's chambers. The emperor, as the head of the family, menacingly asked the crypt keepers what they were doing here, hinting at their obvious interference in the matter. One of the men bowed to the emperor and explained the reason for this behavior as Prince John had received the right to the Tai sword. He did not waste time asking questions and listening to answers and went straight to Prince John. What he saw was an unexpectedly unpleasant sight for him, even though he had just wanted to stand in his place. Prince John did not turn his head and answered the boy in an unnaturally cold voice. I didn't want John to suffer because of this whole incident, because he actually had no right to commit a lynching. But the old man didn't care. He wanted to kill this terrible woman at any cost, even if he died with her. The emperor did not understand why the usually calm and kind prince was behaving like this now. Upon hearing this question, the Empress Dowager's face turned into a mask of contempt for the prince. With the desperation of a condemned death row inmate, the woman began to say really offensive things that she had obviously been meaning to say for a long time. She talked about what she had done in the past when she was still a full-fledged empress. But a loud exclamation and a quick swing of Prince John's sword stopped her flow of words. The smaller one stopped a few millimeters from the woman's neck, and the prince will continue to tell her story himself. He told me about how he stole her secrets, but as he was telling the story, he started shaking and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Seeing him suffer, the woman gathered her courage again and continued to shout insults at the prince. It was scary to look at John. He was still shivering and there were rivulets of blood from his mouth and eyes. His pain was obvious. Ian urged Prince John to stop because he now faced not only further accusations, but also death from the curse that hung on him. John felt that someone took his hand, trying to get his attention. It was Susan whose face was unusually sad, and she was also uneasy about the old man's fate. For a moment, the prince seemed to forget about the pain and explained that the curse constantly pressed on his consciousness, not only with pain, but also with a sense of unfreedom. And since personal freedom and the well-being of the empire were the most valuable to him, he would gladly give his life for them. After finishing his short speech, the prince noticed the flames that had spread to his clothes and threw his sword with a swing. His voice was getting quieter and quieter, and it was impossible to make out his face in the flames, except for his broad smile that accompanied his last words. Yang and the emperor could not hold back their tears as they contemplated this tragic picture of death and liberation. A blob of black energy quickly slipped out of the flames, unnoticed by anyone, and was clearly trying to escape. The mired man crossed the square incredibly fast, moving among the sparks from the fire. But suddenly, his swift movement was stopped by a woman's heel, which pinned the strange shadow to the ground. If the black entity could express emotions, it was now overcome with fear. The heel belonged to Susan, and she looked surprisingly happy about the booty. The next day, Yang, accompanied by Susan and other people from the Yuan ward, walked emotionally broken through the streets of the city. The unexpected events of these days made me think about the transience of life. John liked the old Prince John and his views on life and friendship, and was really saddened by his tragic death. Hearing about the immortal sex from the boy's mouth, Susan reached for her sleeve with a sly look. She took out a vial with a mysterious substance that glowed purple in the light of the morning sun. I didn't understand how it was possible to take someone else's soul captive, let alone a part of it. But the fact remained. He looked at the contents of the glass appraisingly, wondering how something so small could bring so much grief to people's lives. Last time, they communicated through a magic mirror, or whether the current conditions could be called communication remained an open question. Despite her predicament, a part of Fiona's soul still behaved in an insolent and arrogant way. Susan assessed the girl's behavior in her own way, and ironically began to cast some kind of magic on her. The small flames inside the glass clearly did not add to the girl's comfort. As if reading the boy's thoughts, Susan explained that this part of his soul was no longer suitable for being a spy, and the energy inside the glass had already enveloped the small figure, causing it considerable suffering. Susan told the particle in a rather scary voice that she was not going to destroy it, but to say hello to the main part. The part of Fiona still continued to brazenly threaten all possible punishments. The reaction of the particle itself was already a source of information, and Ian correctly assessed the intentions of the real Fiona and the immortal sect. Susan reminded him that he still had to go to the wise man's garden to save George. And it was appropriate because despite his desire to die, John could not leave the eunuch to die. The head of the Yuan Control decided not to hesitate and go to the sage's garden right away. The huge ship floating in the sky seemed like an impossible chimera, but it was actually real. The girl felt that something was wrong. She broke out in a cold sweat and a feeling of fear filled her entire being. She quickly realized the source of these feelings and was surprised because she considered the part of her soul sent on the mission indestructible. She felt that something was very wrong but could not understand what it was. Suddenly, one of the sisters came into the room to ask something but stumbled over her words. What she saw filled her with fear and disgust and left her speechless. In response to her elder sister's questions, she was eventually able to get out only a few words. Surprised by this reaction, Fiona rushed to the mirror to see with her own eyes the reason for her sister's fright. Her face was disfigured by a giant tumor that had grown on the entire right side of her head. A puzzled Fiona ran to the elder, panicking, explaining the nature of her rather obvious problem. To her credit, the woman did not change her face when she saw the girl's face disfigured by the curse. She stood up decisively and even scolded Fiona for her panic over such a trifle. With a quick movement, she stuck a special amulet on the girl's forehead and sent energy into it. The amulet worked by shining with a warm yellow light, which in itself calmed the girl down. She turned to her sister, hoping that the curse had broken, but her reaction made it clear that this was far from the case. Things even got worse. The tumor increased in size and now hung in folds, covering the entire right side of the face. The elder did not frown at this and commanded the girl to come over, clearly taking the removal of the curse as a personal challenge. The elder looked at Fiona with sympathy, but also with a tangible part of disgust. She decided to use a more serious technique to remove this type of curse. She even tried to do it more than once, putting more and more energy into her attempts. Eventually, she gave up, feeling devastated and exhausted, standing in front of an equally exhausted girl. The girl finally mustered the courage to ask if the attempts had resulted in any results, while the elder was concentrating and looking for something in the chest. Finally, with a look of triumph, the elder took the mask out of the chest, which in itself answered Fiona's question. It was really scary to look at the girl's face. The whole right side of her face seemed to be melted wax. Meanwhile, John and Alan were heading to the entrance to the sage's garden. The first poet was seriously excited and clearly wanted to be in John's place at that moment. At that moment, he resembled a child on his way to an amusement park. Alan's words made Ian feel a bit out of place, since all his merits were actually a byproduct of his attempts to die. The guy clearly underestimated himself, since it is unlikely that a person with perfect morals would think of himself as having perfect morals. The Emperor was thinking something similar when he heard the end of their conversation and confirmed that they could both claim this great honor. The boys bowed ritually before the Emperor, behind whom stood one of the eunuchs holding a small red box. After the Emperor's beating, Yang realized that everything was ready, but he still wanted to apologize for the suddenness of their appearance. The Emperor, who was quite philosophical, noted that concern for the future is much more important than anything in the past. One way or another, since George's life depended on it, the Emperor also wanted to send the boys as soon as possible. He explained that the entrance to the sage's garden is not as simple as a point in space. Holding the box in his hands, the Emperor explained that the immortal sect had made the garden much more dangerous than anyone had expected. And the main thing the Emperor asked was to be careful not to lose 2 more lives in an attempt to save one. When the Emperor finished his speech, he looked at John with a dreamy smile on his face. John tried not to change his face because he realized that this could be perceived incorrectly, not only by the Emperor, but also by everyone else. The Emperor obviously did not understand this, and realizing how he looked, he hastened to turn away, clearly betraying his thoughts. But still, the Emperor concentrated and was ready to start opening the passage to the sage's garden. He slowly began to open the box, which at the same moment began to glow like lightning, releasing energy into the air. An image of a majestic dragon appeared in the air, twisting in rings above the Emperor. The energy continued to swirl around the box, which glowed brighter with each passing second. The dragon made several loops flying around the friends, hot jets of air blowing over their faces. Suddenly, the dragon disappeared, and in its place, at the same moment, a huge gate appeared, glowing with yellow and red light. The gate began to open slowly, with a dull sound that could be felt all over my skin. For a moment, I almost felt like I was losing consciousness, as if plunging into a whirlwind of dreams and mirages. Finally, his consciousness began to return to him, and he opened his eyes in what seemed to be a completely different place. And it really was so. He was standing under an endless starry sky, although it could not be said that it was night. She and Alan were in a boat in the middle of the still sea, and in the distance, strange rocks rose that seemed to glow by themselves. Unlike John, Alan contemplated the landscape with wide-open eyes, trying to memorize every detail of what he saw. Everything in this world was extraordinary, from the water that held their boat to the sky, densely covered with stars. This world had its own laws, which differed significantly from the laws of the world from which they came. Ian did not share his friend's optimism and looked carefully at the shore, thinking about the dangers it might hide. Finally, the question of what to do next became acute, since there were no oars in the boat and the shore was quite far away. But that night, Alan already had an answer to this, as usual, read out in some book. He tried to use his scientific chai, and it really helped. The boat started to move forward a little bit. Alan tried his best to speed it up, but at this rate, they would not reach the shore soon. I decided to try it myself, reasonably thinking that the amount of scientific ki he had would give me a better result in this journey. He concentrated his energy, which began to manifest as a yellow flame around him. Suddenly, the flames exploded in a high column, hitting the sky, and the ocean instantly reacted. And they began to move at a frantic speed toward the shore, so that the frightened Alan could only hold on to the boat. In a few minutes, they reached the pier, and I stepped onto it with no confidence, unlike Alan, who was trying to control the urge of his stomach. They approached a grand building that stood near the pier and seemed to shine in every possible shade. Alan was hardly jumping on the spot in admiration of the beauty he saw, while Ian was more interested in seeing the possible danger in time. Around the corner of the colossal building stood equally colossal statues that seemed to be made of pure gold. The first poet, who seemed to have read all the books in the world, instantly recognized the people depicted in the monuments. And he realized where they were from the descriptions in the same books and looked at the statues, fascinated and a little scared. The boy's voice was full of respect and hope as he spoke about the legacy of the sages. From Alan's words, it became obvious that here you could get another bonus to your scientific chai. But Jan was already unhappy with the blessings he had received before, and began to fear that he would be given another without his knowledge and consent. Alan respectfully approached the statue of one of the sages, expressing his respect with a deep bow. His figure shone with chi energy for a moment, which made it clear that in this place every gesture matters. Jan watched as his friend's figure was enveloped in the energy of the sage's blessings. Their formidable huge figures seemed to be looking at the boys appraisingly. Impressed and touched, Alan still could not believe that he had received such a valuable gift. A low voice sounded as if from underground, as if confirming what was already obvious. And as if on top of everything, a scroll appeared in the air in front of him, confirming that he had been recognized by the sages of the past. He rejoiced like a child, running up to John and shaking him so that he would also receive the blessing. John fully understood the wise men and their decisions, since the first poet received his nickname for a reason and his reading was phenomenal. John listened to his friend and thought that maybe he should receive a similar gift. This thought alone immediately caused a flame of chai to burn around his body. Getting bigger and already resembling a huge fire, his kuai rushed into the sky. I did not expect that a single thought would have such an effect, and I remembered that another blessing would only interfere with it. Allah was eager to see which of the wise men would bestow his blessing on his colleague. But John decided that a blessing would be unnecessary and decided not to participate. And in this somewhat impudent yet modest way, Jan refused the blessing of the sages. But as always, Alan reacted to his friend's statement in his own way, considering his words to be a manifestation of higher wisdom. However, they did not come here for a walk, but with a specific purpose, so Ian hurried on. He felt as if someone was watching him, and in fact they were. The gray-haired old man looked at the young men with an appraising look from the top of the mountain. The other elder had a smiling, ironic look on his face, but he was clearly surprised by the refusal to be recognized by the sages. For a moment they were silent, looking at the image of the boy that their scientific kui was showing them. One way or another, one of the elders correctly noted that the guy's goals still needed to be found out. Meanwhile, the boys stared in shock in front of them, disbelieving their own eyes, amazed at the overwhelming power of the scientific ki in this place. They came to the foot of a mountain shrouded in clouds that seemed to embody the philosophy of Taoism. Impressed by the grandeur of this place, the boys bowed low to express their respect. Finally, they came to the mountain itself and saw a staircase carved into the rock that led to the very top. According to her, the stairs were a test of the wisdom of those who dared to stand on them. For a second, Ian stood looking at the seemingly endless staircase. But he quickly came to his senses and slapped his friend on the back to express his faith in his infinite wisdom. Yi Yan went to the stairs with the intention of passing this test quickly. From the top, the elders watched the young people talk among themselves and assess their chances. One way or another, if they do not reach the top of the mountain, it will be a direct sign that they are not worthy of being here. Suddenly, one of the elders, looking thoughtfully into the distance, decided to accuse his interlocutor of the decline of Confucianism and Taoism. He did not expect this, but the answer was obvious, since all teachers were somehow guilty of the decline of their teachings. Obviously, this was a long-standing discussion that hurt both interlocutors. But they both agreed that their experience in philosophy and rhetoric was too great for someone else's opinion to matter. But one way or another, the time came for the young men to take their first test, a test of power and ambition. Yang sat on the imperial throne holding the seal in his hand, momentarily forgetting how he got there. His subordinate officials and servants lined up in front of him, waiting for his orders. For a moment, Jan wondered if this place really belonged to him, and if he really had the right to occupy it. However, this thought quickly left his mind as the entire empire was waiting for his orders and instructions. He knew that his laws were fair and beneficial to everyone, and so he issued them without a second thought, regardless of the consequences. The wise men watched the young man's test, not fully understanding his rather strange and unexpected actions. In the Yang Empire, arrests followed one after another. Regardless of origin, wealth, or acquaintances, every offender had to be punished. The guillotine was indifferent to who the person was before the crime. Even if it was a relative of the emperor or his close friend, no one could escape punishment. The mountain bedders did not understand what the young man was doing, and as adherents of Taoism, they did not understand why the imperial family, which was the foundation of society, should be destroyed. Once the thieves were dealt with, it was time to tackle the dishonest and unclean traders. They were bathed in gold and luxury, but with the new law, this was coming to an end. In addition, the money taken from the traders was spent on such a needless thing as education for all children. And then there was the reform of the imperial exams, which became really strict and difficult. And then he forced the rich to spend their money on the meaningless opinions of philosophers and teachers. This is how the nobility perceived everything that Emperor Yang did. They thought that he wanted to destroy the empire. The wise looked at everything he did with the understanding that the laws he issued were just and right. After all, despite the protests of the elite, there was something else going on in the country that was not so visible from the imperial window. Ordinary people began to live much better, richer, and more peaceful lives as a result of his laws. The world Yan was building was to be completely different from the one the elders on the mountain were used to. But they realized that such an approach, for all its dangers, could lead to many years of peace and prosperity. However, they also realized that even the best and most frequent motives can lead to dissatisfaction among many people. And among these people, of course, were the sects of immortal cultivators whose ships were already hovering over the emperor's head. One of John's servants begged him on his knees to stop turning the whole world against him. But it seemed that John's gaze reached farther than even the most powerful birds could. He didn't expect them to understand him, but he stood up and decided to tell them his own vision. And in his eyes, aristocrats and the rich were not the whole world, even though they ruled it. In the evening, his palace was already enveloped in flames and the civil war that was destroying his empire. The elders looked on with a strange feeling that the boy had won by losing. They paid tribute to his stubbornness, purity of principles, and their inviolability. And the thought of the world that the strange young man saw in his mind did not give the elders rest. And perhaps even in reality he will still be able to realize his dream of this world. But one way or another, the wise men had already begun to argue about which of them would be the first to share their wisdom with him. Meanwhile, John took the next step and fell out of the fantasy of his own empire, which was a test of his ambitions. He was confused for a second, trying to figure out which world was real and which was a fantasy. He gradually realized how insidious and cruel the test in the Garden of the Sages could be. But stopping halfway was not an option, so he boldly took the next step. He recalled Alan's words about how a person's wisdom affects the number of steps overcome in one step. It turned out that the number of steps was really phenomenal, and the faces of the elders were ashamed at that moment. But even here, they immediately began to quarrel about their own ability to climb the stairs and measure their steps. Ian took a deep breath inwardly, preparing for the next challenge, and he resolutely took the next step to overcome a few more steps to the top. His consciousness became clouded, and he lost his sense of reality again, not realizing who he was and where he was. But his consciousness gradually returned to him, telling him that his name was Jan, and he was in a beautiful place. In a beautiful place in a beautiful company, whose representatives were captivating. The wise men on the mountain knew that their behavior was unworthy of their high rank, but they could not help themselves. The girl handed him a drink, which Ian didn't pay any attention to, focusing on the mountains and valleys. But eventually he realized what the girl was saying and saw the cup she was holding out to him. She was an extremely attractive girl who literally glowed with health and beauty. He took the cup she handed him without haste. He drank it all in a few big gulps without stopping. Sitting here and enjoying the drinks, the views, and the great company was a great way to pass the time. He especially liked the company he was in. The young concubine was wonderful. For a moment his heart beat faster from some vague thoughts and strange desires. But he quickly forgot about that moment as he came up with a much better way to spend his time. And taking the girl by the hand, he dragged her into the house, ignoring her formal protests. The betters did not expect such a turn of events because the guy looked like a man of high morals until that moment. But the guy's talents were clearly too great for the poor girl. But there was a way out of this. He was very enthusiastic about the girl's offer. The new woman sat on his bed, waiting for him to remove the cloth from her head according to the ritual. The obviously excited boy hurried to do so with the help of a wand according to the ritual. The girl's deep green eyes immediately caught his eye. Obviously, the idea of having another woman was an effective solution to the problem. The betters above looked at the boy's adventures with somewhat conflicting feelings. Still, this test was quite cruel because it was aimed at primary human desires. The old man of the mountain noticed that the plot of the exam had changed by adding a new character. One way or another, John was still affected by his fascination with this illusion. And again, according to the ritual, he removed a piece of cloth from the face of his new wife with a stick. The fabric gradually rose to reveal a graceful neck, chin, and sensual lips. But when the fabric freed his face completely, Jan realized with horror that everything was very wrong. He tried to remember where he had seen this face, and why this face should belong to a man and not a woman. He tried to pretend that nothing had happened and everything was fine, but this attempt failed. He didn't understand his feelings and didn't understand why he felt such an aversion to this obviously beautiful girl. She saw his reaction and could not understand what she could have done wrong. Tears glistened in her eyes, and her new husband's behavior clearly confused and upset her. I tried to justify myself by explaining that it wasn't about her at all, but such words have never worked well. They both lay awake, each reflecting on today's encounter and what was behind it. The elders on the mountain were equally surprised by the situation, as they did not understand what caused such a sudden change in the boy's behavior. After much thought, Ian came to the conclusion that he needed to understand himself and his feelings. He somewhat withdrew into himself, constantly meditating and spending time alone. She could not explain this behavior because it was the first time she had ever experienced such a sudden change in temperament. Jan explained this in his own way, wrapping up his little speech with accusations of inadequate assessment of his personality. But it was obvious that the assessment the girl gave to Jan was completely rational and proven in her eyes. Ian decided to ask the girl what she thought of his new wife, hoping to find answers in other people's eyes. However, the girl answered with the absolute truth, which was that she was absolutely normal and even better than anyone expected. With a completely unhappy look on his face, Ian nevertheless dared to put his strange thoughts into words. And neither did his interlocutor agree with his assessment at all, as she saw that the young lady was feminine. The guy explained that he couldn't even be with other women anymore because he was always thinking about her. At that moment, the boy was pushed back into the world where he was climbing a mountain in the sage's garden. He remembered his illusion and still could not understand what it was and what it was supposed to mean. He recalled what he did with the girls in that illusion and smiled at these memories. But the memories of the third woman came naturally, who for some reason had the face of Emperor Jew, which did not suit the boy at all. The flashing memory caused disgust with himself, and the guy began to spit furiously, trying to get it out of his head. For the rest, he found an excuse for himself in the form of accusing the author of this strange, perverted test. Finally, Having thrown all these stupid thoughts out of his head, the guy was almost ready to continue his journey. The betters looked at the image of the guy and noted that his approach to the test and life in general was somewhat unconventional. Regardless of the method, however, the boy came out of the illusion on his own and passed the exam. Moreover, the second test completed his ascent of the mountain, and it turned out that he took only 2 steps, which one of the elders noted as a record. The guy was full of mysteries and surprises, and it was already clear and obvious. Meanwhile, the boy continued to climb with determination, watching the whirlwind of fire and energy that ran ahead of him. I finally reached the plateau and looked around trying to figure out what to do next. A surprised Alan flew out of the fiery vortex looking a little silly. According to him, John's behavior somehow inexplicably influenced his exam. He told us in more detail about what happened to him on the way to the top, not forgetting to praise his friend. Ian didn't quite understand what had happened either, but the goal of their hike remained the same: to get to the most frequent water as soon as possible. Meanwhile, everything was quite calm in the Imperial Palace, although quite a while had passed since the boys had entered the gates. A sudden, incomprehensible sound interrupted the peace and quiet of the Imperial chambers. This sound could be heard throughout the city, and it was a foretaste of trouble coming from the sky. Flying ships of immortal sects filled the sky with their formidable silhouettes. They hovered over the city, spreading their sails menacingly, not promoting anything good for the inhabitants or the Emperor. However, the crew of the flying ships looked at the capital with no less interest than its inhabitants looked at the ships. After leaving her room, Fiona made a remark to the team and did not leave the city without a caustic comment. The men could only apologize for their behavior to a representative of the Jade Chamber. She slowly walked to the edge of the board to get a bird's-eye view of the capital. She could hear the team discussing her personality behind her back, but she didn't want to pay attention to it, focusing on her hatred for Jan. The Sage's Garden was indeed a wonderful place full of harmony, of beauty and peace. The guys had been traveling around this amazing place for some time, mesmerized by this beautiful landscape. Alan saw something interesting and drew his friend's attention to another strangeness of the place. In front of them was a game board that clearly hinted at some hidden secret. John didn't care about such obvious clues and didn't want to waste time on them at all. Another strangeness caught Alan's eye, and once again today he called out to his friend to pay attention to it. A stout tree grew right in the middle of the amazingly clear stream, and Alan rightly suspected that this was the most common source. He dipped his hand into the spring to appreciate the purity and freshness of this magical water. Ian took out the water bottle Susan had given him, but looked at its small size rather critically. He dipped it into the spring, expecting it to fill up instantly, but he kept holding his hand under water, and the bottle never stopped filling. Some strange magic seemed to make it simply bottomless, and it seemed that more and more water was getting into it. In a bit of a panic, I didn't pull the amazing bottle out of the source. Still, we didn't want to disturb the local ecosystem by using magic vials carelessly. The guys got everything they wanted from this place and could safely turn back. For a minute, the guys stood there waiting for something to happen, but nothing happened to them or around them. Finally, I broke the silence and asked the Omniscient One directly what was going on. According to the plan, they were supposed to be transported back to their world as soon as they wanted. Obviously, this did not work, and Yang had already begun to mentally blame the Emperor. And remembering his face, the memory of that strange illusion where the Emperor was his wife immediately came back to him. While Ian was absorbed in his thoughts about the Emperor, Alan noticed something interesting and once again called his friend to look. They stood in the middle of an endless and majestic bamboo forest immersed in an emerald fog. Some objects shone brightly like the sun in the middle of this strange forest. A huge sword rode above them, illuminating the space around them. A giant sword stuck out of a huge rock, evoking unambiguous associations for Jan. But he remembered that this sword was from another story, connected with the decline of Confucianism in the Zhou Empire. A shadow fell over the face of the man who clearly knew much more about this sword than Jan. With a thoughtful and sad look, the first poet called his friend to follow him. Ian looked around him, feeling a strange longing and sadness that this eerie place evoked. It was the burial place of Taoist and Confucian sages, and the tombstones seemed to fill the entire space to the horizon. The thunderous voice was so loud that it seemed to be heard far beyond the city limits. The Emperor decided to resort to diplomacy in order not to provoke an escalation of this conflict. However, it was obvious that the representatives who did not pass the chamber were not interested in diplomacy or manners. They wanted John's blood. The emperor understood the reason for their visit from the very beginning, but when he heard these words spoken aloud, he froze for a second. The whole city heard what was happening in the palace, and everyone was interested in only one question: what the emperor would do. Representatives of the Yuan control chamber were also closely watching the actions of the immortal sects. Throughout this show, Susan saw the conspiracy and cunning design of the intriguers in the Jade Chamber. There was no other explanation for why Yana was left alive for so long. The only reason she saw for this behavior was an attempt to intimidate all possible rebels at once. She realized that Jian was at the center of all the events that changed this society so significantly. Finally, the emperor came to terms with his own emotions and spoke to the immortal sects in a quiet and calm voice. The next second, it turned into a loud cry of a person who was tired of enduring lawlessness. The head of the Jade Chamber did not pay attention to the emperor's words and demanded an answer for the insults inflicted on immortal sects from the head of the Yuan control. The senior official tried to stop the emperor's anger because it could cause even more discontent among the immortal sects. But another official was in full agreement with the emperor and the reasons for his anger. This was a rather sudden change, as all the officials, without exception, had professed the same idea as the old one not so long ago. However, now almost all of them have unanimously declared that the immortal sect's actions were not guided and were illegal. Undoubtedly, John's influence was not without significance here, but the officials themselves wanted justice in at least some way. The entire local population gradually gathered near the emperor's palace to express their support for the emperor. The Yuan controllers looked at the people gradually gathering in the square, realizing that their chief officer had played a very important role here. Meanwhile, Ian was looking at the stone blocks of the sages' tombs, trying to understand the essence of this place. It was full of some strange, hidden energy and power that resembled a calm but boundless ocean. He pointed to something ahead, explaining that they were looking at the cause of the decline of Confucianism and Taoism in the empire. The chains glowed with red light as if they had been heated to high temperatures. They washed the stone blocks of the graves as if to bind them with their power. They showed the degree of divergence in the views of the sages of past generations who could not come to an agreement. And as if to confirm the boy's thoughts, the elders of the mountain began to exchange ironic remarks with each other again. They even did it in a lazy way, and this was natural, since their discussions had been going on for more than a millennium. However, this was also a pretense, and the heat of their discussions never subsided from the moment they exchanged their first few words. Ian wondered what this irreconcilable contradiction was that divided the sages into irreconcilable sides. The first poet began telling the story of this split by asking to take a closer look at the stone pillars, namely to the two largest and highest pillars which had no inscriptions on them. They towered into the sky as if to challenge it with their formidable intransigence. Alan continued his story with a sad face, which eloquently made it clear how close this story was to his heart. A story about discord and endlessly defending one's own righteousness with complete disregard for the opinion of the interlocutor. Diane decided to clarify the position of one of the sages who defended rituals and laws, and he began to talk in more detail about his position, which was related to the natural course of things. However, it is obvious that John had a low opinion of the views of this ancient sage. Without any respect, right there he was reassessing this man's abilities, regardless of his merits. And the wise man from above huffed and puffed at the young man, while the other, hiding his laughter, tried to calm him down with ironic jokes. Meanwhile, John continued to ask important questions to which the sage's philosophy did not provide answers. He tried to explain that nothing can be above the law, but it is important who writes this law and what will happen if this person is a scoundrel. He also said that the so-called natural order of things cannot be the basis for the existence of society. And in one way or another, rules are shackles that prevent us from doing not only bad, but also good things. He was amazed by the wisdom of his friend, but wanted to hear his opinion about the sage's opponent. The second sage professed a position of kindness, and John decided to ask his friend how this kindness would work in practice. When he heard the answer, he began to explain the weakness of this philosophy. And the weakness here was blind trust in the ideals of kindness without immersion in a specific situation. Now the second wise man, despite his philosophy of benevolence, wanted to clean the boy's face. Still, they were talking about sages revered for centuries, and Alan could not just listen to the insults of such authorities. To explain his position, Yang decided to use an analogy with the current political situation in the empire. His analogies were simple and transparent enough to understand, and could not be interpreted in two ways. When John began to explain all this with such simple examples, even the wise men fell silent listening to his arguments. But I didn't know what to say in response and just asked my friend with a sad look what to do if both philosophies were wrong. Jan had a fairly simple answer to this, although it was simple only at first glance. The sages of the Mountain of Thoughtfulness repeated his words as if weighing them on an invisible scale. The sage's gaze was deeply thoughtful, and Jan's simple words impressed him greatly. The second wise man was equally amazed, both of them looking like people who had finally seen something very obvious but invisible. Meanwhile, Jan's words were heard throughout the empire like the sound of distant thunder. Ian himself felt the energy and suspected that its surge might be the result of his words. While I was not reflecting on the change in the energy of the world, Alan was inquiring into the depth of the meaning of the words. John tried to explain his position in simple words, but they raised questions from his friend. I tried to explain the primacy of action over words and that actions themselves can be more expressive than any words. Ian remembered a phrase that aptly described his thoughts, which instantly put everything in its place. And it was really quite simple, because thinking alone without action makes no sense, but action without thinking is likely to be useless. In his further explanations, John returned to the personae of the sages who listened to him ashamedly from the height of their mountain. Trying to learn, creating, making mistakes, and trying again was what he was trying to do, and dogma only constrained and hindered him. Finally, the wise men left their shame behind and internally agreed with the boy's rightness and immediately felt amazing relief. Alana thought about his friend's words because he had always seen knowledge as a tool, not a goal, and took it for granted. When the young people came to this point, Ian decided to explain this aspect directly by asking Alan about his goal. The guy was embarrassed and began to quietly say banal things about ministry. But he quickly realized how insincere and superficial his words sounded. The sages also reflected on their goals and how they changed throughout their lives. This simple question did not have a clear answer, even though it was perhaps the most important in everyone's life. Unable to come up with a specific and clear answer, he decided to ask John about his goals. The boy paused for a second to look at the stone pillars of the sages' memorial. He recalled the tyranny of immortal sects that forced all people to obey their will. He recalled the ordinary peasants and workers who performed hard labor every day without receiving a decent reward for it. These were the thoughts that were running through his mind when he was returned his own question. He approached one of the stones and, placing his hand on it, expressed the thought that came to him in the form of these images. His figure began to glow with a soft yellow light, and the stone pillar began to resonate with his energy. Suddenly, large cracks appeared along its entire length with a rather frightening sound. The stone began to crumble, revealing its shining interior, on which the boy's words were inscribed. Amazed, John stood in front of the stone, still holding his hand on it, and gazed at the written words, which seemed even more significant now. He stared at the glowing stone in amazement, unable to believe that simple words could produce such an effect. Suddenly, the next stone began to crack just like the previous one. His shining gut also bore the inscription of his first phrase, "Knowledge and action are one." The guys were looking at what was happening to the stele, trying to understand what was going on. What Alan missed is that the spirits of the ancient sages agree with what John said and thus show it. John did not expect anything good from these events, because every time something like this happened, it became more and more difficult for him to fulfill his death plans. Suddenly, an amazing purple lightning bolt flashed in the sky above them, seemingly tearing apart the heavens. It struck very close to them, and they were frightened to see this miracle. As Alan explained, the lightning from the east was another confirmation that the spirits of the sages were very pleased with Jan's words. According to his friend, it turned out to be true, which means that he has new problems again. Meanwhile, John's words echoed in every mind throughout the empire, giving meaning to life and work. A strange purple light appeared in the sky, showing the symbol of the birth of a new sage. It was just a faint reflection of the light that hit the spot where John was standing. With loud buzzes, energy poured from the sky directly onto his figure. The energy swirled around him, giving him new strength and abilities. It had entered his being, and now, strengthened by his own chi, it burst out in the form of light and flame. And he finally realized what exactly happened to Yang and the pillars. It was the breaking of the seals on Confucianism and Taoism. The wise men, overjoyed but somewhat stunned, watched the young men, not knowing how to react to all these events. Meanwhile, ordinary people throughout the empire felt this event with their whole being. Before the seal was finally broken, there was only one decisive step that John had to take. I couldn't control my body now. His hand rose by itself and incredibly strong energy began to flow from it. He waved his hand and the energy fell like a giant shining sword on the paths of Confucianism and Taoism. I felt that I might faint from joy, but I could not take my eyes off the contemplation of this outstanding moment. As soon as the beings were severed and the seal broken, the imperial palace was illuminated with the energy of scientific kui. Susan was shocked because she understood the causes and consequences of the events, although she tried not to show it. The emperor and his subjects took all this as a sign of his righteousness and power, and they began to demand that the immortal sects leave the capital with all their tyrannical plans. People were ready to rush into battle against any enemy that threatened the empire or the emperor. The soldiers, ordinary people and officials, their determination and morale were as high as ever. The emperor resolutely appealed to the immortal sects, showing that their tyranny in the Jew empire was over. The woman looked at the emperor with gritted teeth. Everything was clearly not going according to her plan. An old woman stepped forward and menacingly suggested that the emperor hide, as he always did. But the emperor replied that since he had waited for the right person, everything would be different now. But the immortal sects were not going to give up without a fight, and threats followed. The threats were followed by an order to attack, which could only mean the beginning of a war with the immortal sects, and the time for words was over. It was an open revelation of war, but for the first time in many, many years, the empire was not afraid of it. The imperial horsemen boldly rushed at the enemy, hoping to break their ranks with a quick cavalry attack. Because they were extremely serious and determined, and there was not a single drop of fear in their eyes. The flying ships of the immortal sects were coming closer and closer to the imperial palace. The palaces began to prepare for battle by loading huge ballistae, which were almost the only physical weapons against these huge ships. Breaking everything in their path, the ships began to descend, not paying attention to possible casualties among ordinary people. When the emperor saw this, he immediately ordered all the people to evacuate to the palace, but he did not want to leave the battlefield. There were only a few dozen meters from the flying ships of the immortal sects to the imperial palace. 4 figures in snow-white robes took off from the ships, shining with blue light. They were immortals, the strongest representatives of the immortal sects. To be honest, the emperor did not expect these 4 to appear on the battlefield, and now his mind was in disarray. These 4 were almost at the very top of cultivation, and were extremely powerful beings who could hardly be called human beings. The one who looked the oldest addressed the emperor directly, veiledly offering to surrender here and now. The emperor was silent, looking for a way to fight the immortals, but the cowards were already echoing around him. Without waiting for an answer, the immortals threw up their hands, nicknaming the bizarre giant palms that obviously served as weapons. With a sharp wave of his hand, the immortal began his terrible crushing attack. A giant palm descended to the ground, squeezing everyone unlucky enough to be under it. But this was only the beginning, and a giant hand began to sweep the cavalry off the battlefield as if they were toy soldiers. The emperor ordered everyone to retreat, but he decided to stay because he believed that the immortals would not dare to attack him directly. But Elin, the immortal who looked the youngest, hinted to the emperor with a smile that he was in no less danger here. The next moment, a huge palm stretched out over the emperor, threatening to end his life. But suddenly, an equally huge wedge of light and energy pierced through my palm. An elegant woman in a green dress hovered in the air in front of the 4 immortals. It was clearly a surprise to them, but they didn't show fear or worry. The mission of Aunt Eliza, as the emperor addressed her here, was only one of covering his departure. Obeying the emperor's commanding gesture, the soldiers hurried to hide behind the palace walls. Meanwhile, Eliza began fighting the immortals at such a speed that to the untrained eye, it looked like smudged lines in the sky. The 4 surrounded the brave woman, and they had no doubt of their victory over her. But apparently she still had a plan that consisted of more than just dying at their hands. She made a strange gesture with her hand, and some unknown force threw the immortals far into the sky. Finally, her plan came to them, and it was obviously 100% successful. The woman hurried at full speed to the gates of the imperial palace. The emperor watched Aunt Eliza hurry and ordered his soldiers to help her in any way they could. The woman managed to put up a barrier that prevented immortals from entering the palace. The immortal who looked the oldest was named Kevin, and he volunteered to break the barrier himself. This caused surprise among the warriors of the immortal sex, because this barrier had been unbreakable for many years. But Besmertny aptly noted that everything that was not built would be destroyed sooner or later. The emperor and the chancellor heard the words of immortal Kevin, and although their faith in the barrier was high, it was not absolute. The next moment, the immortals really began to break the barrier, although it was obviously not an easy task even for them. They evoked the image of a huge dragon that began to fly at the barrier, frightening the soldiers and the emperor himself. The dragon repeatedly attacked the energy barrier, trying to break and destroy it. Susan, who knew much more about such matters than the others, explained the plan of action of the immortals, and she recognized it as an effective and rational barrier that will not stand for long without support. Meanwhile, Ian still could not get over his own adventures in the sage's garden. Alan noticed something interesting at the top and hurried to draw his friend's attention to this amazing thing. It was another proof of the greatness of what John had said recently. The fateful star shone in the sky like a second sun. This could only mean that Taoism and Confucianism had been revived, and this was an indisputable fact. And the seal that bound them was destroyed by the hand of a senior Yuan control officer. The energy from this event spread throughout the world, and all those who could feel it understood the essence of what had happened. A burning object appeared above John's head, radiating an amazing power. The object was slowly lowered directly into the boy's hands, and Ian took it without hesitation. An old woman appeared behind him and explained what he was holding in his hands. Jan stared at the two elders who appeared seemingly out of nowhere, but Alan quickly explained who they were. He was given the high honor of being entrusted with the fate of Confucianism and Taoism, and of course he wanted to refuse such a high honor. As it turned out, these two did not resolve this issue, but only informed about such a decision. One of the wise men stretched his hand upward, and a mystical star shone over him with new power. Ian felt a stream of energy flowing into his body, and also felt a mark on his forehead. The old man also noticed this sign and was pleased to note that it would save them a lot of effort. I tried to understand what it could all mean, from the strange sign to the appearance of equally strange old men. A moment later, he felt another change. His clothes transformed into some kind of luxurious outfit that seemed to be his second skin. But the next moment, the clothes were back to the same ones John had worn in the morning. As it turned out, it was another layer of protection he couldn't give up. When he realized this, he became extremely angry with the old men, because now there were only a few of them left in the entire empire who could kill him. The wise men had another gift for him, but he did not want to accept it. However, magically, this gift was already resting on his belt, giving him no choice. He looked at the little golden tower as a poisonous snake, trying to figure out how to get rid of it. Meanwhile, the elders were smiling because their mission was finally over and they could rest in peace. They turned to leave, adding a few warm wishes for the boy. And the next moment they disappeared, leaving an outraged John and an inspired Alan alone. Over and over again. That's what the guy was thinking while holding the new gifts. This world was mocking him, turning every attempt to die into a farce, one way or another. But now he doubted that there was a person in the immortal sex who could do him any harm. Meanwhile, the giant dragon summoned by the immortals continued to destroy the barrier over the imperial palace. The emperor looked at the terrible beast, trying to think of a way to confront it, but realized that even the best swordsman would not help in this situation. He had to explain over and over again that a simple sword cannot kill a dragon, even if there are thousands of such swords. Fiona still kept her mask on and stood on the bow of the flying ship, waiting for the barrier to be broken. Most of all, she wanted to pay for the curse that had been placed on her and her father's death, both of which were John's fault. She couldn't understand why all these people were so desperate to defend one man who, in her opinion, was unworthy. Her telepathic signals, full of anger and rage, were broadcast to almost everyone in the palace, which of course they did not like very much. However, no ordinary arrows could pierce the barrier she had erected for such occasions. All that having a barrier was not an easy task, even for immortals. More and more energy required replenishment. From the pills, the dragon formed by the Immortals began to attack the barrier twice as hard, which was already barely holding. People realized that under such pressure he would only be able to stand for a few minutes or even seconds. But no matter what, the Emperor and his soldiers were ready to take on the battle, no matter what it took. He threw down his sword hand and shouted a battle cry to raise the morale of the soldiers. In response, the Immortal swallowed the pills and commanded the dragon to attack with all his might. And he still managed to break the barrier, which immediately went into huge cracks and began to crumble. Soldiers of the Immortal sex were peppered with peas from flying ships attacking the Imperial Palace. However, suddenly something changed, and Fiona was probably the first to feel it, not expecting anything good from the change in circumstances. Pillars of light began to glow all over the city, and a very strong energy was clearly felt from them. Throughout the city, one by one, people felt a surge of strength from Confucianism and Taoism. John's words, which were imprinted on the stone ceiling, resounded in every mind across the capital. The key of the sages filled people with enormous power, which was extremely timely given the attack of the Immortal sects. At last, people understood Taoism and Confucianism was revived from the ashes, and now the power is on their side. Chancellor Li, sensing that his status as a cultivator had now been elevated, was suspicious of the trailing yang. Unlike him, the Emperor did not suspect this, but knew for sure without a moment's hesitation. Susan looked at the magic star with a sense of relief in her heart, because it could only mean that Ian was alive and had succeeded. The Immortals gnashed their teeth in anger as they realized that their undivided dominion had come to an end. It was still a chance to subdue all these people to his will, and Kevin was not going to waste this chance. He quickly flew into the sky, creating a kind of energy sword under his feet. Behind the glow of the mystical star, the figure of John appeared, trying to quickly assess the situation in the capital. The Immortals spotted a figure in the sky that had gone unnoticed until then because of the light of a star. Since there were not many people in the capital who could fly in the sky, he made an obvious conclusion. Finally, everyone saw the figure and realized that it was Yang, and the Emperor and the people of the capital were overjoyed. Now no one had any doubt that victory would be on their side. Ordinary people greeted him by waving their hands and shouting his name at the top of their lungs. The immortal Kevin did not expect such a frightening aura around this guy, because according to reports, this had never happened before. Nevertheless, the immortals of the language had a numerical advantage and were not going to give up. The Emperor ordered all forces to help the chief Yuan officer, but Susan, who appeared at the Emperor's side, assured him that this was not necessary. She felt changes in the boy's energy and realized that he was much stronger than the Immortal Four. John's whole figure seemed to be made of gold and shone like the sun. The Immortals again created their huge palms and pointed them at the boy, about to swat him like a fly. The hands collided in one point of space with John and exploded in a wave, blasting all the inhabitants of the city with a wave of hot air. The Immortals clearly did not expect the explosion as the wounded were scattered by the rising wave of air. This explosion was clearly a surprise for the Immortals, as could be seen by their injuries and surprised faces. The old cultivator realized that an artifact gave the boys such power. John's hope that the Immortals would be able to prove themselves in the case of his murder was dashed. Kevin had little to say to the guy in response and was panicking, trying to think of another way to get the impudent man. And there was a way, because John could be hurt in many different ways. When I realized the plan of the Immortals, I became very angry and its energy began to break through. At first, the Immortals did not understand what was happening and where the boy got his strength from. The power of his scientific key amazed even cultivators who had lived for hundreds of years and had seen a lot. John's new garment manifested itself on him, giving him almost absolute protection and this fierce energy. Finally, the old cultivator realized that it was the Yang that destroyed the existence that had been holding Taoism and Confucianism back. Everything fell into place, and now it was clear why the guy was not seen during the battle. Fiona still couldn't understand how some upstart from the grassroots could have the audacity to confront immortal sects. Moreover, she could not understand how it happened that they were now forced to retreat under the pressure of his power. It was indeed a disgrace, but there was no other way out because otherwise nothing would remain of their fleet. The same conclusion was reached by the Immortal Four, for whom flight was the only option. With the thought that they would return and punish the insolent properly, the Immortals hurried to leave the battlefield. However, right in front of them appeared the figure of the chief Yuan officer, who was not going to let them go just like that. It was hard to imagine the confrontation alone, but it was almost pointless to catch up with the immortals who decided to run away. But apparently Jian did not care what his enemies thought about his actions. The poem he read had extraordinary power and great significance for all those who are not indifferent to Confucianism and Taoism. The image of a huge flaming sword appeared in the sky, obeying the boy's gestures. The immortals no longer retreated in a clear formation. It was a real flight. However, it was useless, because huge hands made of energy and light grabbed them and were not going to let go. Yang continued to recite the poem, and the huge sword, obeying the movement of his hand, began its formidable dance. But it was not only this ghostly sword that obeyed him, but all the swords in the capital. One by one and in whole flocks they took off into the sky, obeying the boy's will. A real steel vortex began to dance around him, and this sight was equally frightening and exciting. The elders tried to free themselves from the huge hands that held them, but it was in vain. They could not believe that someone had the nerve to oppose them, and then it came to a direct threat to their lives. But Jian's eyes showed only rage and contempt for the immortal cultivators who threatened to kill his friends. Obeying his will, the huge sword swung to kill all 4 of them in one movement. The old cultivator still continued to threaten the boy that he would be hunted forever after his death. When he heard the words that the immortals hadn't actually done anything wrong, Jian's rage almost doubled. He reminded the immortals of the victims of their attack today who have not yet been removed from the battlefield. The immortal did not understand the boy because he considered ordinary people to be cattle unworthy of even mention. The swing of the huge sword cut off all possible protests of the old cultivator. The spirits of the immortals scattered in different directions, trying to escape. However, Jian was apparently prepared for this turn of events, and striking beams of light flew from his fingers. They pierced the spirits like ballistic arrows, completely destroying the immortals. Other representatives of the immortal sects did not expect to see something like this, and their morale, which was already low, dropped completely. It was them that Ian paid attention to as soon as he got even with the Immortal 4. Accompanied by 1,000 flying swords, he quickly caught up with the sectarian ships. He stopped and began to prepare a new attack with the intention of ending it all right there. The ship's crews began to scatter in all directions, but there was nowhere to go from the flying ship. But still, the immortal sects tried to resist this terrible guy. Huge palms appeared in the sky again, trying to erase Jian into dust. There were so many of them that they seemed to cover the entire sky with their blue outlines. Susan realized that somehow the leaders of the immortal sects had managed to join forces to try to resist Ian. In general, the reason why immortal sects switched sects for the sake of one person's life was a strange and incomprehensible event. The hypotheses were different, but one thing was clear. Yang and the revival of Confucianism and Taoism were involved. However, the immortal sects were still able to break down the defense of the capital, and the people were defenseless against the huge palms. Susan had only one piece of advice for people to flee, and to flee as quickly and as far as possible. Susan also had the same advice for the Emperor, who was still hoping to help Jian somehow. However, the Emperor stubbornly refused to leave the battlefield even in the face of such a mystical threat. Her aunt aptly noted that as long as the Emperor lives, the Zhou Empire will live. However, the Emperor realized that in fact the heart of the empire was not beating in his chest, but in the very place where the capital stood. Because it was in the capital that all the people who made up the body of the Zhou Empire lived. The Grand Chancellor Li appreciated the Emperor's metaphor and decided to stand side by side with him at all costs. And ordinary soldiers and people saw that the Emperor was not going to run away and felt inspired to win. The Emperor addressed Susan, indicating that she was not a subject of the Empire and could escape at any time. However, the girl's eyes were fixed on Jian, and after looking at him closely, she realized that there was no reason to run away. The guy was calm and balanced, and it seems he had a plan, so there was nothing to worry about. Yang was assessing the enemy's strength and ability to resist even after such huge losses as the 4 immortals. However, the main task for him was still the safety of the capital's residents. From his hands, energy began to flow to the city, no longer controlling it like armor. Susan and the Emperor realized this at the same time. The guy went on, surprising them more and more. After all, Jian took on the function of the source of the barrier and managed to protect the whole place with his energy. Now nothing stood in the way, and Yang could begin to destroy the flying fleet of immortal sects. Now I could control all the energy of the barrier and became truly invincible. The elder of the immortal sects did not understand how a simple punitive operation had turned into such a farce. The 3 soldiers from the Yuan control rejoiced at their chief officer's latest achievement. Ordinary residents of the city were equally happy, as they saw Yan as their protector and advocate. Unexplained dark spirits began to appear in the vicinity of the giant palms, threatening the city. These strange creatures were clearly representatives of immortal sects and the embodiment of their powers. They wanted to punish him for his impudence and for the deaths of his comrades. They threatened to destroy the city by razing it to the ground, explaining it by the laws of this world. John just smiled when he heard their threats because he saw the depth of their arrogance. He realized that the barrier over the city was a force far greater than any sect could accumulate, because this power came from millions of souls who lived in the capital and believed in the existence of Jew. And this was the mistake of the immortal sects, who never took the power of ordinary people seriously. After saying this, Ian literally exploded with energy that our gale force winds could feel blowing the bizarre creatures of the immortal sects out of the sky. They didn't want to give up easily and resisted this force, still hoping to win. In John's hand appeared a brush created from his energy of scientific ki, as it was the most formidable weapon of a scientist. Using this brush, Jan began to draw symbols of power in the air. These symbols flew through the air, exploding with energy of terrible power. Jan was now the concentration of all the power of the people in this place, and therefore even the power of heaven was not afraid of him. The spirits of the immortal sects launched a desperate attack on the boy to kill him in one fell swoop. But this was clearly beyond their power, and with a decisive gesture, Yang threw his brush in the direction of the ghostly spirits. Another thunderous roll of energy tore the heavens apart with its unnatural power. The spirits began to be swept away from the heavens, tearing their ghostly flesh with the light of scientific ki. A few seconds later, the sky was finally clear of the invading spirits of immortal sects. The people in the capital saw the victory of the chief Yuan officer and sincerely rejoiced. And the immortal sects on their flying ships still could not believe that they had been defeated. And the soldiers in charge of controlling the Yuan, along with other residents of the capital, did not hide their joy at the victory. The joy of seeing a seemingly inevitable defeat turn into such a sudden and significant victory filled people's hearts with strength. The emperor looked at John, rejoicing that he had not made a mistake in choosing the person to bet on. Susan said that in fact, the power of the Yang was given to him by people from the city, and it was a temporary phenomenon. All this great power that the boy showed was actually the power of 1,000,000 souls living in the capital. However, Susan could not explain exactly the nature of this power and the interaction between John and ordinary people. In this way, John once again showed the validity of his judgments about the power of uniting people and their unlimited potential. He had a bird's eye view of the cheering crowd chanting his name, although he realized that his victory was actually due only to people's faith that he would bring them justice and peace. Finally, Yang landed near the emperor, who immediately began to express his boundless gratitude to the chief officer, to which he only modestly replied with the standard phrase that it was only his duty. Ian looked at the cracks left in the barrier after the attack of the dragon created by the Immortal Four. It clearly needed to be repaired, and Ian raised his hand and began to pour energy into the almost destroyed barrier. The glow over the city began to form a certain shape, whirling the barrier together. And in a few seconds, the barrier, which now seemed only stronger, again protected the capital from evil. The remaining representatives of the immortal sects realized that this was the end. The barrier was the personification of the ideals of society. By protecting your neighbor, you protect yourself, and when everyone does this, you will become invincible. A huge gate to the entrance to the sage's garden appeared in the sky, and Yang declared from the rostrum that he would now open himself to all who wished to follow the sage's path. There were no longer any prohibitions on self-development and cultivation, and in Confucianism and Taoism, one could grow as in the old days. A human cry of pain rang out among the rocks where the heart of one of the immortal sects was located. It quickly became clear where this scream was coming from in a normally quiet and peaceful place. The head of the immortal sect was kneeling, shaking with terrible pain and exhaustion. It seemed that his flesh was melting, which was the price he paid for losing the battle of the Yuan's chief officer. The younger sectarians could not understand what exactly was happening to their head, but it was clearly not good. The immortal cultivator tried to regain consciousness and was still in terrible pain. The younger ones were shocked to hear that someone had managed to defeat not only their master, but also the leaders of the other 12 sects. Meanwhile, in the palace, as soon as the battle was over, John and the Emperor rushed to George to cure his poisoning. Several minutes of waiting and worrying about his fate passed, but eventually he opened his eyes. John and the Emperor did not hide their happiness that the faithful eunuch had survived. For a moment he did not realize where he was or what was happening, which was not surprising in his condition. However, after a moment he did recognize John and the Emperor and was very touched by their concern for him. His joyful cry could be heard even in the palace courtyard where Susan stood in thought. She thought about the changes she had seen in John all this time. The boy had become much stronger since they had met. Sad to say, it turned out that she no longer had any reason to stay with him. A few hours after the battle ended, all the lucky survivors of the immortal sects were caught and arrested. For representatives of immortal sects, ridicule from the common people was something new and therefore very painful. The prisoner was taken to the office of the Chief Yuan Control Officer for interrogation and to decide her fate. This prisoner was the daughter of the recently executed Marquis and a member of the Jade Room, Fiona. She still wore a mask on her face to cover the effects of the curse Susan had placed on her. However, John could not remember her, neither by her voice nor by her behavior, nor even when she called out her name. She couldn't understand whether Ian was mocking her or if he really had such a bad memory. On his orders, Bob and Jake removed the mask that covered her disfigured face. Susan's curse was a success. The girl was really scary to look at. Ian and his friends had already regretted taking the girl's mask off and now did not know what to do. The girl's belief that it was John who had put the curse on her only grew stronger. But the guy didn't laugh at her and instead started asking her how it happened. His questions sounded sincere, so Fiona was no longer so sure of her own rightness. I didn't understand why he would do something like that, and in general, this whole confrontation was not started by him. The girl shuddered with hatred for the chief officer and her own helplessness. But then the Union appeared and quickly put everything in its place, admitting that this curse was the work of its hands. And she was clearly happy with the way it looked now, realizing that it had acquired this appearance from unsuccessful attempts to get rid of it. She threw herself at the devilish cultivator despite the shackles that restrained her movements. Indeed, there was little she could do in that state, and Susan easily stopped her with just one finger. She continued to abuse Fiona with a smile, rightly believing that she fully deserved it. But the next second, there was no more merriment, and a trace of anger and rage directed at all the representatives of the immortal sects appeared on her face. Finally, Fiona realized who she was dealing with, and it became obvious to her that she would not leave here alive, but the torture could be eternal. She fell to her knees, exhausted, ready to accept her death to end this farce as soon as possible. She almost begged for her own death, persuading John not to delay the execution. However, in the end, she begged with tears in her eyes to be spared this terrible curse. I have not yet decided exactly what I want to do with the girl, but in any case, her wishes do not matter much in his judgment. However, a second later it became obvious that Susan had plans for the girl, and apparently, for her own peace of mind, it was better not to ask her what they were. However, having refused the girl's first request, she was not going to fulfill the second one either, knowing full well the torment the curse was causing Fiona. With a light-hearted smile, she turned to John and offered him a deal, which was quite unexpected for everyone. The unknown treasures from Susan looked like very vague conditions, but Ian saw no significant reason to refuse the girl. But he still wanted to know what kind of treasure she was referring to. They were 4 bodies that looked like dolls, and Ian definitely didn't want to know how she had done it. 4 strange dolls with the appearance of not very nice old men. But suddenly Fiona recognized them. They were the elders of the Burning Valley or some strange copies of them. Susan confirmed her words, adding that these 4 were involved in the incident that left the girl half dead when a logger found her. From her brief description of the events, it appeared that the battle was really hot and did not go without significant human losses. It turned out that these old men had once been human, but that Susan had turned them into this by some strange, dark ritual. One way or another, Susan herself believed that this exchange would be a good thing for Jan, even though it smacked of human trafficking. He still did not understand why he wanted 4 soulless, doll-like monsters that frightened even him. Of course, in my world, I heard about different people with strange hobbies, but I never expected him to be suspected of something like this. Susan took his words in her own way and replied in the spirit that Ian had been much tougher on the recent attackers than she had been. Then she added that he was actually the biggest criminal from the point of view of the immortal sex, and the insight that Yang felt into the girl's words shocked him a bit. However, this still gave good prospects for his goal of dying heroically, and there was still hope for this option. However, he did not understand what use the dolls could be as bodyguards, because it was obvious that he was much stronger than them. Susan was in complete agreement with him in this assessment of the dolls' qualities as personal bodyguards. However, she came up with a much better way to utilize their past strengths and capabilities. This was due to their specific power inherent only in the Burning Valley and their special equipment. This means that they will be able to significantly strengthen and speed up the training of other warriors of the Imperial Yuan control. This prospect was much more significant for the boy, but there were still many questions about the girl's motivations. When she first appeared in the control room, she wanted to thank me for her own rescue, and now that she has paid it off in full, she continued to help. And Ian did not feel entitled to ask the girl for anything more, or even accept her as a gift, since she had already done so much for him. She understood his words and feelings because in many ways she hated being in debt herself, so she suggested it as another deal. He offered to help her in the future if necessary, pointing to a small golden pagoda hidden under his cloak, a gift from the sages. In fact, the girl said that the help would consist in bringing the pagoda to her. Ian looked at the small toy building, remembering how he did not want to accept it at all, even as a gift. So, without hesitation, he simply offered the girl to take her away immediately, without waiting for a critical situation. Susan, who fully understood how valuable this thing was speechless for a second at the generosity of the man. However, I did not understand the value of this item, so I easily gave it away, especially since it could have saved him at the most inopportune moment. Susan couldn't take her eyes off the golden pagoda, thinking of all the endless years her sect had spent searching for this object. The guy smiled sincerely and offered to take the statuette right away and saw no problem with it. And she really wanted to take it away. The golden pagoda was literally pulling her with its beak. However, at the last moment she decided to leave everything as it was, although she could not explain why she did so. However, she still asked her boyfriend to come to her aid if she needed it, along with the toy golden pagoda. He agreed to this quickly and gladly, as he had long considered Susan a friend who naturally could not be left in a dire situation. But one way or another, it was a farewell, although it turned out to be easy, but a burden still remained on my heart. However, her strange behavior did not go unnoticed, even by Fat Bob. Eventually, the girl saddled up on a white horse and set off in search of her own adventures, leaving her friends behind. It was only when her figure disappeared into the distance that Ian realized that he really didn't want her to leave them, as everyone felt except the jealous Julia. I didn't feel a strange mood in my soul. It was increasingly distracted from its main purpose in this world. He felt that he was becoming more and more attached to people in this world, even though he could visit them after his death. Still, he felt proud to have been able to help so many people in such a short time. There were so many people that they caused a traffic jam at the gates of the imperial control of the Yuan. The number of highly skilled fighters who wanted to join the ranks of the control exceeded all expectations several times, which was already a problem. The trio of soldiers looked at the candidates with some coldness, which was more likely caused by their sudden number than by the nature of the soldiers. And the first poet, although he declared similar problems and pressure, looked too happy for anyone to believe him. There were also more than enough scholars who wanted to take the next step in the hierarchy of Taoism and Confucianism. It was a real downpour after a long drought, and now we had to figure out how to properly distribute all these people. Just in case, Jan decided to clarify which of the scientists came here for what purpose, starting with the question of who would like to become a teacher in the sage's garden. Confirming his worst expectations, all the scientists as one wanted this fate. I did not think long about what to do with those who would not become wise men in the garden, but there was still a lot of work to do to examine them. However, amidst all this chaos, there were some very pleasant and warm moments, including a short walk with George, who has now fully recovered. Even though I internally condemned the eunuch for his own salvation, I fully understood his motives and could not resent him. Still, it's not every day that you find someone who is really ready to sacrifice himself for you, and not just in words but in actual actions. The walk was really not long because it was the way from the palace gate to the emperor's chambers. The emperor joyfully greeted the first officer of the Imperial Yuan control, who was now a war hero, but did not intrigue against him. Jian mentally cursed his stupidity because he thought all the emperor's actions were stupid, but as it turned out, all his calculations were indeed absolutely accurate. The same was true of the old Chancellor Li, who was also a completely different person than he first appeared. He could not understand how he could have missed such experienced intriguers in the people he had to look at in the first place. I heard a slight cough from the far corner of the room, which was just a way to draw attention to myself. Indeed, Ian's attention was instantly riveted because he did not expect to see this woman here at all. She was indeed the most beautiful woman in the capital, and now her playful green eyes were ironically studying the guy's face. However, John did not have the best perception of this person who had almost strangled him in their penultimate meeting. The Emperor fought for it, admitting that the events of that night were actually a test of his loyalty and personal qualities. And he properly introduced Meg, who turned out to be the main spy of Zhou's empire. No one likes to be deceived and fooled, even if it was for the best of reasons, and Ian was no exception. He immediately pissed on the girl, trying to find out what else she might be involved in. He really didn't like spy games. But on the other hand, Jan was a good man and remembered no evil, so the next moment he forgot about his resentment toward the girl. And at that moment she understood Julia a little better, whose behavior had surprised her so much recently. The girl did not know what to do with her eyes, but it was obvious that she could not remain silent. Finally, she made up her mind and said that she would like to stay where she is now. It was surprising because the girl had been trained since childhood, and such disobedience was not typical of people with such a history. But the girl literally fell to her knees, begging Meg to leave her with Mr. John. However, by that time she was already familiar enough with this young man not to understand the girl's motives. Therefore, with a stern face and a light heart, she relieved the girl of her duties as a spy. This man really knew how to surprise, and when Chancellor Li saw her worried face, he approached her. He thought that the woman was worried that John would treat her with disdain because she had spied against him. However, the woman did not really care, especially since she fully shared the views of the Chancellor, but she was concerned about the security situation. Both she and the Chancellor agreed that there was almost no danger to the Yan within the city limits, but there was another possibility. The Chancellor also understood Meg's thoughts and fully embraced her concerns about the safety of the Chief Yuan Control Officer. As they feared, in a very short time, Yan began to ask to leave the city at the first opportunity. This place became so safe only because of my becoming, which meant that the chances of dying here were almost zero. However, he was not allowed to leave the capital without sanctions, so he had to come up with a really important reason. He did not know that such a reason was now rushing to the capital at full gallop with an urgent message. The drought was a terrible disaster and caused a lot of suffering for ordinary people, and it happened completely unexpectedly. There were no signs of such a disaster, which in itself raised suspicions that the event was artificial. However, whatever the case, it was necessary to act quickly, because every day of delay will cause more and more casualties. The Emperor decisively issued orders to overcome the crisis caused by the drought. However, 5 days later, it turned out that all these efforts were in vain. The Emperor was beside himself with anger, and this was an unheard of event because an attack on an imperial convoy meant war with the Empire. It was also obvious that these were no ordinary bandits, since they had forgotten their escort in the convoy. Everything was coming together, and Chancellor Li was the first to say it out loud. Everything fit together, and there was clearly someone's evil will behind it. The Emperor panicked and tried to figure out how to overcome the crisis and where to get new rations. Finally, a solution was found. A responsible official was instructed to bring supplies with heavy security that would defeat any bandits. 3 days later, the imperial sword returned to the Emperor's hands, but not in the way he had expected. Not a trace of the convoy remained, and only a bloody imperial sword remained of its guards. The precision of the attack and its planning indicated that the attackers had all the necessary information. The crisis with this province had dragged on, and it was now obvious that the problem was growing by the minute. Meanwhile, in the province itself, the rebels who actually organized all this were negotiating. The men celebrated their victory because everything had gone exactly according to their plan, and now the province actually belonged to them. But this conspiracy was only the first stage of a larger plan aimed at taking over many provinces. One of the most important stages was the assassination of the chief officer of the Yuan control, Yang, who had to be lured out of the capital. The mystical demon of the drought worked as it was supposed to, and it did not care about the fluctuations of the seasons or the position of the stars. The strange thing was that the main goal of the plan seemed to be not the replacement of the emperor, but the assassination of Yang. The emperor disagreed, and after this answer, everyone in the empire fell silent and agreed with his decision. Anyone but John, who once again asked for permission to leave the city to deal with the situation with the famine in the province, because he understood who was behind it. The emperor reminded the boy that he should never leave the city, and that the Yuan control was not created for this purpose. John aptly noted that his presence could resolve the situation, while his absence would lead to new victims. But in any case, whether Yang survives or dies, the famine in the province will be stopped, as will the casualties among ordinary soldiers. It was a tough argument to not deny the life of one person as opposed to hundreds and thousands. His willingness to sacrifice, as always, was admired by the officials of the new nobility. But there is a different opinion, formulated by Chief Chancellor Li, who tried to explain the importance of the boy's personality to the empire, which was also true. However, one way or another, Yang always acted in this way, and it was this trait that made him so important to the empire, so he could not act otherwise. These words convinced even the old chancellor, and he had no choice but to shout out his support for the boy, and the whole court followed suit. The emperor realized that his words, even as an emperor, would drown in this din of human approval, and he had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, for some reason, the image of the emperor in female form burst into my mind again. Trying to get this nonsense out of his head as soon as possible, John continued his speech with a classic stoic expression. It became obvious to the emperor that he had no option but to leave the boy in the capital, and that he would leave it even if he was forbidden to do so. Therefore, the emperor agreed with a heavy heart and granted John broad powers to resolve the crisis in the province. Finally, after all the bureaucratic issues were resolved and a short preparation was done, the new wagon train, now headed by John, left the city. The emperor watched the procession from the palace wall and prayed in his mind for his mission and for the boy to return alive. As if reading the emperor's thoughts, Eliza asked him directly whether his condition was related to the danger that hung over Lord John. She was completely right, but the emperor realized that in the throne room the boy had told the truth, and it was too much of his style to rush into danger. I realized that the emperor believed that he was worthless because he did not display such traits, and Eliza hastened to convince him otherwise. It was obvious that the emperor felt affection and warmth for Lord John. The masked woman decided to ask the emperor directly if he would prefer to be closer to the boy in his female form through marriage. When the emperor realized that it was his marriage that was meant, she blushed and was frightened at the thought. This quite obvious thought had somehow never occurred to the emperor before, although the guy's personality was quite interesting. The emperor began to loudly explain why this was completely and unquestionably impossible, but it seemed as if he was talking to himself. But for Eliza, it was obvious that the emperor really liked the guy, and all these excuses were just an outer shell. She resorted to a somewhat cunning technique to confirm her suspicions about the emperor's feelings for John. From her point of view, there was nothing wrong with the emperor's marriage. In addition, it was important for the imperial family, which currently had no descendants. When the previous emperor was dying, he was very worried about the future of the Jew Empire, but he was equally worried about his own family, and so he wished his only daughter happiness to the extent that she could take from this life. Finally, Eliza reminded her that there were many other interesting guys besides John who might be interested in her. In addition, she knew that the emperor had already spoken to Jan in his female form, testing his character. The fact that my aunt knew this was news to the emperor, and not good news. This was at yesterday's banquet dedicated to John's appointment to this important mission. But the emperor still tried to persuade the boy to change his mind and not to expose himself to unnecessary danger. However, he only jokingly refused, although his smile at that moment contained a significant amount of hypocrisy. Lately, the emperor felt that Yang was doing everything against his will. Still laughing falsely and joking with the nobles, John decided to go for a walk and clear his head. He found a secluded spot in the middle of the pond where he sat down to look at the stars, have a drink, and think. Every day, for some reason, it seemed to him that his plan to commit heroic suicide was not worth pursuing, and he tried to understand the origins of such feelings. In fact, after death, he will become an omnipotent entity that can also return to this world. The questions remained unanswered, so the guy decided to soothe his burning soul with wine from the imperial reserves. However, the pace he had picked up quickly emptied his jug, but he heard footsteps that most likely belonged to one of the palace servants. A full jug of wine was immediately handed to him, and Ian once again thought how well the local workers worked. However, the scent of a perfume that was all too familiar to him reached him. The guy looked more closely at the girl who brought him the wine. She looked really beautiful, with beautiful skin, wonderful eyes, and an extremely sweet face. Before he knew it, he was spending time with the girl, unable to take his eyes off her. Finally, she had to reprimand him for his indecent behavior. Jan hurried to apologize, finally able to look away from her. Although he had every chance to have a relationship with almost any girl in the capital if he wanted to, he envied the emperor in terms of concubines. Laughing a little, the girl asked what the emperor had done to deserve the curse from Lord John. Ian remembered how some time ago he had recognized that the emperor was actually much wiser than he thought. But habit was habit. The girl, in whom Yang never recognized the emperor, nevertheless wanted to know the reason for such a superior attitude. In fact, Jan thought about all the many times the emperor had prevented him from dying. But this could not be a reason for contempt. Although he still felt some kind of falsity in the emperor's personality, he could not put it into words. In the end, he decided to run away from this conversation, especially since his prolonged absence from the banquet would have been perceived incorrectly. When he passed the girl, he suddenly stopped with a somewhat surprised face. And suddenly turning to her, he looked at her closely, and finally noticed that the girl looked very much like the emperor. The emperor, in her true feminine fashion, began to jokingly reject the suggestion that she could be the emperor. However, Yang, with his progressive thinking, also did not understand why a girl should not be emperor. This came as a shock to the girl, as she did not expect such a simple and unconventional answer from him. Yang replied with a smile that anyone could be emperor if they had the necessary talents, and that the choice of gods or heaven had nothing to do with it. The guy wanted to choose a rather unfortunate comparison, but the meaning of his words was simple and obvious. And most importantly, he clearly understood the essence of government as such, because the main thing has always been to take care of ordinary people. The girl smiled and quietly repeated his words, because she thought exactly the same thing. She remembered her father, who wanted her to be an emperor, even though she was a girl, because he realized that she was a much more suitable person to lead people than anyone he knew. The girl began to cry from this memory and other emotions that the Yang evoked in her with his words. She really felt touched by his words, and therefore did not lie when she explained the reason for her tears. Ian remembered the time and world he was in, where women were more like property than full-fledged people. The girl asked him why he was talking to her so freely and calmly about such difficult topics, to which Ian found nothing better than to tell the truth, which was that he could not lie to a beautiful girl. When she heard this, she rejoiced like a child, which was actually natural, since the emperor always wore a man's clothes and didn't know her own beauty. Ian was absolutely sincere and even offered to write a poem in her honor, and the girl could not refuse it. Ian agreed without hesitation, but before doing so, he decided to find some inspiration in a jug of wine to start writing the poem. After taking a few big gulps, he thought about what he was going to create now. Finally, having finished his wine, he threw away the jug and was ready to begin. As he demonstrated the trick of pulling an energy brush out of thin air, he thought about the poem. But the words flew out from under his hand with little or no effort. It seemed as if the water from the pond, illuminated by his energy, began to obey the movements of his hand. In the rhythm of his words, the water soared over the pond, taking on amazing shapes. His poetry literally made the water of the air and the stars mix to reveal thoughts expressed in words. The water, glowing with a mysterious light, seemed to dance in obedience to the movements of the boy's hand. You couldn't take your eyes off the beautiful images that appeared in the sky above the pond. The poem about the beauty of the girl really brought to life beautiful pictures in the minds of everyone who heard it. The girl watched the metamorphosis of these water images with delight, not believing that it was her beauty that inspired such a wonderful poem. Meanwhile, the palace noticed an unusual light, and instantly realized that it was the moment of the birth of a new poem. Everyone ran towards this shining light to see this moment with their own eyes. However, the author of this wonderful poem had a little too much to drink and started to fall backwards. The girl picked him up just in time, saving him from a possible head injury. They both blushed at this unexpected touch and felt their hearts sink. Ian turned to the girl, unable to distance himself from this beautiful stranger. Finally, the girl asked him if he was feeling okay, and she looked extremely cute. He said that he felt great, although I would like to add that it was a natural feeling to be around her. Then he hugged the girl and continued to write a poem about her. The sky shone with many stars and seemed like a living and breathing creature. Butterflies made of light and water began to emerge from the pond. It was a truly fascinating and eye-catching sight. The girl was desperately captivated by the images that John's poetry gave her. And most importantly, she understood the main point he wanted to convey, that she had the right to live as she wished. Standing on the wall, Eliza, who had always been watching over the Emperor's safety, watched them. However, now her mind was occupied by completely different thoughts and images, because she, as a woman, was also inspired by this poem. Meanwhile, the courtiers eventually found the place where the light of the chief control officer's poetry shone. The courtiers, who were enthusiastically discussing this new poem, which was clearly dedicated to a girl, found John in happy oblivion. Eliza, who was watching the Emperor closely at that memorable moment, quickly understood her feelings. And now she was simply explaining her own feelings to the Emperor because she was still young and had no experience in such matters. Indeed, John seemed to be the most appropriate choice for the Empress's future husband. Meanwhile, two of the Li family, who had planned and executed the drought and famine in the entire province, were discussing business. The plan was largely based on the fact that Yang would arrive in the province, but when it became a reality, it was hard to believe. Indeed, John had no choice but to come to the province, even if it was an obvious trap. In addition, the Li family made sure that the route of the chief Yuan control officer was simple and obvious, and had no options. The cunning of these two men did not cause any doubt. They really knew how and loved to weave intrigue. One of his subordinates reported to him that they were approaching the provincial border. It was a really depressing place. The drought was affecting the area, making it lifeless and even seemingly cursed. Ian and Alan discussed the strategies used by the local king to strengthen his own nation at the expense of the empire. Soon after, Jan's squad came across a bunch of refugees heading to a neighboring kingdom, visualizing their earlier conversation. Alan commanded the refugees to stop and listen to him, and it was clear what he wanted to tell them. The refugees looked at the young official with dislike, and it was clear even to a blind man. But the guy still hurried up and tried to stop the refugees who were going to another kingdom. Of course, people with an alternative to starvation preferred to move to another kingdom, and so they started shouting at Alan. Moreover, it was clear that the empire had to provide assistance to those who suffered from the drought, and they were not interested in why it was not provided. But he didn't know what to say, but John came to his rescue just in time. Alan really realized that he had said too much and should have spoken to the refugees much more gently. The guy started with the most important thing, because the first thing to offer a person in trouble is food and water. It turned out that these people really hadn't eaten for a long time and would be happy to accept any help. Moreover, even before that, they did not eat much, and you cannot survive on roots and bark for long. As he looked more and more into the people, Ian sympathized with them more and more and wanted to help them more and more. He turned to his men and ordered them to quickly set up camp and prepare food for the refugees. And also leaving them the right to choose their further actions, he ordered to give each of them food to take with them. People did not believe such direct benevolence and did not understand the catch. However, the guy assured them that he had no hidden agenda other than saving people. Finally, people relaxed and believed that they would be fed and no harm would come to them. When the camp was already set up and the food was ready, people attacked it so that they had to be slowed down to prevent them from getting sick. But one way or another, Jan liked to see people finally getting hope for tomorrow. When people were full, John decided it would be a good idea to get some information from them about what was happening in the province. However, when the old man heard who was sitting with him, his face changed, shocked by this information. The old man started shouting to all the other refugees that they were looking at a silhouette of Lord Yang. The refugees fell to their knees in front of him, bowing low, and Ian, who did not like this kind of thing, looked on in shock at their reaction. Because obviously they have heard a lot about him personally and about the control of the Yuan in general. However, this was strange, and Yang decided to ask where the rumors about the control of the Yuan came from in this remote area. What the old man said was nonsense, because long before the drought, no one could have known that John would be sent here. Ian listened carefully to the old man and did not understand whether this was such an obvious conspiracy or too unlikely a coincidence. Ian and Alan eventually came to the conclusion that it couldn't be a coincidence and that the conspirators were not as cunning as they thought. Meanwhile, some kind of conflict was brewing among the refugees. They all gathered around one person, and judging by the screams, it did not bode well. Jan decided that he needed to intervene and started to push people away from the person they were surrounded by. The refugees pointed to the man, explaining that his bad temper was the reason for their attitude towards him. The man was already eating the remains of a small loaf of bread that he had managed to wrestle from other refugees with a miserable look. He began to tell his story, which began very far from this province. He was a cultivator who reached the pinnacle of mastery and became an immortal emperor. His empire was significant in terms of territory, strength, and population. He wanted to thank his master who had brought him to the top of his dream. His young student arrived with the old teacher, and he quickly established a friendly relationship with her. However, the teacher's years of life were coming to an end, and the man wanted to thank him in any way possible by prolonging them. He took desperate risks for the sake of the people he cared about, and considered it a natural state of affairs. After one of the battles, the man needed a long rest in isolation. The pills that the master gave him did not help, and even worsened his condition. Entering the rooms where the immortal emperor was treating his wounds and gaining energy was not accepted and unacceptable. And this was only the first swallow, because as it turned out, the old master had his own plans for the man's life. In addition, it turned out that the girl was his daughter, not a student, and also took part in his insidious plans. He had only minutes to live and had no strength to resist the attackers. Why he decided that he could not allow their plans to be realized? It was in this way that he ended up in this world, exhausted and unable to cultivate. However, the curse that he received because of the poisoned pill followed him. The curse was harming everyone around him, and he understood their attitude, although it did not make it easier. The people around him could not help but notice the source of the curse, and so the boy grew up constantly facing humiliation and beatings. This has continued until today, as Jan has witnessed, and this is the end of the man's story. Suddenly, Yang smiled broadly and extended his hand to the former cultivator, offering him a place in his company. Jan's motives were clear. He could not pass up such a great opportunity to put himself in danger. Although everyone began to dissuade him from his decision, and Alan was the first on the list. The man heard these conversations and clearly understood where things were going to go, so he began to rise, hanging his head even more. When he got up, he went on his way because he realized that there would be no place for him anyway. However, John stopped him and asked him not to leave them. Hope flashed in the man's eyes, and it seemed that this strange official was really telling the truth. Neither the refugees nor his companions understood his decision, because it was obvious that the boy would only bring trouble. In fact, this was exactly what John wanted, as he still had a goal of dying as soon as possible. He caught the refugees beating the unfortunate man, who did not even resist such treatment. However, the man himself seemed ready to die and did not mind it much, and did not understand why John should care. This man was still a cultivator, and this alone gave him great value, although no one mentioned it. He recalled the past, and his words and appearance were full of grief and pain. When I heard this, I literally jumped up to the man and looked him straight in the eye and said that he cared. Still, the cultivator named Gavin did not understand this strange official and his motives, but his appearance and determination were inspiring. John addressed the audience with the intention of telling them an important parable. He talked about a little boy who was playing by the sea, performing simple actions to save fish. There is no way he could have saved all the fish, or even that he would have saved a lot of them. However, from the point of view of the rescued fish, he did a really important and honorable thing. The people were silent and looked at John, who had finished his short but meaningful parable. Gavin clearly understood his role in this metaphorical story, because he was the one being rescued. However, he did not understand the reasons for saving him, just as he did not understand the reasons for clinging to life himself. John answered him very simply, but at the same time very difficult, because everyone finds a reason to live, as well as a reason to die on their own. Indeed, this man's life was full of both good and bad moments, and he survived them all. But now, thinking about death, he realized the main thing for himself, that he likes to live no matter how hard life may seem. We brought new clothes to make him feel more comfortable. He was very reluctant to burden his benefactors and refused to wear clothes. There was an atmosphere of repentance over the camp, as there was not a single person who had not harmed the former cultivator over the years. The refugees told different parts of this story, and the representatives of the Yuan Control Department collected this story literally sentence by sentence. One way or another, one thing was clear. The drought and the strange movements of grain stocks were all stages of the same evil plan. Now it was time to find out whose plan it was and who was involved in it, and the method of gradual exclusion would be suitable for determining this. Both the provincial prefect's first assumption and eyewitnesses' accounts put him squarely in the category of guilty. Alan gnashed his teeth in anger as he realized how deeply corruption had eaten away at the top of Binju province. Ian quickly figured out the attacker's plan, which frankly was not very complex or original, and he began to think about the best way to solve this situation, since the first goal was still to provide people with food. However, it was obvious that this was a mistake, and Ian hurried to explain this to his friend, although falling into the trap would have been the solution to all his problems. However, judging by the guy's look, it was clear that he hoped to have fun at the expense of the suffering of high officials in the near future. In fact, in Chong County, it was no better than in any other county in this province, where people who were starving to death were just sitting on the street hoping for a miracle. And the magistrate's office was calm until one of the servants of its head brought unpleasant news. The magistrate was clearly enjoying himself at this point, indulging in fruits and berries while the entire province was starving to death. The magistrate looked seriously at his servant and began to explain to him again the policy of physical punishment. And this policy was indeed harsh, with the hidden goal of weeding out the superfluous. The sooner a person started running, the more faithfully he would serve the new master. For some reason, the prosthetic servant was in no hurry to fulfill his orders and just stood there and stammered. Interpreting his hesitation in his own way, the magistrate began shouting at him to motivate him to complete his task as soon as possible. However, the real reason was not that the magistrate did not know that there were soldiers of the Yuan Control along with the returning refugees. And now one of them was watching their conversation, sitting on one of the trees in the garden where the conversation was taking place. The magistrate was quite frightened because, in his understanding of the world, only hired killers can watch him from the trees. However, it was Jeff, the divine constable, who came to arrest this official. Yuan Control set up its base in the administrative center of the county and began to restore order in its classic style. Of course, the corrupt official tried to justify himself and prove his innocence with tears and beautiful words. However, John could not be bought by such a performance, and the fate of the official himself was the last thing on his mind. Now the chief officer of the Yuan Control is only interested in the issue of food that can feed hungry people, and this was the subject of his two questions. The answer of the corrupt magistrate was unequivocal. There was no food in the district at all. For some reason, I got the impression that this was the answer Ian was expecting. While John was interrogating the magistrate, the supplies found in his house were taken away. Information about helping people suffering from hunger appeared on bulletin boards. People were loudly cheering and discussing Lord Yang's decision, and even the chained magistrate heard some of the phrases, because it is obvious that John is going to distribute all the stocks of the magistrate and his cronies to ordinary people. But it was also obvious that these supplies would not be enough to feed all those in need. However, John did not advise the magistrate to think about this, because he had a much more important task: to save his own life. People had already gathered near the field kitchens, where they were handing out fresh bread and something that looked like soup. The food supplies were rapidly running out, and Alan, who was put in charge of the process, did not like it. This is exactly what the magistrate was thinking when he received information about the food distribution, because those who do not have enough will be extremely angry. Jan voiced the magistrate's thoughts and rudely reminded him that he had another task. It was clear that Jan had a very cunning plan that would help him overcome both the hunger crisis and punish the officials. The solution was actually quite simple. I ordered all the grain to be requisitioned from the rich, a list of which I got from the magistrate. The Lu family was one of the first to be visited by the Yuan controllers. The patriarch of this family did not believe until the last that you could just attack people of his level without any evidence. However, he quickly changed his mind and attitude toward Yuan control under the influence of a few strong words and neck pads. The next was the Chen family, who wanted to flee and wait out the control attack somewhere in the wilderness. However, they were also let down by the passage of time, and collecting valuables that had been accumulated over many generations was a rather troublesome task. However, Ian quickly realized what the problem was with these people, and even decided to take all the trouble himself. All these actions of Jan's control helped with the main task. Now they had reserves to buy time. No one could understand Jan's plan. Everyone expected him to go to the provincial capital because that's where all the food supplies were. Instead of this obvious plan, Yang traveled from county capital to another county capital, shaking down the local elite for supplies. In this place, the plan was simple. Just close the gate, because the controllers would not conduct a siege. The official realized that he had no choice but to obey this decision of the ruling families of his district. Therefore, without delay, he ordered the gates to be closed immediately, hoping that the Yuan control would simply move on. Indeed, it would have taken more than a week to storm such a fortress, and Yan did not have such time, let alone an army. Ordinary citizens who lived in the city did not understand why the gates were closed and began to make their own assumptions. Meanwhile, Yan and his supervisors were just approaching the city to see the gates being closed. It was clear that their not-so-clever but effective enough plan could work. Yang and Officer Xiao decided to approach the city to try to demand that the gates be opened. One of the local officials shouted from the top of the castle wall that he could not open the gate, shifting the responsibility to another official. However, it was obvious that all local officials were in league with the rebels even without these false words. Ian realized that these officials were trying to hide behind the law because they believed that the boy would not dare to attack. However, all these games tired John enough, and he no longer cared about the law because he had a higher purpose. The ultimatum was quite simple. Open the gate on the count of 3 or whatever comes after or remains on the conscience of the participants. The speed with which the control officer started counting clearly did not imply the fulfillment of the announced conditions. The fat official who was shouting from the wall began to panic as he realized that the next phase could be an attack. He was trying to shout something from the wall to stop the rapid countdown. But this did not help. Officer Shen counted to 3 and the troops prepared for battle. At the same time, Yan ordered the attack, confirming the seriousness of his own ultimatums for all subsequent similar cases. Its soldiers and infantry with crossbows and cavalry with spears were ready to die and kill on the orders of the chief officer. No one expected the chief officer to actually attack the city because it was extremely wrong from many points of view. However, the rain of arrows that flew at the fat official confirmed that Lord Yang would either get what he wanted, or you would be in trouble. Meanwhile, the siege continued, and Yang decided to use his own power of scientific QE instead of battering rams and other equipment. He waved his hand, and in a second the main gate of the fortress turned to ashes. The hill was cleared, and now the troops of the Yuan control chamber could enter the city without hindrance. This caused shock and panic among the noble families and city officials alike. The prefect could not believe that he was so stupid as to believe this greedy fool. However, it was almost impossible to calculate John's actions, so there was really no one to blame, and therefore no one. Fighters of the Yuan control chamber quickly took control of the entire city with almost no losses. None of the locals were willing to defend the city at the cost of their own lives because there was really no reason to do so. In addition, Lord Yang, as a representative of the House of Control, was well known as a fair and honest man, even in the province. Representatives of the local ruling families wanted to take his side to save their own lives, not knowing that such a trick would not work. Because various kinds of testimonies, both eyewitnesses and lists like the one received from the prefect, were enough to figure out who was who. And then a formal circus began. The family representative began to justify his behavior by explaining that he was forced by the magistrate. The official was clearly not expecting such a setup, as he was speechless even for a second. It was obvious that all the other officials also decided to support this version in order to avoid punishment. The unfortunate official fell to his knees, begging to hear his version of events, which was completely different. The families have already taken the next step in the list of violations and corruption schemes of the mayor. He was clearly trying to whiten himself and would have had a good chance of doing so. Ordinary people whispered but did not dare to speak out about the crimes of the aristocrats. Meanwhile, the aristocrat was already sobbing crocodile tears and talking about the sacrifices his family had made for the sake of the empire. However, some ordinary people still sided with the aristocrats, believing these stories. However, Yan was not impressed by his acting, and he simply explained to him that he would be prosecuted anyway. Moreover, there was more than enough evidence against this family. However, the aristocrat did not give up and went on to the last, hoping to cover his actions by collecting information about corruption. Jan's logic was quite simple. If no one commissioned such investigations, then they cannot be used to justify violations of the law. The official did not calm down and decided that he could still pay off by simply giving away what he had looted over the years. Jan was interested in this kind of offer and hurriedly approached the aristocrat. Jan, with a devilish smile, offered the aristocrat to take in all the victims present here. This proposal was clearly beyond what aristocrat could afford. However, he had nowhere to go, and he agreed to these conditions in the hope of avoiding the inevitable punishment. Just a man standing in front of a real palace owned by an aristocrat. He was happy to serve and greeted all the guests with a smile because he realized that his head was on the line. The residence was indeed luxurious, but during the tour, the patriarch of the young family constantly pointed out various small things that showed the poverty of his family. However, such trifles did not indicate anything, but rather even confirmed the aristocrat's guilt. He smilingly invited all the commoners inside, knowing full well that they could be expelled when this storm passed. However, people did not think about such subtleties and happily hurried inside. Meanwhile, the aristocrat remembered the people who dared to trample on his property. Yang insisted that people go to local classes where they could gain the energy of scientific ki. Patriarch Young tried to stop people by saying that too many people would not fit in the room. But this excuse was really pathetic, and Ian simply decided to ignore these efforts. People began to look closely at the interior of the rooms and to touch and try all the objects they could find. One old man even started trying the local table, which upset his grandson. But in reality, he only wanted to study wood in more detail because he was a carpenter himself. The boy stared wide-eyed at everything around him because only now he began to realize how big the difference between them was. But it was not only the boy who realized this. Everyone else was also very surprised by such inexplicably excessive luxury. People began to realize that pitying the aristocrats was clearly the wrong decision because the difference was too huge. Some guy appeared in the middle of the room and started shouting at everyone present with an impudent look. The patriarch wanted to drive his son away, but Jan stopped him and made him shut up. He approached the boy and started asking him about the amount of land in his family. The boy was clearly not yet old enough to understand when to shut up, so he quickly gave up the most important thing Ian wanted to know. The chief officer of the Yuan control chamber listened attentively to the boy who calmly and brazenly told about his family's wealth. Finally, the patriarch could not stand it any longer and slapped the impudent boy so hard that he flew out of the room. And then turning to John, he explained that he just wanted to have fun and came up with all this on his own. I did not press this point even further, fearing that the poor aristocrat would break down completely. However, John would prefer to move on to the main reason for their visit to the aristocrat's estate. He did not quite understand him, so John happily explained what he meant. Led by John, the entire crowd headed for the kitchen, even though Aristocrat tried to convince them that there was nothing to see there. However, all his words flew past the boy's ears and he just kept walking forward. The kitchen was a bustling place with several cooks working at the same time, whose job was to provide for all the culinary whims of the young family. John immediately began to ask one of the cooks about the quantity and quality of the meat he had just cut. Patriarch Aristocrat exhaled when he heard the cook's answer to the boy's question. However, the man immediately added that his master might get tired of meat, which immediately made the situation much worse. They came to a place where a pile of meat was being roasted, so big that it looked like a whole cow. The chef emphasized that the food of aristocrats should correspond to a certain level, also to emphasize the difference with ordinary people. The aristocrat began to shout to silence the talkative cook. However, someone's heavy hand came down on his shoulder, giving him a concrete hint that he was not in a position to raise his voice. The control officer, who understood his superior's plan, quietly but very strongly ordered the aristocrat to shut up immediately. Meanwhile, the chef continued to talk enthusiastically about his business, and Ira told us the most important secret of haute cuisine of that period. Commoners could not understand what the cook meant because they were used to using whatever they could get to the maximum. But the cook only pointed to the dog, which was eating first-class meat that was not suitable for the Lord's table. People began to realize that from the point of view of an aristocrat, his dog was much more valuable than any of them. Finally, this walk reached its goal, and people realized the aristocrat's true attitude toward them. Jan looked at the patriarch with a smile and ironically asked him if he still wanted to continue his performance. Because it was obvious that I was sick of all these games, and he said with a throaty voice that he was not ashamed. He tried to explain that the difference between him and ordinary people is obvious and cannot be denied, and that this is the reason for such inequality. Then he added that the world has always been unfair, and it is a waste of time to expect anything else from it. He continued to speak to Jan, who, as he saw it, had set out to exterminate the entire aristocracy. However, from the point of view of an aristocrat, all his efforts were magnum opus, since no one, even the most powerful official, could do this. However, Yang had a completely different goal, and it was never his goal, or even his desire to exterminate the aristocracy. Everything he really wanted was concentrated in these simple people, in their rather simple desires and dreams. He wanted to improve the whole world at once and saw inequality as a problem that needed to be solved. And the only way he considered effective was to establish justice wherever possible. All valuables and food were taken from the residence of the aristocratic young family. The patriarch of the aristocratic family stood in front of Jan in awe and still continued to threaten him. However, he was somewhat surprised by the fact that the guy seemed to be happy with each new threat. Patriarch Yang was soon imprisoned with other aristocrats and officials arrested by the Yuan control. Other officials thought that he would still be able to avoid punishment and remain at large. One way or another, all of them remained alive despite what they had heard about the chief Yuan control officer. However, this could have meant that they were destined for an even worse fate than just being executed. Soon after, the chief officer personally appeared to the prisoners to convey some important information to them. But before that, he ordered them to be unshackled, which could be a good or bad sign. The aristocrat Young remained optimistic, so he took it as a sign that he was going to be fired. For some reason, the chief control officer was not mistaken in his assessment. He really decided to fire all the aristocrats and officials. They didn't understand the essence of such generosity because each of them still had a stone in his bosom, and Jan was not stupid enough to ignore it. The guy did not reveal his true motives, but in order to speed up the release, he offered them to stay. The families of aristocrats and their relatives were also released and allowed to go to all four sides. Their plan was quite simple: quickly pack up and leave the city before the situation changed again. However, the patriarch of the Yang family still wanted the impudent officer dead and was already planning what he would do as soon as he reached safety. Meanwhile, Jan spoke to all the residents of the city, explaining his next steps so that everyone could understand his goal and mission. The first 2 points were quite simple and straightforward: to feed all those in need and to return all the property that had been taken away. The third point was the confiscation of all aristocratic property and its distribution among all residents of the province. It was really unexpected because there were no precedents of this type in this world. The spy of the aristocrat Yang reported to him all the details, including the most important one, that the Yuan control troops had left the city. For an aristocrat, any property was only a matter of power and authority. If there is no power to defend it, there is no right to own it. He wanted to make sure that the control troops had really left the city, because if so, he could easily take back everything he had lost. And there were forces for this because many people still wanted to return everything to the way it was before the Yuan was controlled. When the aristocrat got to his estate, he saw commoners massively carrying away all his belongings and property. He could not stand it and immediately started shouting at them, demanding that they return everything to its place. His henchman immediately grabbed one of the men, demanding that he obey, but he continued to insist that it was his property now. The aristocrat ignored all the people's explanations and threatened them with death in case of disobedience. However, the people were not going to just retreat, and were not going to follow the orders of any of the aristocrats anymore. The first stone hit the head of one of the aristocrat's henchmen. It was thrown by a boy who no longer wanted to put up with the fact that aristocrats could easily take away anything they liked. Patriarch Young did not understand why these bastards refused to obey him, since yesterday no one dared to even look up at him. However, for some reason the situation has changed dramatically, and people are all ready to act and defend themselves. The aristocrat's problem was that he was used to pressuring people one by one, but when they were all against him, this trick would not work. People attacked him with fists, and although he had henchmen, he was still in a clear minority. Jan's plan was executed almost to the letter. He really counted on people to find the strength to defend their own. He knew that if he showed them the real difference between the aristocrats and them, the people would find the strength to resist this evil. He simply showed them that they are really no different, and therefore everyone can demand human rights. John did not even dream that he would live to see the day when people would be truly equal, but he considered it his mission to bring that day closer, although this may require rather harsh methods that may not always be called humane. The cue ball of one of the henchmen broke into two halves from a sudden and strong sword blow. It was one of the Yuan control officers who decided to help people overcome lawlessness. Their maneuver with the fake abandonment of the city was a success. The aristocrats had indeed started a war with the common people, but now they had no power to win it. When the patriarch of the aristocratic Yang family realized that the forces controlling the Yuan had not left the city, he realized how he had been wrapped around his finger. It was indeed the end of the aristocracy in this city, and they brought this fate upon themselves. Young Alan and Gavin waited for the Yuan control operation to be completed throughout the city. Ian was curious what Gavin thought about the events he had witnessed, which was especially interesting because he was both an emperor and a poor man. The former cultivator understood that everything was done only for the benefit of ordinary people, but he did not understand why the guy needed it. He was unable to answer this question, although he mentally believed that all this was for his early death, but this was not entirely true. What he then told Gavin was indeed his point of view, which he considered fair and the only one to hold on to. After hearing and most importantly, understanding what Yang said, the former cultivator decided to take an oath. At that moment, it seemed to him that a significant part of his curse had lost its power. I didn't feel the cool wind that seemed to pierce him to the bone. It was a rather unpleasant feeling that he always had when he got a strong ally and bodyguard. John went out to the people again to explain to them their further actions and their future organization. The military forces of the Ministry of Control have been significantly strengthened at the expense of the residents of this city, and thus the options for their use have also increased. Ian looked at the map, mapping out a future route where he could repeat and deepen today's success. He could not understand how it happened that the Yuan's chief officer was recruiting an army from his subjects. This guy just seemed to ignore the whole world around him and acted exclusively against the logic of things. And the most important thing was that things were getting worse by the minute as prefecture after prefecture came under his de facto authority. It was a really unusual decision, and one that would have suited John much better than this man. To declare oneself king meant to go to war against the Jew Empire, and a special ritual had to be performed. However, the man had no doubt that it could be done, and moreover, he had no doubt that it was the only right decision. This news quickly spread even to the imperial palace and caused the emperor's sincere displeasure. The chancellor added a few more details that really showed the dissatisfaction of all 6 kingdoms of the empire. The emperor was ready to plunge into the abyss of depression from this news, but he still hoped that Yang would somehow help the situation. However, John was not surprised by this news. It seemed rather that he had expected it. However, when Alan spoke about the blessings of heaven, Ian was genuinely interested in why this should be important. In his opinion, it was much more important to bless the ordinary people who lived in the kingdom. Meanwhile, preparations for the coronation were in full swing, with a large crowd gathered outside the palace waiting for the ritual to begin. Soon, the ritual began with the reading of special formulas with strict adherence to the rules. At first glance, everything looked good. A magical golden bowl decorated with dragons appeared above the altar. However, it soon became clear that the ritual was not going quite as planned, as a strong lightning struck and the bowl began to show various images. In the sky, one could see poets, aristocrats, warriors, and merchants. However, the bowl did not show a single commoner, who were essentially the foundation and soil of any kingdom. But the bowl showed only those who really supported the one who summoned it. And this could only mean one thing. The challenger to the king had no support among ordinary people. A purple dragon appeared above the bowl, but its body was frail and thin, and it did not seem strong or even healthy. Everyone noticed this, and even the pretender to the king realized that this was an extremely bad sign at this kind of ceremony. However, it was too late to retreat, and formally the ritual was not violated. One by one, other dragons appeared in the sky, representing all the other nations of the empire. These majestic creatures were the embodiment of the power and destiny of kingdoms, and their appearance could tell a lot about the countries they symbolized. Ian and Alan watched the dragons, drawing their own conclusions about the political situation in the world. They were approached by one of the residents of the city where they were staying, and his words explained a lot to his friends. The other people who heard the old man's words completely agreed with them, and indeed the actions of even one honest official can revive the power of an empire. And the strength of any country is always only in the aggregate strength of its citizens, and this is the only measure of statehood as such. The inspired shouts of the people caused an amazing energy to swirl around the crowd. It was an inspirational moment that proved to everyone who saw it that the power of uniting people is indeed the highest power in this world. It was at this moment that Alan felt the energy of Chi overwhelming him because he had just realized something very important in the functioning of the world. He hurried to share his joy with his friend, but when he returned to him, he saw that a similar energy was raging around him. At that very moment, the Yang became a half-sage, which would not bring him a drop of pleasure. Their personal energy, as well as the energy of the crowd around them, focused around Jan's figure and flew in the direction of the dragons. She hit the purple dragon, which made it seem to shrink even more. The energy raged around him while he seemed to be writhing in terrible pain. At this stage, it was impossible to stop it, because these dragons were just a projection of what was happening to people in the Empire. The golden dragon of Zhou's empire was the strongest and opened its terrible mouth and began to absorb the energy of other kingdoms. It seemed that other dragons could do nothing to prevent this, and the process of absorption continued. The fight of the dragons high in the sky was visible almost throughout the empire, but it was best to observe it from the kingdom of Wei, which suffered the most from such a takeover. The Wei dragon was getting smaller and weaker, and it looked like he was about to fall to the ground. With tears on his face, the unfortunate new king begged his mentor to stop this takeover. Finally, he decided to do something and raised his hand up and began to concentrate a huge amount of energy. A ball of pressed energy flew in the direction of the dragons, seeming to destroy anything in its path. Flying to the dragons, he struck them with lightning, stopping the process of absorbing the kingdom of Wei. However, the dragons clearly looked indignant at this brazen interference in their affairs. And the reverse lightning struck the unsuccessful candidate for the imperial throne at the same moment. All these events were very symbolic, because for every failed attempt to interfere with the entry of things, someone had to be punished. One way or another, the attempt to take the simple king failed, but the Wei dragon, although significantly weakened, remained alive. A pillar of flame was clearly visible on the horizon, which could only mean that someone had been recognized by heaven as a sage. There was no doubt that this recognition was once again given to Jan, and that he was the one who had so much influence on the behavior of the dragons. However, this fire was also visible in other parts of the kingdom, forcing the local people and their rulers to think about their future. Meng watched the boy become a sage and recalled their only meeting. He thought about how he had recognized the greatness in that strange boy even then, and now he regretted that he had not been able to establish contact with him. Fiona, wearing a mask that looked more like a bucket, also felt this event, and her mind was clouded with envy. She thought it was extremely unfair because this guy was basically a nobody. And Susan, who was the real cause of her unhappiness, still couldn't understand why she disliked the guy so much. Susan looked up at the sky and remembered old stories about people reaching the level of a sage. The number of celestial phenomena could show the level of the new sage and his future path. The Emperor disagreed with the Chancellor's assessment and hoped to see many more celestial phenomena. Indeed, the Emperor was not mistaken in his assessment, proving once again his true wisdom. Alan watched and commented on each of the following phenomena that did not want to end. Meanwhile, Yang had already surpassed all such phenomena recorded in history. His spirit was now flying high in the sky and drawing in the celestial scientific energy. His spirit could now calmly see the smallest grain of sand on the road in front of him. He also began to understand much better what the God of Heaven is and how this world works. He saw the picture as a whole and in the smallest detail, which he could only dream of before. His gaze fell on a mountain valley in the distance, where he could clearly feel an energy that he wanted to see up close. However, it was time to return to my physical body to continue my work. It was quite a shock, and he barely remembered how to breathe. He remembered the place that had attracted so much attention when he was in the form of an omnipotent spirit. However, he was distracted from these thoughts by the first poet's keen gaze. But a second later, his gaze was averted, and Alan ritually bowed before the new sage of this world. All the other people standing around followed suit. At that moment, Ian thought that at this rate he would sooner become a celestial emperor without dying. Meanwhile, the unlucky new king tried to comprehend the extent of his own stupidity. His companion disagreed with such a pessimistic assessment and hoped for the revival of the kingdom. However, despite the reaction to his words, he still had some arguments for it. And one such argument has just appeared before their astonished eyes. The man who appeared put his hand on the failed king and he burst into a strange emerald flame. According to him, it turned out that he, as a ruler, could still turn everything back. He fell to his knees in front of this man because he realized that this could be the last chance for the country's recovery. And the last chance was the need to attack Ju's empire, which seemed almost impossible now. Ju's empire was already much stronger than this so far imaginary kingdom, and it was also necessary to take into account that Yang had received the status of a sage. All these words did not matter to the man because he realized that this was really the only chance for the kingdom to recover. Meanwhile, Yan and his friends saddled up on a cloud made of pure scientific energy and flew to the place that interested him so much. Still, being a wise man had a lot of advantages, including this kind of transportation. As always, Alan underestimated himself and never dreamed that he would be able to do something like this. Soon they arrived at a place that turned out to be an ordinary mountain valley. The trees of the rock all around were quite ordinary and did not raise any suspicions. John secretly thought that there could be a really big danger here that could end his life, regardless of the degree of his protection. The guy was 100% sure that he hadn't mixed up the places, but now he didn't even know where to start. The Yuan control officer had his own view of the task at hand, so he decided to get to the bottom of the truth at all costs. And he dug at a really impressive pace, going deeper and deeper into the ground. Ian did not fully understand the logic of the officer's actions, but since there were no other options, he did not interfere. Like a machine, the man kept throwing huge chunks of earth out of the pit without tiring. Surprisingly enough, his efforts were crowned with success. The strange girl sat alone in a deep cave and recalled the conditions of her release that had been promised to her. In fact, all these long years since she was captured, all she wanted to do was go home. The officer unearthed a strange cave that could clearly be the key to understanding the essence of this strange place. The cave really radiated a terrible, devastating aura that literally denied life. Feeling that this could be his chance for a decisive and quick death, Jan asked his companions not to interfere. He quickly walked to the edge of the collapse to check it out for himself, despite the protesting calls behind him. Approaching the edge of the cave, he took in a lungful of air and shouted a warlike challenge directly into the abyss. Suddenly, a woman's palm appeared from there, and it seemed as if she was about to grab the reckless young man by the face and drag him down. Jan's companions quickly ran to his aid, preparing to pull him out of the hole by his feet. However, the palm simply rested on the edge of the dip, no longer expressing any aggressive actions. Following the palm above the dip, the face of a little girl appeared, with a small flame burning on her head. Ian was disappointed. It was obvious that this girl could not possibly inflict fatal damage on him. In fact, she looked quite small, although she was tired. However, it was clear to everyone that this sweet girl was clearly not human. The girl quickly recognized that she was not really a person, but rather a demon of drought. Still, I did not fully believe this strange creature, so I decided to ask the omniscient Alan for advice. He didn't help much, but his pointy ears and the fire on his head were quite eloquent. The girl admitted that she had caused the drought, and Jan's friends immediately offered to end her life. However, the girl began to beg not to kill her, and she did so with such desperately sweet eyes that it was almost impossible not to listen to her. Then Ian put on the most formidable look he could manage, and decided to interrogate the girl. Everything turned out to be quite simple. She was forced to make the drought by blackmail, or rather by threatening her with death. Alan was obviously right. The girl should not have been left around, as she was obviously a threat in her own right. John's face instantly changed when he heard about the possible threat from this girl. It was obvious to him that he could not let her go anywhere near him now. Once again, Alan could not understand this amazing habit of his friend to run toward danger wherever it came from. As usual, Ian casually came up with a good reason to put himself in danger on the fly. So the issue was resolved, and it was time to negotiate with the drought demon, and first of all, we had to find out her name. The guy's conditions were quite simple and clear, and were expressed in exactly 2 sentences. The demon girl had agreed to go with them anyway. The threats were clearly unnecessary, and she understood the order too directly. While Ian was clarifying his terms, Gavin was looking at Ginger closely, sensing something more than just a demon in her. Its energy was too high and too pure for an ordinary demon. Finally, the man realized that the only way to explain her high birth was to explain her high birth. But on the other hand, it was almost impossible because it clearly contradicted common sense, although there could be another reason. Meanwhile, the elder of the failed kingdom of Jing was walking through the city looking for the chief officer of the Yuan control. Looking at the people, he thought about the situation with the Ding and the options for attacking the Zhou Empire. He still had to wait, so he decided to spend this time in a local tavern. It was surprisingly clean and tidy, and you could tell a lot about the city by the taverns where they were located. The state of the tavern, the faces of the people, the number of people outside, were all a bit different than usual. He saw this striking change in people and wanted to know the reasons for this change. He channeled his chi into his eyes to get a closer look at the city from an energetic and spiral perspective. The fate of these people changed dramatically, and they were overwhelmed with energy and strength. The elder even wondered if his perception was all right, since it was the first time he had seen such a thing. While the man was looking thoughtfully at the people, a cheerful waiter was already bringing him his order. The elder decided to take the opportunity to talk to a local resident about the identity of the Yuan's chief officer. The waiter's face became even more joyful at the mention of John. The man was clearly one of those who almost died of hunger. The man took a gold bar out of his pocket and tapped it heavily on the table. It was a payment to the waiter if he could tell some dirty stories about Lord John. The poor man was speechless at the sight of such a colossal reward for such a seemingly insignificant thing. But instead of answering, the man took the plate he had just brought. The waiter was not going to serve a person who was trying to find the dirty underwear of the person who saved him. The elder could not believe what he had just witnessed, because the gold bar was a really great reward. Meanwhile, Yang and his new and old friends were already returning to the city, riding a golden cloud made of chai energy. The townspeople joyfully welcomed Lord John because each of them could safely say that they owed him their lives. The demon girl was even frightened by such attention to her new master. She recalled her home, where her brother was equally popular among the commoners. However, even then he received such attention only because he had just won a difficult battle. One way or another, the girl realized that she had caused many troubles for these people, and that her only salvation now was this man. Meanwhile, the strange elder looked at the crowd surrounding John from the wall and noted that he had almost no bodyguards. He also noticed the demon girl clinging to the clothes of the chief officer. Now the old man did not understand that the boy should not be left alive under any circumstances, otherwise all his plans would go down the drain. A commanding voice over the crowd caught Lord Ian's attention. An aura of amazing power emanated from the man who called him in waves. Ginger recognized him, and it became obvious to Jan that this was the man who had forced her to make the drought in the province. The man was looking closely into the boy's eyes, and there was an undisguised threat in his gaze. The man was clearly not an ordinary man. Jan tried his best to hide his joy at meeting such a clearly strong and aggressive opponent. Elder Colin was literally burning with hatred, but he still presented himself according to etiquette. Alan and John immediately stood in front of John, protecting him from the obviously dangerous man. However, the guy had already looked more closely and realized that the man was alone and clearly lacked the strength to harm him. However, he still did not want to risk the lives of his comrades, and he wanted to give the killer a chance. Moreover, he was perhaps the first person in this world to openly admit at the first meeting that he wanted Jan dead. Colin suddenly felt that he could not speak, and then realized that he could not move a single muscle in his body. He felt that it was done by one of Lord John's friends, but he could not understand exactly who it was. This invisible attack was impressive in its strength and power. Colin was by no means a weakling, but this power was beyond his understanding. Finally, he realized that this force was coming from a grim man standing with his back to the chief control officer. Ian could not understand why the man suddenly stumbled over his words and stood there like a statue. Besides, he was getting tired of John's pestering and was too concerned about his safety to be overly concerned. And in general, there were too many different people gathered around him who could have suffered because of the attack on him. The demon girl was sent to the rear of Ian's group, where the gloomy Gavin was already standing. When she passed by him, she felt how terrible his aura really was. However, she was still a polite demon girl and so decided to keep her head down. The more she learned about her new master and his company, the less she understood how these strange people survived in this world at all. Eventually, John got tired of waiting and decided to take the initiative and approach the enemy on his own. But the latter just looked at him with a gloomy expression and continued to be silent. In his heart, Elder Colin was literally screaming with hatred for such a cynical bastard as this guy. So John decided to join his leader and express to him all the thoughts related to him and the sect he represented. The elder still could not move a single muscle and continued to stand there frozen and silently hate these people. Finally, John realized that something was obviously wrong and that this strange man had frozen against his will. It literally drove Colin crazy. He felt like a cat with a cheeky mouse jumping on his whiskers. And suddenly he felt that he could move and talk again. It was so unexpected that for a second he actually froze in amazement. However, this did not last long, and the very next moment he raised his hand to end the life of this impudent man, and his muscles stopped obeying him again, and it looked more and more like some kind of not-so-sophisticated mockery. Colin's legs gave out and he fell to his knees, still holding his hand high above his head, raised to attack. The sight was so shameful that even John and his friends felt out of place. Terrible emotions were raging in the elder's soul, and he tried to drown them out in the only way possible now, by repeating mantras over and over again. After all, suddenly the paralysis disappeared again, and this time Colin did not want to waste his chance. He instantly turned into an almost disembodied spirit and flew away with great speed. Jan did not remember such a strange attack, and it had started so promisingly, but in the end, it all seemed like a bad joke. Colin tried to gain maximum speed to at least slightly reduce the feelings of shame and embarrassment that burned in his soul. He turned to the elder, whom he felt halfway there, especially since he would not have been able to escape from him in any case. Gavin appeared in front of him, his eyes looking like a teacher who was very angry with a negligent student. Colin was on his knees and did not dare to look up at the elder, nor did he dare to lie, but simply not answer his question. Gavin's face was calm again, but it seemed that there was no more dangerous creature in this world than he was. Colin continued to tell the older man everything he knew about the plans of the immortal sects. He felt that he could no longer maintain his neutrality and indifference to this world. His face grew dark again, and his aura became so frightening that it seemed to burn his face. Colin knew that none of these answers would come easily to him. He was well aware that his loyalty to the immortal sects dictated that he accept death. However, he still loved life too much and was not ready to say goodbye to it so easily. Gavin understood his answer, and his terrifying aura stopped pressing so hard on the younger man. A thin beam of light struck from Gavin's fingertip into the middle of Colin's forehead. The former Heavenly Emperor explained what he had just done to the astonished cult. The curse was indeed non-lethal, and did not even manifest itself outwardly, but it nevertheless promised a hard life in case of disobedience. Colin, realizing his prospects, bowed to the older man and was ready to do anything. Intelligence reported to the Emperor about an enemy offensive that was about to wipe the Empire off the map. Chancellor Li rightly pointed out that the real goal of the Ding situation was nothing less than the elimination of Yang as the greatest threat to the immortal sects. This was based on the simple logic that the chief Yuan control officer was virtually invulnerable under the protection of the capital's barrier. However, both the Chancellor and the Emperor were well aware that Lord John's mobile nature might not allow him to rest under the protection of the barrier. After a moment's thought, the Emperor issued the highest form of order for Lord John to return to the capital. Quite a bit of time had passed, but even in his chambers, the Emperor continued to worry about the disobedience of the chief Yuan officer. The Emperor was already in her true form and was complaining to Aunt Eliza about the day's experiences as usual. The Emperor was obviously worried about Lord John's safety, but the reason was not only in him personally. Although after thinking about it for a moment, she admitted that her feelings for him played a significant role in her decisions. She never wanted to lose Lord John and wanted to see him as often as possible in peaceful rather than combat conditions. Nevertheless, the life of the Emperor, who was actually a girl, was neither calm nor comfortable. Eliza, who had long since become convinced of the enormous wisdom and inner strength of this seemingly fragile girl, was ready to follow any of her orders. And of course, John categorically refused to return to the capital, no matter what happened. It was clear to everyone in the Empire that the immortal sects and rebel kingdoms aimed to kill the chief officer of the Yuan control. I could not simply refuse this level of danger to my person because it was a real chance to finally die. Alan fell to his knees and promised not to get up until his friend agreed to return to the capital. John followed suit, but such cheap manipulation clearly did not go over well with their leader. However, when John went outside, he saw that the entire army was still on its knees, begging him to return. They stood there in straight rows, lined up as if on a parade, begging for only one thing. On the one hand, I was obviously moved, but on the other hand, it clearly looked like a visiting circus, and they all chanted with one voice that he should return to the capital under the protection of the barrier. It was clearly starting to get boring, and I couldn't understand how some people could be so obsessed with an idea. He decided to resort to his standard tactic in such negotiations by mentioning the fate of ordinary people who must be protected by someone. His eloquence was extremely high, and he described in detail and color all the bad weather that threatened people. Without a second's hesitation, Alan offered his candidacy as a defender of people, even if it meant his death. His views were shared by John and all the other soldiers who heard their conversation. John turned away in anger and looked again at the soldiers who continued to stare at him, persuading him to return to the capital. The guy reminded everyone present that he was the sage who could stand up to the strongest of the immortal sect. This means that without it, the elders of the sects will simply destroy both the army and ordinary people in an instant. His words were full of determination and inner fire, and he was not going to back down a single step, explaining this by his unprecedented thirst for higher justice. Both soldiers and ordinary people began to cry in admiration at such inspirational words. All of them were ready to die even now in the name of great justice. It became clear to me that he had overdone his speech, and now he had to figure out how to save the lives of all these fools. Meanwhile, a messenger finally arrived from the capital with the Emperor's orders. As it turned out, the Emperor thought in exactly the same way as all other people and ordered Jan to return to the capital immediately. Jan wanted to cry. He was so tired of having to explain and invent reasons why he would not return to the capital. The Emperor was not a little surprised to learn that Yang had completely ignored even the Golden Order. I just smiled a little, not realizing that it could not be otherwise with this man. However, this did not mean that we could sit idly by as the guy was still in great danger. Upon hearing the Emperor's decision, officials began to beg the Emperor to change his mind. However, the Emperor's will was firm, and he was not even going to listen to arguments to stay. After all, the fate of the Empire depended on the boy, and besides, the poems he dedicated to it were too beautiful. The man clapped his hands and seemed sincere when he praised the brazen boy's determination. However, others present at the meeting considered such a reaction more than inappropriate since it was about their enemy. However, the leader of the Dawn sect still did not succumb to the majority opinion and stood his ground. The position of the Chief Yuan Control Officer deserved respect in itself, and the quoted poem explained his plans. The man obviously did not share the somewhat romanticized views of the sect leader and spoke about his own research on this issue. Strange as it may sound, the battle that awaited them in the future would not be as easy as those to which the representatives of the immortal sects were accustomed. In addition, this battle, according to the soothsayers, should be decisive for both the Jew Empire and the sects. One of the soldiers who was standing on the sea and watching the horizon noticed a large group of people approaching. The people clearly did not look like an army, but it was unusual because the group was really quite large. The guards of the wall became alert and took up arms to repel a possible surprise attack. This group of people turned out to be Buddhist monks who decided to visit the country where a new vision of Buddhism was sent. In addition, they had big plans for missionary activities in the territory of the Jew Empire. The girl looked at her new master and couldn't understand how he could be cheerful on the eve of such an unequal battle. Jan came out of the house and saw Alan around the corner, and he was already internally prepared for his obsessive requests to return to the capital. Realizing that this conversation was inevitable, he decided to immediately start explaining again that he would not return to the capital, no matter what. However, this time he was wrong. The reason for his appearance was completely different. It turned out that Jeff and Bob had come from the capital to support him in the upcoming battle. Jake was also here as usual, watching the area from the nearest roof. Jan still hoped to the last that they would stay in the capital and not endanger their own lives. Ian did not understand why Jeff mentioned the Emperor, who, in theory, should have executed him for disobeying an order. The Emperor was also here, and also wanted to take part in the battle, which further complicated the boy's plan. He was so bewildered that he even began to reprimand the emperor for his childish behavior. However, Jan had a clearly weaker position here because he himself behaved even worse, although he had much less power. It was obvious that they were telling the truth and would never leave Jan in this battle. As it turned out, almost the entire corps of imperial bureaucrats was also there, led by Supreme Chancellor Li. The guy wondered why fate was once again putting obstacles in his way in the form of people who were ready to die for him, even though he did not ask them to. The emperor did not understand why the boy made such a sour face and explained that he would not be left alone now. One way or another, the army was ready for battle, and the morale of the people was as high as ever. Nevertheless, Jan was worried about the emperor, his friends, and the empire as a whole. Now his death was accompanied by another task to ensure the safety of the emperor, all his friends and colleagues. That is why he began to impose conditions on the emperor, under which he would be in absolute command of the troops on the battlefield. The old man, straight as a string, looked into the distance as if he could see Ju's troops from that distance. Although his face was calm, he was actually feeling inspired and excited about the battle he was about to face. Feeling that the old master's mood was more fatally pessimistic than joyful, the woman reminded him that they could win. Susan and other representatives of the demonic sects were ready to help the army of the Jew Empire. Finally, the long-awaited morning came. Even though Ian spent the night without sleep, he spent the whole night trying to figure out how to conduct today's battle to save his friends from death. His sage's armor shone in the rays of the morning sun that penetrated through the windows. In fact, he did not feel worthy of this beautiful armor because when he received it, he wished for death, not wisdom. However, this was not the time for such reflections, and so he called the day laborer to help him put it on. Finally, all preparations were completed, and it was time to move towards the enemy. The army of the Jew Empire was ready for a long time and lined up in the right squares they began their march. Residents of the city shouted words of support to the soldiers, showing their unity and cohesion in this difficult hour. The emperor, who looked down on the army from the height of his war chariot, admired this sincere display of patriotism. Chancellor Li also could not hide his admiration for the fact that, realizing all the troubles that war could bring, he preferred to think about peace. He also thought about what would happen after the war, depending on who would win it. Jan called his 3 main officers, whom he trusted more than anyone else in the army. He entrusted them with the mission of cooling hot heads, especially among the aristocracy, and especially the emperor himself. The emperor would have ordered him to be closer to the line of contact because he considered it his duty, but Yang took him at his word and forbade it. The emperor was furious and shattered by this decision, but he had to keep his word, and therefore only shouted at his subordinate powerlessly. Yang hurried his officers to immediately move the emperor to a safer place. Bob hurried to obey the order, but the emperor clearly wanted to say a few more words to Lord Yang. The emperor called the boy closer to him so that he could hear him over the noise around him. Leaning into Jan's ear, the emperor hinted that the boy had a good reason to stay alive and return to the capital. The emperor, flushed, read a few lines from the memorable poem that the boy had written on his last night in the capital. Ian was surprised to hear these lines because he was still not sure that he had not dreamt the events of that evening. After all, he had drunk too much wine. The emperor lied and pretended to be a good brother who was taking care of his sister, although in fact, he was the girl. I had to come up with a story on the fly as to why no one in the entire Jewel Empire knew about the emperor's sister. It was a rather intimate moment, but this was the emperor's way of declaring his love for the boy. Having said everything he wanted to say, he commanded Bob to leave, leaving the flushed Jan alone with these thoughts. Still, in the story the emperor told, the ends did not meet, but in any case, it could wait. Jan's plan was actually quite simple. He had to die first in this battle, and then, having gained omnipotence, he could stop it immediately. He ordered the troops to start marching because they still had to take the necessary positions. Finally, they reached the John River, where this grand battle was to take place. Alan correctly noticed that the position of the Imperial army was quite weak, and although he trusted the boy, he wanted to know his plan. However, I did not tell him, but explained with a smile that one way or another, events would develop according to his will. The pseudo-emperor looked at the map of the area where his spies had reportedly located the Imperial army and did not understand why he should attack them here. However, he was quickly reminded of the order of the Grand Elder, who clearly stated that the attack should be carried out in this place. The man believed that victory was already in their pocket, so no maneuvers could be carried out, but simply crush the enemy in numbers. Moreover, the basis of their army's strength was not in infantry or cavalry, but in the support of immortal sects. Jan had been standing on the riverbank for some time, waiting for the enemy to appear. And finally he heard them first, and then saw them. And although anyone in his place would have been scared, the guy's face was joyful. An army of tinkers was coming at them with a roar. Their numbers made the earth shake, and the smoke rose to the sky. And in the sky itself, riding dragons and flying swords made of ki energy. All the cultivators of the immortal sects seemed to be visible together. Ian closely watched the immortal sects because it was from them that he saw the greatest danger. Indeed, the sky literally burned with the energy used by the cultivators of the immortal sects. Yuan control officers looked at the enemy army without fear, and although it looked invincible, no one thought of escaping. Ordinary soldiers who lined up in straight rows waiting for the battle felt the same way. They were led into battle by Lord Yang himself, who knew no defeat and always achieved his goal. In addition, the sense of justice also raised their morale. However, the Emperor looked at this formidable army and saw no way to defeat them. Jan looked very determined and bravely faced the entire armada of enemy troops. But the Emperor was still pessimistic, and although they would sell their lives dearly, defeat was inevitable. These cultivators, unlike others, did not move on flying swords but in the energy spheres. This was the so-called Dawn sect, which was one of the strongest sects among immortal cultivators. Indeed, the Union of Kingdoms and all 13 immortal sects have gathered here today, throwing all their strength behind the goal of essentially killing one man. The difference in power was obvious, but the head of the Dawn sect still insisted that all sectarians be on their guard. After all, the signs of the soothsayers said that Lord Jan still had a chance to defeat the sectarians. The head of the Dawn sect shouted, amplifying his voice with technology so that everyone on the battlefield could hear him. Alan rightly pointed out that things could be extremely dangerous for Jan, as the sects have repeatedly resorted to insidious methods. However, this scenario was completely satisfactory for the guy because his death guaranteed instant rebirth and thus instant victory. Suddenly, another voice interrupted their conversation with a rather optimistic statement. It was Gavin, who had an unusual kind smile on his face, and although it was unusual, Ian returned the same smile. After finishing the conversation, he rose into the air and went to the man who was calling him to talk. They hovered in the air opposite each other, carefully studying the other. The head of the sectarians noted that the boy felt absolutely no fear, which was really unusual under the circumstances. The head of the Dawn sect introduced himself and complimented Lord Yang's youth and perseverance. He tried to remember where he had heard the name of this sect before. Jan's brazen behavior was explained by the fact that he was trying to divide the sectarians as much as possible in order to concentrate all their anger on himself. In Will's understanding, there was no way the guy could behave so brazenly without a powerful ally behind him. The head of the Dawn sect began to accuse Jan, making him the culprit of the troubles that had occurred recently and those that would happen in the future. However, Jan had something to say about this accusation, as this position of his enemy was pure manipulation. In addition, he had thousands of proofs in the form of people who fearlessly came to hold him today, and millions more across the country whose support he felt even across the gigantic distances that separated them. One way or another, the troubles of yesterday or tomorrow could not justify the violence committed by representatives of immortal sects. Lord Ian's words were true and therefore difficult to argue with. The head of the Dawn sect found no counter-arguments, and therefore decided to move on to the main part of this conversation. However, he suddenly felt that something was very wrong with him, and his energy decreased dramatically. And then he realized that he could not even move his eyes, being completely paralyzed. There was a pause in the conversation that prompted Jan to recall a recent meeting with another cultivator. He was a member of the sectarian army and looked at the head of the Dawn sect and understood perfectly well what he was feeling. One of the assistants realized that something was clearly wrong in their heads and rushed to him to find out what was wrong. He was still standing there without moving and did not react to his subordinate. Finally, he saw his master's face and realized that things were really bad. He was bleeding from his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears, which was clearly not a good sign. All of this was the work of Gavin, who was fulfilling his inner vow to ensure the safety of Lord John. It seemed that paralysis had broken not only the head teacher of the Dawn sect, but his entire army. Teacher Will was shaking from side to side and seemed about to faint. Eventually, his legs gave out and he began to fall straight down from the dragon without making a single strike. Under the watchful eyes of the two armies, he fell directly into the stormy waters of the river and never surfaced. To say that Ian was surprised is an understatement. He had expected this obviously strong opponent to finish him off in one blow. The Emperor and Chancellor Li also did not understand what was happening and began to suspect that Yang had some cunning plan. The rest of the guy's allies were just happy about this turn of events, not really thinking about how it happened. The army of Ju's empire greeted him with joyful shouts and the clashing of weapons, and their already high morale became even stronger. And the assistant of the fallen leader of the Dawn sect was now sure that Yang had resorted to some insidious technique or trick. I tried to evaluate the change in circumstances on the fly, but nothing worthwhile came to him as a new plan. And of course, the enemy will not believe that their leader died just before they hit the guy. I tried to mentally list my strongest allies to see who was capable of such a trick, but his attempts to justify himself only angered the sectarians, who were ready to rush into battle without orders to take revenge for the teacher. Some of them threw their hands in the air and began to form a huge fireball above them. When the ball absorbed enough energy, it turned into a mirror that emitted a clearly destructive aura. The assistant of the fallen teacher still demanded that John confess to the insidious attack. With a frightening humming sound, the magic mirror shot a crimson beam at John, which was clearly strong enough to incinerate him on the spot. The soldiers of Ju's empire froze their hearts for a moment, as it seemed that the next moment the boy would die. However, a quick flash seemed to cut the beam emitted by the mirror, thus interrupting the attack. This interference caused the energy of the beam to explode in the air before reaching John. The cultist, who was now finally convinced that the guy was a liar, began to shout at him, venting his anger. Ian was not so surprised anymore, as the sudden death of the head teacher of the Dawn sect was enough proof that someone was helping him. A ghostly golden scroll spread out in the air, radiating a warm and calm power. Supreme Chancellor Li had heard of this amazing artifact in his long life as a cultivator, and recognized it almost immediately. The first poet, Alan, who seemed to know everything in the world, also understood what appeared before him. Some officials and sages who came across texts describing this also understood the significance of this manifestation. A huge golden scroll stood like a wall protecting the army of the Empire, and in front of it stood the Eternal Elders, glowing with power. One of them stepped forward to greet Lord Yang, and at the same time remind the enemies that there was also a great power on the side of the Empire. One of the cultists, who was obviously more than a few hundred years old, recognized the old man. These two were clearly ancient rivals and had more than one conflict in their history. Old Theodore came closer to the boy and introduced himself and explained why they had come. John was shocked by this turn of events and even forgot about his desire to die for a while. So, when he heard that the old man was asking him to punish him, he could not turn his back on the truth and admitted that they deserved only praise. And of course I was not interested in any elixir of immortality at all, as it would only interfere with his plans. Hearing the boy's answer, old Theo only bowed, recognizing Lord John's wisdom. Meanwhile, the old Chloe was saving up her energy to strike and finish off her enemies once and for all. She and her assistants from the Jade sect summoned an ancient artifact that had a power no less than that of a magic mirror. The artifact summoned by the Valley of Heavenly Fire sect was equally powerful. They were obviously preparing a double blow that was guaranteed to kill the insolent who dared to oppose the immortal sects. Ian stared at these frightening objects rather idly, though he still had a faint hope that they would work. Suddenly, a beam of enormous power tore through the sky, stopping the attack before it began. The extremely surprised Needles tried to understand where such a strong blow came from, and the cultivator from the Dawn sect just looked at its consequences in shock. Both artifacts exploded in an instant, torn apart by this powerful beam that came from nowhere. For me, this day was full of unpleasant surprises that he could not have counted on in the morning. John looked at a group of Buddhist monks who not only came here in a huge crowd, but also brought their holy relics with them. I also looked in their direction in surprise, not understanding who they were and where they came from. She did not know about John's relationship with the Buddhist sect and the impetus he gave to their development by reading them a new sutra. With each passing minute, what promised to be a cakewalk turned into a disaster for the army of immortal sects. However, the battle was far from over, and it was too early to predict its outcome. Moreover, as the Supreme Elder of the Dawn sect aptly noted, the army's strength was still unequal and the sectarians had the advantage. The elder from above looked down on the Buddhist sect and hinted to them that they should not interfere in the internal affairs of the Jew empire. And especially it was not worth getting in the way of the immortal sects, which, according to the old man, were the supreme power of the entire heaven. However, the Buddhist elder did not succumb to the provocation and calmly greeted and assured the interlocutor of the exclusively peaceful goals of Buddhism. The old sectarian sensed a weakness in the Buddhists and decided to resort to bribery to draw their power to his side. The emperor was speechless at the brazen and treacherous behavior of the head of the Dawn sect. The Buddhist elder responded by ritually folding his arms and closing his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. But the next moment he screamed because the sectarian's words were a clear insult, not only to a Buddhist, but to any person with a shred of conscience. In addition, Buddhism could not come to the hearts of people through orders or imposition. At the end of his speech, the old Buddhist offered the sectarian peace on the condition that he give up his claims. Janko watched the negotiations in silence for 3 minutes, cursing himself and the day he decided to help the Buddhists. David was also among the crowd of Buddhists, and he still felt very grateful to Lord Yang. Yang, hoping to distract the sectarians from the Buddhists, intervened in the conversation in the hope of provoking an attack on himself. This partially succeeded. The elder of the Dawn sect turned to him and his aura burned with hatred. With a quick movement, he took a position to attack and began to concentrate energy in his palm. The elder's attack was indeed the strongest thing that had ever appeared on this battlefield. The huge palms that appeared around John began to rapidly shrink to crush him like an insect. Ian hoped that no one on the battlefield would be able to interrupt this attack because its power was truly phenomenal. David also realized that in the next moment Jan would be killed, but he had no way to save him. Gavin decided to intervene and was ready to use all the strength he had left to save the boy. He also did not have time to save him, but the next moment it became clear that there was no need. The palms came into contact with a terrible force and for some reason began to fall apart. The guy was clearly still alive. Once again, John felt that some supreme deity was simply mocking his fate, amused by his unjustified expectations. It was already becoming a habit. So often the cultist accused the boy of treachery, hidden allies and powers. In response to this, Ian stopped believing himself, as his words sounded so pathetic. Other sectarians also shared the opinion that Yang was a treacherous bastard, and their anger at him exceeded any conscious limits. Behind the guy, a portal opened that radiated black, eerie energy, and from its depths came an equally eerie voice full of sarcasm. The man was clearly a cultivator of a high rank of his. The whites of his eyes were filled with the black color of a member of the demonic sects in him. It was a very unexpected appearance, as no one expected the remnants of demonic sects to appear here today. The older man in the Dawn sect was surprised and outraged that his eternal enemy had dared to show up. The demonic cultivator did not hide his contempt and hatred for the representatives of the immortal sects, oozing caustic sarcasm. This enmity was so old that the #1 target on this battlefield for the sectarians immediately became a demonic cultivator. They wanted to take advantage of the superiority in numbers to finish him off quickly, but he clearly had something to say about it. The man's eerie aura became even blacker, and his eyes flashed with bloody fire. Terrible demonic silhouettes began to appear from the portal behind him, which now seemed to be a passage to hell itself. The creatures that emerged from it were creepy monsters that could frighten anyone just by looking at them. The ancient demons that had been hiding their existence for so many years were ready to take revenge for their past defeats. Meanwhile, John began to go a little bit crazy because the timeliness of his allies' arrival was rivaled only by the unlikelihood of such alliances. Although a large-scale battle had not yet begun, everyone was ready for battle, including the representatives of the Chi Academy who stood against the background of a giant scroll, and the Buddhist sect over which their 3 treasures of Buddhism hovered, and a motley demonic sect, each of whose members was unlike any other. The elder of the Dawn sect tried to estimate how much their chances of winning had changed, but it was almost impossible because something was changing every minute. The elder looked at Lord John and was somewhat surprised at his appearance, as he was clearly upset, although he should have been happy to have new allies. A familiar voice sounded from the demonic portal behind him. Susan came out of the portal with a wide smile, Now it was clear where the demonic sect came from. It was she who insisted that demonic sects help the boy in this battle. The Yuan control officers greeted her with cheers because they knew her well as a good friend and reliable ally. One of the representatives of the immortal sects again began to accuse Yan of treachery. Although he really hadn't planned any of this, he saw no point in denying it now. But just in case, I decided to mock the poor guy by motivating him to his strongest attacks. It worked, and the representatives of the immortal sects were angry as hell and now wanted to kill John no matter what. But it was still unclear how the immortal section could now attack forces that were almost equal to theirs. Alan smiled broadly, finally realizing why his friend was so calm in the face of so many enemies. Alan's view was now shared by almost everyone who had come to this battle with John. However, the Emperor seemed to be the happiest now, as he had almost a triple interest in today's victory. The old wise man expressed a very important idea. The boy's allies thought they were coming to a lost battle, and therefore were much more motivated than the enemies. The head of the Buddhist sect also noted this moment as a manifestation of Lord Ian's great wisdom. However, one way or another, the battle was still going on, and none of the immortal sects were going to retreat. The head of the Dawn sect decided that there was no longer any reason to hold back, and now he had to attack with all his might. Upon hearing this, his subordinates and allies began to prepare for a new attack, exerting a huge amount of energy. In addition, it was a great chance to deal with all the old enemies of the immortal sects in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, sages, Buddhists, and representatives of demonic sects were ready to stand up for themselves in this battle. Ordinary soldiers who did not have any supernatural powers showed no less high spirit. Unlike the soldiers of the Jew Empire who came here voluntarily, the rebel soldiers needed to be reminded of what awaited them if they escaped. A minute later, a full-scale battle broke out in the air and on the ground. Jean's plan clearly failed. He could not die and could not stop this massacre by being reborn as a heavenly emperor. Apparently he won't be able to die today, but he really didn't want his comrades to get hurt. Therefore, Yang himself joined the battle to save as many Jew soldiers as possible, as well as allies among Buddhists, demonic sects, and other groups. The boy's intervention in the battle came as a surprise to the immortals of the sects, although it was obvious that it would happen sooner or later. John attacked them one by one, trying to win as soon as possible. The attacks against the boy were almost ineffective because he was covered by the sage's power and protection from his mystical armor. The sectarians did not know what to do against Lord Yang. It was obvious that the forces of ordinary cultivators were not enough to stop him. Meanwhile, Ian was preparing a new large-scale attack that would have hit many enemies at once with flying swords. Concentrating his energy and putting it into them, the boy waved his hand and sent them in the direction of the enemy. Seeing such a huge number of flying swords in the air, the sectarians became confused and their morale immediately dropped. However, between the ordinary cultivators and the flying swords, 3 elders appeared whose strength was significantly different from that of ordinary cultivators. They synchronized and instantly began to work magic, which was obviously aimed at defending against Jan's attack. A huge cloth of energy stood in the way of the flying swords, protecting the sectarians. The fact that the guy decided to attack on his own was his mistake, because now he was open to a counterattack. He was surrounded on all sides, and strange energy whips flew in his direction like snakes. The sectarians planned to tie him up and forbid him to use chi energy. But the next moment the ropes broke before they reached the surprised boy. The fact that someone could destroy such ropes was almost impossible by itself, which is why the head of the immortal sect was so surprised. The battle was in full swing, and the cultivator calculated that no one would be able to come to Lord Yang's aid now. Therefore, it was a great chance to kill him because the sectarians had a numerical advantage. At that moment, a familiar demonic portal opened behind the boy's back, and Susan's voice came from it. She reminded him of the mystical pagoda he had received in the sage's garden and asked him to give it back. At first he did not understand her because he had long forgotten about this gift of the sages. Ian remembered that he had promised to give this pagoda to Susan whenever she asked for it and threw the golden toy into her hands. Susan picked up the statuette and began to put demonic energy into it, which began to swirl around her. There was more and more energy with every passing second, but the girl did not pay attention to it. In a moment, the toy pagoda turned into a real giant tower shining with gold. The appearance of this pagoda was extremely surprising and even frightening to the representatives of the immortal sects. Jan's allies were equally surprised, since the very appearance of such an object was already surprising. The pagoda was striking in its beauty, but it also gave off an incomprehensible but eerie energy. The weather, as if alive by itself, began to move toward the immortal sectarians with obviously hostile intentions. They rushed into the scattering, but not everyone managed to get out of its way. So many of them were killed by the pagoda that was rushing at high speed. The elders of the immortal sects were furious at this attack, which claimed the lives of many of their allies. They decided to attack without waiting for a more suitable moment, since there might not be one now. The triple attack of the elders quickly began to exhaust and break the boys' barrier. The rest of the fighters were either tied up in battles, or did not have the strength to resist at least one sectarian elder. The Emperor watched in horror as the barrier protecting the boy gradually broke down under the force of the three elders. Even though John wanted to die, it was extremely inappropriate at that moment, because it put many of his friends in danger. That's why he was scared and afraid of losing for the first time in the battle. His barrier failed and broke, and the force of the impact threw Yana several meters away from the elders. The guy was trying to figure out how to resist these three who had such extraordinary powers. Ian could not believe his eyes, as the last person he expected to help him today was standing behind him and squeezing his shoulder in a friendly manner. Colin recognized the man who appeared near Lord Jan, and realized that this would be a decisive moment in the battle. It was Gavin, and Ian still couldn't understand how he got here and what he could do. Moreover, they faced such strong opponents as the three immortal elders. But the man was calm and clearly confident in his victory. Suddenly, his body began to radiate a tremendous amount of energy. The elders decided that such interference in their battle deserved death. In the next moment, all three rushed to attack Ian and Gavin to finally end their lives. However, the image of the man began to change along with the energy that was raging around him. Suddenly, the energy turned into a huge column of fire that seemed to reach the highest heavens. The elders felt the change in this energy and could not believe that such a thing was possible in this world. A huge dragon appeared before them, controlled by a figure from whom divine energy, inherent only to celestials, emanated. The battle around them froze for a second as everyone tried to figure out if their eyes were lying to them. The Buddhists had their own vision of what happened, but Amitabha's story was really something similar to Gavin's. Meanwhile, Gavin's algebra had changed radically, and now it was hard to recognize him as the orphaned vagrant of yesterday. This statuesque man standing on the head of an unprecedentedly huge dragon could really only be a divine emperor. He slowly raised his hand and began to concentrate an unprecedented amount of energy in it. And his huge dragon also decided not to waste time and devour all three wise men at once. Other sectarians who had seen the attack on the sages were about to turn on them. But one of them made a quick gesture and summoned a mysterious artifact that resembled a small lantern. This instantly raised the spirit of the sectarians because they knew how powerful this artifact was. They were already rejoicing as if victory was assured. The elder pointed the lamp toward the dragon and filled it with his own chi energy. The lamp shone with turquoise light, and a strange energy mist flew from the elder's hands toward the dragon. The dragon stopped just a few meters from the elders. The frightened old man could not believe that this artifact worked on such a huge creature. However, it was time for him to deal with the rider of this dragon, who was obviously no less dangerous. However, Gavin was clearly not surprised or impressed by the artifact the old man used. An energy impulse suddenly emanated from his figure, which could be felt even at a great distance. This impulse awakened the dragon, who did not hesitate to attack the elders of the immortal sects again. The flames exhaled by the dragon burned the figure of the old cultivator, and although at first he even held on, the attack was too much for him. This was the end for the elder and his centuries-long path to becoming a divine emperor. The mouth of the huge dragon was getting closer and closer while his long life was passing before his eyes. The mouth closed with a thud, and the elder became just an undercooked snack for the huge creature. The dragon roared in celebration of his victory, and this roar caused flames to swirl around him. The emperor felt very similar emotions to a dragon because the elder was a really dangerous enemy, and Alan once again recognized the wisdom of his friend who recognized such a talent in the cursed vagrant. But the sectarians, meanwhile, were preparing a new attack by summoning demonic heads, similar to those that attacked the capital. This also made no impression on Gavin, who calmly watched them approach. In the next moment, his figure became impossible to see behind the lightning striking in all directions from him. It was an instantaneous counterattack by Kotra, who finished off the other two elders in an instant. Alan's smile grew wider and wider, and he nodded to himself and decided to do something. He meant that he would never argue with Jan again, even if he suggested or did absolutely stupid things. Meanwhile, Ian himself was surprised at how scary the man really was walking around all this time. He really promised to protect the boy at all costs, and Ian did not know if there was anyone in this world who could defeat him. After surveying the battlefield, the Emperor realized that the battle was almost over because the enemies were crushed. It was the right time to launch a decisive offensive to finally break the enemy. On the other hand, Emperor Tsing realized the same thing. His troops fled and his allies were killed. He fell to the ground and could only stare at the advancing troops of the Jew Empire. Jan, who did not like to see people die for nothing, hung a ding in the air above the soldiers and asked them to admit defeat and surrender. The same was repeated by the Empire's soldiers because they shared the views of the chief officer of the Yuan control. The Ding warriors looked at each other because I realized that they could not win or even do serious damage to the enemy. Finally, almost simultaneously, they threw their weapons to the ground, recognizing themselves as prisoners. The next moment, the soldiers of the Empire began to shout, proclaiming the victory of the great Jew Empire. And he was saying things that were obvious to everyone. And indeed, while aristocrats were usually ransomed or exchanged, ordinary people were facing death. And the life of a simple warrior hardly lasted more than 2 or 3 major battles. Jan decided that a little more humanistic values in this world would not hurt and ordered to treat all the wounded prisoners. Ian heard a caustic voice that was too brazen to belong to a commoner. They led the failed emperor away, who was now bound and dressed in ordinary clothes. There was not a drop of kindness in Jan's voice when he had just ordered the doctors to treat the prisoners. He was frightened, although he did not want to show it, but it was obvious that he was very interested in Lord Ian's personality. Without the rich garb of the crown and regalia, he was an ordinary man who seemed too tired to be evil. It was clear that his words were true, and he really understood a lot about the states and the people who live in them. He knew that he would not be able to escape punishment, even if people from both sides of the conflict forgave him. And the next moment, lightning that appeared in the middle of a clear sky struck the man. The energy in the lightning literally tore his body apart, and it was a divine punishment. The divine Emperor Gavin explained to the astonished Jan what he had just seen. It was indeed the first time he had seen the manifestation of the divine will of heaven in such a material embodiment. The conversation turned to explaining the laws of the world and the universe. Ian did not fully understand all these matters, and therefore became interested in this topic. Gavin eagerly began to tell about what he knew as a divine emperor. As he spoke about the world of the immortals, it rose in his memory as if it were alive. The world of demons was closed to him, but he had heard a lot about it. The legendary world of the Yuan had never been seen by anyone the man knew personally. Yana combined this information with what he already knew and what he knew from his past life. The Emperor was also interested in this conversation, especially in the fate of those who were engaged in cultivation. According to Gavin, it turned out that the great ancestor was in the world of the immortals and was unlikely to be able to get back. However, stories about how this universe works did not clarify other important issues. I really wanted to know who this man really was and what he was capable of. However, Gavin did not want to reveal his story, saying only that he was not a part of this world. It was obvious that his home was the world of the immortals. For a minute, John pondered the man's words and the secret of his identity. However, in the end, I decided that it was not so important that I should get into his soul right after the battle. In addition, there were many other things that needed to be done urgently. In Gavin's short response, we could hear his gratitude for the boy's understanding and tactfulness. Yang and the Emperor rode in the imperial chariot to the cheers of the crowd. People were really happy to see both of them alive and were really happy about this remarkable victory for the Zhou Empire. The Emperor realized that this victory belonged entirely to the boy, since he himself was only watching the battle from the back row. The Emperor thought about the boy's motives and his own place in his life and found no answer. However, she still hoped that her relationship with the boyfriend would improve to the point where she could tell her story honestly. Yang caught the Emperor's strange look, which could easily be interpreted as love. The Emperor remembered where he was and in what form, and therefore quickly turned away, pretending that the boy had imagined everything. From Alan's report, it was clear that there would be no continuation of the rebellion, as there were no survivors in the rebel clan. However, John aptly noted that the main threat came from the immediate insurgency. The door of the room they were in suddenly opened with a bang from a strong jolt, followed by loud laughter. It was a demonic sect, almost in its entirety, that was in seventh heaven with happiness because of the victory over the immortal sects. Ian looked around at all these bizarre creatures who had suddenly become his allies, but his eyes were caught by one of them. Susan was just as happy as the leader of their sect, and Ian, in addition to being happy to see her, felt very grateful to her personally. The pause was really a bit long, and the chemistry between the two literally flooded the room. Eventually, the leader of the demonic sect was forced to clear his throat tactfully but loudly to interrupt this pause. She instantly reacted and put on her usual mask of ironic indifference. She suggested that all personal issues be resolved in person and in private. Jean began to express his heartfelt gratitude to the leader of the demonic sect and his friends. Although Ian was happy with today's victory, his main goal, to die heroically, was completely defeated. Suddenly, Jeff ran into the room with a shiny object in his hands and showed it to the boy with a smile. It was the seal of the Zen state, which was a graceful figure of a golden lion. As soon as the boy's hand touched the figurine, a pillar of divine energy struck from the sky. It showed the figures of two golden dragons, one huge and the other fragile. Dragons literally danced in the sky, performing complex pirouettes and illuminating everything with golden light. It seemed that they were communicating in this way, telling each other something very important. The great dragon suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a stream of energy began to flow out of it with a loud roar. Ian turned his gaze to the seal he was still holding in his hand, the golden figure on it seemingly a living flame. Meanwhile, the smaller of the dragons began to grow literally before our eyes, getting bigger and stronger. He also opened his mouth and began to concentrate his energy. The seal in Jan's hand almost dissolved, and Alan, who could not take his eyes off the dragons, finally realized what it all meant. The seal was completely gone, and Alan took the guy's hand to make sure. All these symbolic games of dragons, to be honest, were of little interest to Jan, although it was nice to participate in the recreation of the former greatness of the Empire. However, it was too early to rejoice anyway, so he returned to the representatives of the demonic sect. Now it was time to sign alliances, because that's what you always do after a victory. Representatives of all the groups that came to the aid of the Zhou Empire in this difficult hour gathered in the hall. The Z Academy only wanted its own revival and new students who would continue to study Confucianism and Taoism without hindrance in the future. This was actually what Yang and the Emperor and the lion's share of the people of the Empire wanted, so the school's request did not raise any objections. A representative of the Buddhist sect wanted to spread Buddhism throughout the Empire. Jan had no objections to freedom of religion, although in fact he disliked Buddhism somewhat. However, he understood that people often needed to believe in something more, but John was not going to allow the treasury to spend money on luxurious churches. In general, he considered any expenditures from the treasury for any religion inappropriate and wrong. However, there was another reason for this, and it was that Buddhism itself did not require temples, but challenges and examinations for believers. He reminded the representatives of the Buddhist sect that their true goal cannot be such a mundane thing as real estate. The Buddhists recognized his rightness and the wisdom of his decisions and bowed to him ceremoniously. In fact, John was a little bit cranky knowing that this generation of Buddhists had not yet lost their thirst for luxury. Finally, Yang returned to the immortal sect's elder with a question about the reward for them. However, it turned out that he was not the leader of the sect, but Susan, and it was her with whom he should talk. She decided to be cunning and not ask for any gifts directly. Instead, she asked the boy about his vision for the future of her clan. The guy had the answer because the problems of the demonic clans were on the surface, as were the methods of solving them. He immediately explained his thoughts on how to organize the management of various sects, which should lead to overall growth. Jan's policy in this matter was quite simple. Make the pie bigger, not try to grab a bigger piece. Especially not to try to put spokes in the wheels of more successful sects, as demonic clans used to do. This was a rather new idea for them, as they had never thought about such a model. My new thoughts were actually quite simple. There is work and there is something else, and you need to concentrate on work. The demonic sect has always been extremely strong and focused on fighting other people of its kind. The guy only offered a way where every member of the community could help everyone else without unnecessary obstacles and losses. Susan, who had been silent all this time, finally intervened and showed an obvious fact from the history of demonic clans that confirmed the boy's words. She wanted the revival of her own clan and did not want to repeat the mistakes of the past that led to such a deplorable state of the present. Her decision was quite simple. None of the demonic sects possessed such an important and powerful artifact. Susan was very persuasive, and everyone knew how dedicated she was to the cause of demonic cultivation. No one could find counter-arguments to her words, and knowing her strength and stubbornness, few people were determined and brave enough to confront her. Finally, it came to the fun part, and the victory feast began. Ian quickly got tired of the loud party and decided to take a walk to get some air. When he reached the walls of the fortress, he saw a girl standing looking at the night sky. Susan smiled happily at the boy, and for some reason blushed when she saw his smile. In fact, I wanted to get rid of the pagoda artifact because it was interfering with his death plans, and I decided to try to return it to the girl. However, her answer clearly showed that she did not want to change her mind. Jean smiled at her words and realized that there was no point in continuing the conversation in this vein. After a short pause, Susan smiled a little sadly and informed the boy of her imminent departure. Ian missed her and was grateful for her help in the battle, so he wanted her to stay a little longer. In response, she smiled at him and hinted that his visit to her was not excluded and that he would be welcomed. I was a bit confused by her words, but I really saw no obstacles to visit her one day. Suddenly, she took a quick step toward him, their faces just a few centimeters apart. Ian was ready for romantic kisses, not knowing how else to interpret her behavior. However, instead of kisses, he received a slap on the forehead to make you feel somewhat dismissive, albeit in her style. Her silhouette began to disappear into thin air, although her ironic voice still sounded clear, about how, as a true woman, she always left a hint of a chance, but not now and not today. Meanwhile, the sun was rising, which reminded John that romantic adventures were a bit out of time when so many people needed his help. The Zhou Empire and all its components, including the Kingdom of Tink, were experiencing new times and new challenges. And all these right reforms, which John knew from the history of the former world always lead to prosperity, needed his protection. The right to land, to education, to freedom of thought, and no sectarians who will impose their will on everyone around them. To boldly build a new one and not be afraid that it will be destroyed by war or taken away by an aristocrat, this is the life the guy wanted to build. The man and woman had been knocking on the door for quite some time, knowing that sooner or later it would open. Finally, Fiona opened the door, although she didn't want to, and her neighbors decided to give her a comb for some reason. She did not understand why the woman was grateful to her, and remained silent while she happily talked about her life. She picked up the comb, and the memory of Lord John, the reason she was here now, pierced her consciousness. She recalled how she had been a prisoner of a demonic cultivator, wearing a mask that looked more like a bucket. At some point, Susan decided to explain to her what the future held for her. Susan's cunning knew no bounds, and she decided to let the girl go and let her do whatever she wanted. Fiona immediately rushed to those whom she considered her family. The mortal sex were obviously not happy about you, and although she was formally accepted, she felt humiliated and neglected at every step. At some point, it became obvious that if she remained in the ranks of the immortal sex, she would have an unhappy and very short life. The only thing that stopped its patrons from taking immediate action was their reputation among other sects. The extent of her disappointment in the organization she considered her family, and to which she had devoted her entire life, was difficult to describe in words. We could say that she had escaped, but no one was looking for her and no one wanted her back. But gradually, she began to live a simple life of ordinary people and found a lot of happiness and warmth in it. The lives of ordinary people, where someone can give a comb not to benefit, but just to make someone happy with your gift. However, this life was also full of dangers and sorrows, and one of them came to the village where the girl settled. The monster had tiger-like features and a huge sword without a scabbard, and its motives were obvious: murder, slaughter, and plunder. There was no way. He was almost 5 times smaller than the creature, and had only a small hoe as a weapon. The monster only laughed at this pathetic attempt and immediately attacked, continuing to laugh at the old man. However, his laughter suddenly stopped because Fiona, although she had lost her status in the immortal sex, had not lost her power. At first, the wounded monster did not even realize what had happened, and there was only one question in his mind: what the cultivator had forgotten here. However, the next moment he fell dead, and any question ceased to bother his mind forever. Obviously, no one in the village knew her true story, and so the villagers were frightened that such a strong person lived among them. The girl tried to explain something, but she knew it would not help overcome their fear. It was not only because she was strong, but also because immortal sects have been doing terrible things to ordinary people for centuries. The long silence was finally broken by a man who had just almost died at the hands of this terrible monster. He didn't realize that his question would cause Fiona a lot of heartache. She did not answer the question, instead only thanking them for taking her in at the time. With tears in her eyes, she took the first step as she realized that she would no longer be able to enjoy a peaceful life here. She didn't know what else to say, and to be completely honest, words were superfluous. She went up to where she could see the whole village and heard a familiar, ironic voice that now had a note of sympathy. She finally understood why Susan had let her go, but it didn't make it any easier. The girl had already moved on, not intending to continue this conversation, but the demonic cultivator still found a way to interest her. She was holding a pill in her hand that was supposed to restore the girl to her former appearance by removing the curse. Although there was a price for everything, Fiona was willing to pay it, especially since she understood perfectly well why Susan needed it. King Meng and his companion reached the reservoir that was the landmark by which the border was determined. They traveled together, keeping their identities secret. Meng was not a fool. Although he was tough and quick to make decisions, he never shied away from using other people's methods because they were other people's. Although rumors about the prosperity of the neighboring province came from various sources, William was sure that they were, if not lies, then great exaggerations. Finally, the men arrived in the village and could see with their own eyes the changes brought about by recent reforms in the empire. Indeed, the village did not look devastated or poor at all. Although this is exactly what it should have looked like after the nightmare of the hungry months. Meng was in a hurry to take a closer look at the cement slabs that Lord Yang had recently introduced. But in the next moment he jumped up in surprise as he saw a whole herd of cattle being led by a local resident. The next thing that caught the king's attention was a school whose students clearly did not come from noble or wealthy families. Meng understood the importance of good roads and education, which were supported by a developed agriculture. While he was carefully observing the students of the school, Lord Yang himself came up to him and greeted him quite kindly. The king's guards, who were instructed to remain inconspicuous, violated this prohibition because the boy was a source of immediate danger. Meng didn't believe in coincidence, so he immediately began to think of ways the boy could have found out about his visit. One way or another, Jan was not hostile and invited him to a more private conversation. The royal guard, who considered any hint a source of danger, reached for their swords. However, the king stopped them, trusting his own intuition and not feeling any danger from the boy. Finally, Meng greeted him according to etiquette and thus accepted the invitation to talk. Yang gestured for the king to follow him, his eyes still showing no alarm or threat. The king paid tribute to the empire and Jan's participation in its rapid development. They were sitting in the cozy garden of the mansion where the boy had settled and sipping tea. In fact, the negotiations had already begun because it was easy to see the metaphor he was putting into them in his words. However, King Meng did not like word games, preferring direct and sincere words and unambiguous actions. But he still decided to play the game with metaphors, although he was not as good at it as the boy. Lord Ian was obviously a fish out of water in this game and continued to explain the problems of old management systems using tea metaphors. King Meng was tired of games and decided to speak directly, even though two opposing entities were fighting in his soul. The king understood what his title meant, and therefore wanted his people to be as happy as possible and to live in prosperity and abundance. But on the other hand, he could not give up his ambitions and power even partially. Yang poured more tea, noting Meng's wit and wisdom, and hinting that he understood the dual nature of his feelings. With a smile and without haste, Ian began to explain the kingdom's position in relation to other powers and his vision of the world. Meng frowned because the natural law he knew was that the strong eat the weak. However, John dismissed the king's suspicions with a smile and continued his speech, interspersing it with questions. According to the king, none of the 6 kingdoms was powerful enough to fight the empire, but they did not want to unite either. Meng was truly a patriot and a soldier because the last thing he would have wanted was unnecessary death and misery for his own subjects. But he was well aware of the political situation around his own kingdom and recognized the need for change, and his next words deeply impressed the boy. By the time John got to the capital, The news had already overtaken him by several days. People were happy about this news because, first of all, it meant that no new casualties would be needed in the war. The first thing Jian did was go to the emperor's palace to report on his strange conquests and other adventures. The bureaucrats were generally happy to see the first Yuan control officer in the palace alive. Against the backdrop of his amazing conquest, Jian also had rather positive feelings when he went to report. The emperor was very pleased to see the boy, and even for a second forgot himself and began to speak out of place. But he recovered in time to return to the formal address. First of all, the emperor wanted to know the details of the bloodless conquest of the Meng kingdom.